Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 951, Queen Margaret's Choice. John Stuart's background is not clean. After all, the French sent him back to Scotland just to make him a spare tire for James IV. However, as a legitimate grandson of the Stuart dynasty, how could John Stuart be willing to be a spare tire? In the absence of other competitors, as long as James IV died, the throne would almost certainly fall on his head. Therefore, it is impossible to say that he has no ideas. John Stuart has always been looking forward to England going crazy and killing James IV, so that he can directly inherit the throne of Scotland. Moreover, in private, John Stuart has been trying to win over those nobles who were banished to the cold palace by James IV. The king is a human being and must have preferences. In this way, there must be some people who are proud and some who are frustrated. And John Stuart once privately won over those Scottish nobles who were frustrated under the rule of James IV. Moreover, he has achieved certain results. Although he did not send anyone to kill James IV, this really cannot withstand investigation. Frankly speaking, John Stuart was hostile to James IV. His father, the Duke of Albany of the Stuart dynasty, originally had a respected status in Scotland. However, because of a quarrel, he was imprisoned by James IV's father, James III, without any family affection. Then, because of the failure of opposing James III, Alexander Stuart, Duke of Albany, had to flee to France with his family and began to live under the roof of others. Moreover, Alexander died the following year. At that time, the young John Stuart was less than 2 years old. Scotland and France have always been allies. Therefore, due to the face of the Scottish royal family, although France took in the Duke of Albany's family, it did not give them enough treatment to avoid upsetting the Scottish side. Therefore, although he was the son of a duke, John Stuart's childhood and youth were not satisfactory. And he also blamed James III for his father's death. But James III was dead, so the hatred naturally turned to James IV. This time, with the support of the French officials, it was obviously an opportunity for John Stuart to return to his country to be the king's spare tire. While James IV was imprisoned in London, John Stuart did a lot of tricks. He even privately promised a bright future to some nobles who were not happy under the rule of James IV. Once Prime Minister Alex checked, these tricks were naturally exposed. Then, John Stuart's suspicion of murdering James IV rose several levels to the level of orange warning. But the problem is that Prime Minister Alex could not find any evidence that he sent people to kill James IV. According to the description of the surviving guard knights, the other side sent 50 elite plate knights to use war hammers and battle axes to deal with them. The leader used an iron rod. At the same time, at the end of the battle, although the other side won, there were definitely several people whose arms or legs were broken. After all, the two-handed swords used by the guard knights were of poor quality, but they were heavy enough to hit people with. Even with plate armor, it was easy to get injured in the limbs and neck. But after a thorough investigation, none of the 100 French knights who escorted John Stuart back home were injured. At the same time, no one used an iron rod. So the investigation was in trouble. Then, Prime Minister Alex began to investigate the private soldiers of the frustrated nobles who had contact with John Stuart, but only one with a broken leg was found. But the knight's broken leg fell from the horse, and many people saw it at the time. Therefore, Prime Minister Alex and other officials who stayed behind could not be sure that John Stuart was the murderer of the king. But if the English did it, it didn't seem to make sense. Because the Gobridge Valley is very close to Edinburgh. And to the south of the valley, there are large areas of mountains, which are extremely difficult to walk. Moreover, after searching the mountains, the Scottish army did not find any valuable intelligence. It seems that after the murderers entered the mountain, they fled in several directions. If they were English, shouldn't they have fled only to the south? This is the professionalism of the North Sea spies. In the real escape direction, the traces of the passing were mostly covered up by the North Sea spies. Moreover, they also set up a false front in other directions to confuse the Scots. The Scots obviously don't have Sherlock Holmes or Conan. Therefore, they can't tell the cover-up methods of the North Sea spies, and naturally can't find out anything. In this way, the statement that the English came to Edinburgh to kill James IV seems to be unreasonable. Then, everyone continued to investigate the unlucky John Stuart. The imprisoned John Stuart was full of depression and suffered in his heart. You know, if he was convicted of regicide, let alone inheriting the throne, his life would probably be in danger. At this time, James IV's widow, the former English Princess Queen Margaret, was also suffering in his heart like John Stuart. The death of her husband made her feel endless sadness. But after calming down, she was terrified. In Scotland today, because of James IV's recklessness, most of the soldiers were captured by the English and are still being held in England. In other words, the Kingdom of Scotland now has only a few thousand infantry available. If the English army takes advantage of the situation to kill Queen Margaret, dared not imagine the consequences of being caught by Edward. You know, Edward killed her parents and brothers and sisters, and he was completely in a posture of killing them all. She even heard that Edward had asked James IV to hand her over to England to offset part of the ransom. Obviously, Edward wanted her to die. Once England conquered Scotland, it would be a luxury for her to survive. Those Scottish nobles might be able to survive if they surrendered. But it seemed difficult for her to survive. Maybe, I should flee to France. Queen Margaret thought. France is England's mortal enemy. If I flee to France, I will definitely be blessed by the French royal family and my life will be safe. However, it seems that the feeling of living under someone else's roof is not pleasant. Apart from other things, John Stuart, the Duke of Albany, seemed to have lived a very ordinary life in France. Although it was safe, the quality of life. As for wealth, forget it. In short, living in a foreign country is not a good choice. Generally speaking, only those who are really desperate will make this choice. If there is any other way, they will not want such a life. But, if I don't go to exile in France, what choice do I have? Queen Margaret was very distressed. If the Kingdom of Scotland can stabilize and resist the invasion of the English. Queen Margaret thought. But if you want the Kingdom of Scotland to stabilize as soon as possible, you need a king. Only by re-establishing a new king can Scotland quickly stabilize. And a stabilized Scotland has the hope of resisting the invasion of the English. Thinking of this, Queen Margaret shook her head. Because John Stuart, who has the greatest hope of becoming the King of Scotland, is still in prison. It seems difficult to stabilize Scotland. And it seemed that she had only one way out, which was to go into exile in France. No, I have another choice. Queen Margaret suddenly thought of a solution. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was a solution. Then, after thinking for a while, she adjusted her dress, put on her queen's crown, and walked towards Prime Minister Alex's office in the front yard of the palace with a determined look on her face. Chapter 952. Can it be done this way? Prime Minister Alex was surprised to see Queen Margaret coming over. But he still went to greet her and saluted, saying, "Good afternoon, Your Majesty, may I ask what you can do for me?" In Europe, there is no saying that women cannot interfere in politics. After all, Europe practices the custom of strong marriage, so the woman's family is usually very powerful and has enough influence on the political situation. Therefore, in Europe, it is unlikely to prevent the queen from intervening in politics. However, the queen usually intervenes in politics through the king and rarely communicates directly with the prime minister. After all, the prime minister is loyal to the king, not the queen. Queen Margaret bowed and returned the greeting, then said, "How are you, Prime Minister? I came here to ask how the assassination of His Majesty is going." When this was mentioned, Prime Minister Alex's face suddenly became a little ugly. Alas, there is no progress. According to the inference, both England and John Stuart have a strong motive for committing the crime. But the problem is that the clues we have obtained so far show that there is no evidence that the two biggest suspects have taken action. England is too far away from the scene of the crime, and John Stuart and the nobles he contacted did not accept the injury. So, now we can't be sure who assassinated His Majesty the King. In other words, you can't confirm that John Stuart is guilty? Prime Minister Alex nodded and said, "Yes, we can't find evidence that John Stuart assassinated His Majesty." However, the words "report to the little Duke" said when the assassins left make it difficult for him to clear his suspicion. After listening to this, Queen Margaret thought for a while and said, "Is it possible that the English deliberately framed John Stuart? You know, if it was really someone sent by John Stuart, there is no reason to let the dozen injured knights live. Did they keep those knights alive just to convey this message? Alive, this sentence is misleading us." Prime Minister Alex thought about it seriously and said, "Queen, what you said makes sense, but the question is, if it was a frame-up by the English, why can't our people find any traces of them going south? Moreover, there is only one road going south from the Gobridge Valley. The rest are all mountains and ridges that ordinary people can hardly cross. Therefore, it is unlikely that the English are the murderer." Alex's words made sense, but he didn't know that Khan and the 50 wolf commandos he brought with him all came from the mountainous area in southern Germany. Khan grew up in the Black Forest, but the Black Forest is surrounded by mountains. Khan has been crossing mountains and ridges since he was a child, and so have the other wolf commandos. After they took off their plate armor and buried it, they traveled lightly and crossed mountains and rivers back to England. It was not difficult. Queen Margaret frowned, and after thinking for a long time, she finally made up her mind. Prime Minister, what do you think is the most important thing for Scotland now? Alex was stunned and replied, of course, it is to find out the murderer who assassinated His Majesty the King and avenge His Majesty. Queen Margaret shook her head and said, no, I think the most important thing for the Kingdom of Scotland right now is to ensure that the country does not perish. Guarantee that the country does not perish? You mean? Queen Margaret explained, if there is no threat from foreign enemies, the most important thing for Scotland right now is indeed to find out the real murderer who assassinated His Majesty the King. However, the English have long coveted Scotland's land, so. Are you worried that the English will take the opportunity to invade Scotland? Alex frowned when he thought of this. Yes, regardless of whether the assassination of Your Majesty was done by the English or not. However, as long as Edward heard that the King of Scotland was dead and had no offspring. Prime Minister, do you think he would miss this great opportunity? No. I understand, Queen, I will start issuing orders to recruit soldiers nationwide. Prime Minister Alex stood up. With the main Scottish army still detained by England, in order to withstand the attack of the English, all the remaining Scottish men can only be mobilized to resist the invasion of the English army. Of course, those farmers and herdsmen who have never received military training may not be the opponents of the British army on the front battlefield. However, Scotland only wants to fight a defensive war this time, and can rely on city walls and fortresses. Therefore, even civilians have the opportunity to defend cities and passes. But Queen Margaret stopped him. Wait, Prime Minister. What's wrong, Queen? Have you forgotten what season it is now? It's spring plowing now. Scotland is at a high latitude, and spring plowing just started in April. If the whole nation is mobilized and spring plowing is stopped, food will be out of stock in the fall. Alex thought for a moment and said, I was negligent. Let me send people to the Northern Highlands to gather able-bodied men among the herdsmen and form an army. As for the farmers, they will be recruited after the spring plowing is over. The Highland herdsmen will be sent to the southern mountains to guard the passes and important roads. The farmers who will be recruited later will be mainly responsible for guarding Edinburgh. The Prime Minister has indeed handled the situation well. But, has the Prime Minister forgotten something? Queen Margaret reminded. What did you forget? Alex was puzzled. Queen Margaret sighed and said bluntly, Prime Minister, if Scotland doesn't want to be coveted by England, it must have its own king. Only with a king and without giving Edward any chance, will the English stop coveting Scotland. Margaret was right. Unfortunately, she didn't know that before leaving London, James IV had signed a treaty with Edward that, if one of them died, they could inherit the throne from each other. In other words, Edward had Scotland in his hands, regardless of whether the Scots nominated a new king. Of course, this was still unclear in Scotland. The unfortunate James IV was beaten to death by Con before he could rush back to tell everyone the good news. Prime Minister Alex didn't have time to know about this clause. After thinking about what Queen Margaret said, he also agreed, indeed, Queen, you are right. As long as Scotland has no monarch, King Edward of England will definitely covet Scotland. But, Queen, who should we let be king? According to bloodline, it should be John Stuart, right? In theory, it is true, but the problem now is that he is still a major suspect in the murder of His Majesty James. If he is allowed to become king, I am afraid that many people will not accept it. Moreover, he has just returned from France and has no foundation in Scotland. If he is pushed to the throne rashly, he may not be able to sit on the throne firmly. Prime Minister Alex said worriedly. Indeed, although John Stuart has noble blood, he has no foundation in Scotland because he has just returned from France. Even if he becomes king, it is estimated that no one will support him. If it were in peacetime, John Stuart might have been able to rely on time to integrate the entire Kingdom of Scotland and ultimately complete his control over it. However, England is watching closely and will not give John Stuart any time. If Scotland is not united when England invades, it will be a dead end. But at this time, Queen Margaret suddenly said, Prime Minister, what if? What if I marry John Stuart? Now the guards of Edinburgh support me. If I marry John Stuart, he will immediately have enough support. The guards of Edinburgh are the most elite among the remaining troops in Scotland. Moreover, it is in Edinburgh and controls the capital of Scotland. Can it be like this? Prime Minister Alex was stunned by Queen Margaret's trick. Chapter 953, The Queen's Thoughts. The guards of Edinburgh are the core force of the Scottish royal family. They are responsible for guarding the city of Edinburgh and the royal palace of Edinburgh, and are the most trusted armed forces of the King of Scotland. This force has a total of 3,000 people, but when James IV went south to England, he took away 1,000 cavalry, leaving only 2,000 infantry to continue guarding the palace and the entire city of Edinburgh. In addition, James IV also mobilized 3,000 second-line troops from all over the country to enter the city for defense. The command of the second-line troops is in the hands of the Prime Minister. As for the 2,000 guards, they were originally directly under the command of James IV, but after James IV was captured the year before last, the guards are now controlled by Queen Margaret. It should be pointed out that the 2,000 guards guard the most core royal palace and various important places in Edinburgh. And the 3,000 infantry transferred from all over the country, as auxiliary troops, guard the periphery of Edinburgh. In terms of the influence on the Scottish court, it is obvious that the old guards are larger and more powerful. If Queen Margaret is willing to support John Stuart and marry him, then John Stuart will immediately get strong support. After all, the total number of the entire Scottish army is only about 7,000 to 8,000. Moreover, most of them are second-line troops. Only the 2,000 guards controlled by the Queen are the real core of Scotland. In addition, Queen Margaret came to discuss with Prime Minister Alex, which is equivalent to fighting for the management rights in Alex's hands and the 3,000 city defense troops in his hands. As long as he gets the dual support of Queen Margaret and Prime Minister Alex, John Stuart will definitely be able to sit firmly on the throne. Prime Minister Alex also agrees with Queen Margaret's plan. Indeed, James IV has just passed away. If the English know about it, they will definitely take the opportunity to seize Scotland. At that time, whether the Kingdom of Scotland can exist is a problem. Therefore, the most important thing at the moment is to elect a new king as soon as possible, rather than to investigate the cause of James IV's death. Of course, Queen Margaret gave such advice not out of concern for the Kingdom of Scotland, but purely for herself. Why? Because as a former English princess, Queen Margaret no longer had the support of her family after her family was killed by Edward. Moreover, he did not give birth to a child for James IV. With James IV dead, Queen Margaret's situation became extremely embarrassing. In theory, she, a young queen, could remarry. But the problem is that her family is dead now, and England no longer recognizes her status as an English princess. In this way, Queen Margaret no longer has the support of her family. If she wants to remarry, there may not be someone willing to take over. Of course, it's not that she can't get married at all, but that she can't find someone with the right identity to take over. After all, she is no longer a legitimate English princess. Not only will there be no benefit in marrying her, but it will also offend the current King Edward of England, which is very uneconomical. Even if she runs to France and can be a guest of France, which is hostile to England, she will never help her find a suitable taker. At most, she can be worshipped as a mascot. Also, the French will use her as an excuse to attack England. However, with the poor level of the French navy, it is basically impossible to conquer England. Therefore, her practical value is not great. Anyway, she will become dispensable at that time. In order to avoid becoming a dispensable marginal person, Queen Margaret decided to take the initiative to break the situation. She thought again and thought that John Stuart was in a dangerous period surrounded by enemies. If he had not become a suspect in the murder of James IV, John Stuart might have become the King of Scotland smoothly, and then married a princess of equal status instead of a former princess like her. But after John Stuart was locked up as a suspect of regicide, everything was different. John Stuart is now in a desperate period of isolation and helplessness. If she is willing to support him, then the other party will not refuse to marry her. Once John Stuart married her, she would still be the queen of the noble kingdom of Scotland, and she would not have to become an insignificant marginal person. Therefore, Queen Margaret made up her mind, whether John Stuart was really the murderer of James IV, she would marry him and help him stabilize the situation and control the overall situation. In this way, she could be her queen safely. Because James IV was dead, and he had no children with her. Therefore, at this time, it was meaningless to avenge James IV. And if she could take advantage of this opportunity to continue to be the Queen of Scotland, it would be the most favorable result for her. You know, not everyone has the opportunity to sit on the position of a queen. Just like Marin's sister Anne, when she had the opportunity to become the Queen of Poland, the old Hoffman couple was almost crazy and almost leaked Marin's agricultural secrets. As the daughter of Henry VII, who was more intelligent, Queen Margaret's political wisdom was not low. She knew that in the current situation, it was meaningless to pursue who was the murderer. What if the real murderer is found and James IV is avenged? As a queen without children, she still has to stand aside, and her future is uncertain. But if she takes this opportunity to help John Stuart, who is in prison, to the throne and help him stabilize the situation, he will definitely be willing to take over and marry her. Because John Stuart has no other choice now. With the support of Prime Minister Alex, Queen Margaret went to the prison alone to meet John Stuart. John Stuart was not the murderer, so he naturally refused to admit his guilt. John Stuart didn't think much of Queen Margaret. After all, she was a widow, and who knew if she had the attribute of killing her husband. The most important thing is that Queen Margaret no longer had the support of the Kingdom of England at this time. She was just a stray dog and could not bring him any help. Of course, that was all long-term considerations. Queen Margaret told him in a very calm tone, "You have not yet cleared the suspicion of regicide, you may die at any time, don't think about those distant things." Then, John Stuart finally woke up. Yes, he was still a prisoner, and his life and death were not guaranteed, so how could he be qualified to dislike Queen Margaret? When Queen Margaret told him that she controlled the 2,000 most elite guards in Scotland and could help him stabilize the situation, after weighing the pros and cons, John Stuart finally agreed to marry Queen Margaret. After the discussion, Prime Minister Alex came to ask Queen Margaret how to help John Stuart clear the charges. After all, as a suspect of regicide, he is not suitable to inherit the throne. This is simple, you just announce to the public that the English killed His Majesty. But I have not found any conclusive evidence that the English assassinated His Majesty. Is the evidence important? Queen Margaret asked back. Is it not important? Is it important? After saying that, Queen Margaret floated away without waiting for Prime Minister Alex to answer, leaving Prime Minister Alex dumbfounded. Although Prime Minister Alex was a bit pedantic and honest, he was not stupid. Soon, he understood what Queen Margaret meant. No matter what the truth of the matter was, it was right to insist that it was the English who did it. In this way, it could also help John Stuart clear his name. At the same time, it could also arouse the people's emotions of common hatred of the enemy, which would help resist the invasion of the English. The Queen's plan was really good. After saying that, Prime Minister Alex was busy fabricating evidence that the English assassinated James IV. Chapter 954, Spreading Rumors. The next day, Prime Minister Alex sent his trusted men to search the mountain, and found several abandoned English-style plate armors. Then, Prime Minister Alex announced that the regicide case had been solved, the murderer was an Englishman. In fact, those English-style plate armors were just the spoils of war that the Scottish army looted when they invaded several counties in northern England last time, and they were almost moldy in the warehouse. Last night, Prime Minister Alex remembered the pile of rags, so he packed them in a bag. In the morning, he found an absolutely reliable subordinate and ordered him to take the bag out of the city and take it to the mountains near the Gobridge Valley. After disguising the traces of good people passing by, he took out these long-prepared English-style plate armors and took them back as evidence. However, Prime Minister Alex did not know that the place where his trusted men faked the scene was less than 500 meters away from where Khan and his men buried the plate armors. If they expanded the search area and dug the ground, they would be able to find the real evidence. After finding the evidence, Prime Minister Alex called a group of civil servants who stayed behind and publicly displayed the evidence. Then, he took everyone to the fake trace for a field investigation. Those present were ordinary civil servants, and there were no professional criminal investigation experts like those in later generations. Then, everyone was fooled by Prime Minister Alex. Since the real murderer, actually, he was not wrong, has surfaced, then John Stuart's suspicion was naturally washed away. Then, Prime Minister Alex and Queen Margaret both publicly expressed their support for John Stuart, the authentic royal bloodline, to inherit the throne of Scotland. After being released, John Stuart also publicly stated that he would marry Queen Margaret. Then, naturally everyone was happy. However, for national security considerations, John Stuart ascended the throne this time and did not invite representatives from other countries to participate. Because the Scots were worried that the English would send troops to intervene before John Stuart officially ascended the throne. So, they chose to deal with it quickly. First, they held a state funeral for James IV, and then held a coronation ceremony for John Stuart 3 days later. Moreover, the coronation ceremony was held together with the wedding of John Stuart and Queen Margaret. Since they were all held in the church, it was easy to hold them together. John Stuart was crowned as the new King of Scotland, called John I. In fact, there was a king named John in Scottish history, namely John Balliol. However, the Bruce dynasty and the Balliol dynasty, which only reigned for 4 years, were mortal enemies and refused to recognize John Balliol's status as king. The Stuart dynasty was founded by the grandson of Robert Bruce, the founder of the Bruce dynasty, and naturally obeyed the wishes of the Bruce dynasty, and also refused to recognize John Balliol's status as the King of Scotland. Even Robert III, whose original name was John, changed his name to Robert after the coronation. The first edict he issued announced that the assassin of James IV was suspected to be an Englishman. Then, he showed the public several pieces of English plate armor as evidence. Suddenly, the people of Edinburgh were excited and clamored to avenge His Majesty James IV. Taking this opportunity, Prime Minister Alex ordered people to recruit soldiers on the spot, and more than 500 passionate young people signed up to join the army on the spot. Soon, this edict was sent to other parts of Scotland outside Edinburgh. Among them, it also includes the southern region bordering England. At this time, the Robin Hood thieves of Coster and Merrick were still active in southern Scotland. They naturally learned about this edict. Then, they took advantage of the night in front of the town hall of a small town, tore off the notice of the edict, and took it back to Newcastle. Coster, who was in Newcastle, was shocked. What? The Scottish side concluded that it was the English side that assassinated James IV? Did they find any evidence? It's not clear, but it is said that the Scottish Prime Minister Alex led people to find a site where armor was discarded near the Gobridge Valley, and it is now protected. Discarded armor? What style of armor? Coster asked with concern. She thought that the buried armor was discovered by the Scots. It is said that it is a few pieces of English standard armor. Coster suddenly realized, damn, it turned out to be a trick. Colin and his men were clearly wearing French plate armor. Therefore, Coster could immediately infer that this was false evidence deliberately made by the Kingdom of Scotland in order to stabilize people's hearts. Otherwise, John Stuart, who was framed by them, would not have been able to ascend the throne smoothly. Wait, is the Queen still Margaret? Coster suddenly felt a little weird, but he didn't have any good ideas. So he made a decision, to send a fast-sailing ship to convey the news back to Oric, the capital of the North Sea Kingdom, and let Marin decide. A few days later, Marin received an urgent report from Coster. Seeing this report, Marin was also a little confused. What? John Stuart successfully became the King of Scotland and married Margaret. This amount of information is a bit large, and Marin didn't recover for a while. But after seeing that the other party used the English standard plate armor as evidence and announced it, Marin suddenly understood a little. Damn it, it turns out that they can't find evidence and deliberately framed it. But Marin had to admit that the other party played this hand beautifully. At least, the situation in Scotland quickly stabilized and shared the same hatred for England. However, this is not what Marin wants to see. If the Scots are united, then it will be a bit troublesome to attack Scotland. So, how to resolve the other party's moves? Marin fell into deep thought. I really underestimated John Stuart. He actually came up with the idea of marrying the former queen to gain enough support. Marin didn't know that this idea was not thought out by John Stuart, but proposed by Queen Margaret. Cousin marrying cousin's wife. Why does it sound a bit weird? Marin thought, stroking his chin. Cousin, sister-in-law. Marin suddenly thought of the classic uncle and sister-in-law, Wu Song and Pan Jinlian. Second uncle. Sister-in-law. Marin suddenly thought of a crooked book called Jean May. Then, he thought of Shiman de Guanren, and the unlucky Wu Dalong who was poisoned to death. Big Wolf, drink it quickly, and your illness will be cured. Marin unconsciously thought of the TV plot where Pan Jinlian fed medicine to the unlucky Wu Dalong. After drinking the medicine, Wu Dalong rolled all over the bed and was suffocated to death by the quilt. Ahem, I'm off track. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through Marin's brain. Oh, I got it. Marin suddenly slapped the back of his head. Through this series of irrelevant fantasies before, Marin suddenly thought of a crooked idea. For now, Marin hopes that John Stuart will be the murderer of the regicide, and also hopes that Queen Margaret, the only bloodline of the Tudor dynasty, will be unlucky. Then, it would be best if both of them are suspected of regicide. How to accuse John Stuart and Queen Margaret of regicide? Of course, it depends on false accusations. And how to frame them? Water Margin and Jean X May both give examples. Is there a more suitable joke than killing the husband and the wife conspiring to kill the husband? In his previous life, Marin was also a street writer, so writing a few jokes is not a problem. Soon, a story about a brother-in-law having an affair with his cousin's wife after returning home took shape in Marin's pen. After John Stuart returned from France last year, he had an affair with his cousin's wife Queen Margaret whose husband was not at home, and then there was a series of mosaic pictures. Then, unfavorable news came, Delang. No, it was James IV who actually returned home. In order to be able to stay with his sister-in-law forever, the slayer John Stuart made up his mind and decided to kill his cousin Wuda. James IV. And the silver wife Queen Margaret was also afraid of being liquidated by her husband after he returned, so she conspired with the slayer John Stuart and sent people to intercept and kill the unlucky and cuckolded James IV halfway. After finishing the manuscript, Marin blew dry the ink and admired it for a while, feeling that this must be a gossip story that the public was very interested in. Then, Marin found Kohler and ordered him to send spies from the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to spread this highly gossipy story in taverns in various European countries. No matter what, let's throw dirty water on John Stuart and Queen Margaret first. Gossip and rumors are so widespread that they can be mistaken for the truth. Besides, there is no government to ban fake news these days, so rumors can be spread at will, as long as they are well concealed and no one can find out the truth. When this gossip and rumor fermented, it seemed that Edward also had an excuse to send troops. After ordering the spread of rumors, Marin sent a secret envoy to England to inform Edward and ask him to cooperate, so as not to miss the opportunity due to ignorance. Chapter 955, Spread. Soon, Kohler secretly ordered the spies of the French branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce to go to Calais to spread the first round of rumors. The reason for choosing Calais was that after it was recovered by Louis XII, it soon became one of the most important ports in northern France. In fact, Calais was also an important port when it was in the hands of the British. After the French took it back, they simply renovated and expanded the port facilities originally built by the British. Because of its geographical location facing the North Sea, it has also become the main home port for French ships to depart for Edinburgh, Scotland. French ships set out from Calais and enter the North Sea. Then, stay away from the coast of England to avoid being caught by English pirate ships. After that, French ships will make a circle on the North Sea and arrive at the dock north of Edinburgh. However, this is only suitable for sporadic ships. If the French dare to send a large-scale fleet to the North Sea, they will definitely be intercepted by England. After all, Dover, England, is not far away from Calais, and the British are also monitoring the movements of the French all day long. But in any case, the current Calais is the main transit point for France to communicate with Scotland. In the absence of long-distance communication, the communication between France and Scotland was completed through letters transported by ships entering and leaving the port of Calais. Therefore, it is most reasonable for the news about Scotland to spread from the port of Calais. If it spreads from England, it will definitely be regarded as the English slandering and defaming Scotland. In order to make the rumors reasonable, the French branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce specially sent a small boat to Edinburgh, Scotland. Then, it brought back the water of life, the ancient name of whiskey, a specialty of Scotland. In a tavern on the dock of the port of Calais, a bearded sailor, while drinking, loudly boasted to the drinkers around him about his experience in Scotland. The bearded man is a spy of the French branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, and he himself is not actually a bearded man. However, in order to avoid being traced by the French afterwards, he used makeup, one of the four major evil arts in Asia, in later generations. Of course, this makeup is very low level. Because he was passed down from Marin. In his previous life, Marin went to Hengdian to be a corpse for a few days with a friend who dreamed of becoming a star, and he also watched the crew put on makeup. Therefore, he learned a little bit of half-baked makeup skills. For example, he made up young people into ancient old men. However, Marin did not understand the ingredients of those special cosmetics used in later generations. Therefore, the effect was not good when he put on makeup. For example, he used some special foundation powder indiscriminately. Like this time, the sailor who was disguised as a big beard was actually a young man with a white face and no beard. But in order to keep it secret, he made up into a middle-aged sloppy sailor with a gray face and a big beard. But because of the poor makeup skills, the foundation powder on his face was not evenly applied. Looking closely, it looked more like dirt. But fortunately, because of the ignorant propaganda in the Middle Ages, most people in this era did not like to take a bath. Therefore, makeup that looks like dirt when you look closely will not arouse suspicion. The bearded sailor boasted to the people around him about the stories that Marin told him to discredit John Stuart and Queen Margaret. Everyone knows that John Stuart, Duke of Albany in Scotland, fled to France with his family just a few months after he was born. Therefore, this John Stuart actually grew up in France. He received an authentic French education since he was a child and speaks fluent French. Of course, he also knows Latin, which is commonly used by the nobles. Last year, King James IV of Scotland was captured by the evil English and had no heirs. In order to prevent the English from killing James IV, His Majesty Louis sent John Stuart, who had royal blood, back to Edinburgh, Scotland. Now, he has become King John I of Scotland. At this time, a drinker suddenly interrupted, "I know. I heard that James IV was killed by the English, and then John Stuart inherited the throne. Before the North Sea Chamber of Commerce's ship returned from Scotland, the Scottish officials had sent a ship to land in Calais to inform the French officials of the news that John Stuart succeeded to the throne, and explained that it was the English who murdered James IV. This news has spread in Calais. However, the bearded man said disdainfully, "That's not the case at all. I just came back from Edinburgh, Scotland, and accidentally met a drunk Scottish Guard soldier in the tavern. After he was drunk, I found out the truth from him." The truth? What truth? Hearing that there was an inside story, the curiosity of the drinkers was aroused, and they urged the bearded man to tell them the truth. This kind of gossip about foreign royal families is still very attractive. After all, there are too few entertainment programs in this era. The bearded man first glanced around, then said in a very mysterious tone, "You should know that after John I ascended the throne, he married the former Queen of Scotland, Margaret." The drinkers nodded one after another. After all, this was no secret in Calais. "Hee, but you certainly don't know that His Majesty John Stuart had an affair with Queen Margaret as early as last year." What? Everyone was shocked. If the two had an affair before James IV died, wouldn't that be adultery? Then, the gossip fire of the crowd was completely ignited. "Tell me quickly, what's going on?" The bearded sailor drank the beer in the glass slowly, and then showed the empty glass. Everyone immediately understood, and then a local tyrant said, "Bartender, fill it up. Put it on my account." Seeing that the glass was filled again, the bearded continued with a smile, "I heard this from the drunk Scottish Guard. No one else knows. You should know that James IV was captured by the damn English the year before last. Then, the Queen stayed in Edinburgh alone." Many drinkers in the pub immediately, understood, a resentful woman in the boudoir, naturally she would be a little bit extravagant. And last year, His Majesty Louis sent Duke John Stuart back to his country. As you all know, Duke John has received French aristocratic education since he was a child, with elegant manners and extraordinary style. The drinkers in the pub nodded in agreement. In their opinion, French things are just high-end. John Stuart grew up and received education in France, which was equivalent to adding a halo of charm to him. When Duke John first met Queen Margaret, who came from a small place in England, she was fascinated by Duke John's extraordinary charm. Everyone smiled as if it was just what they expected. Then, the bearded man told a story about an incestuous love affair that needed to be blurred. Well, Launio didn't dare to write it. But the drinkers in the pub were so excited when they heard it. This kind of restricted joke is especially popular in places like pubs. Even some old-fashioned perverts started to salute their dicks when they heard it. When they heard that James IV was going to return to his country, the couple panicked. If James IV knew about their affair, they would definitely not have a good ending. They might even be executed. So, the two of them decided to kill James IV first. At this time, a drinker questioned, "No, wasn't it the English who did it?" Moreover, they also found several pieces of English standard plate armor. Big Beard took a sip of wine and sneered, "Can they tell you the truth about this kind of thing? Besides, the place where James IV was ambushed is only half a day's walk from Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, and it is far away from the border of England. You probably don't know the local terrain. I heard that there are high mountains and steep cliffs all the way to the south of the incident, and there is only one main road. It is basically difficult for English knights to ambush there in advance. Therefore, it is more likely that the Scots did it themselves." Everyone nodded, but the drinker just now insisted, "How do you explain those pieces of English standard plate armor?" Big Beard said calmly, "You should know that James IV once led a large army to loot several counties in northern England." Seeing everyone nod, Big Beard continued, "In fact, the pieces of English standard plate armor used as evidence were actually seized by James IV from the warehouses of several counties in northern England. I didn't expect that they would be used as evidence this time. So that's it." Everyone suddenly realized. Because what the Big Beard said was too reasonable. Moreover, the plot of John Stuart conquering the Queen of Scotland with French charm was really in line with the national self-esteem of the French. In this way, this story full of novel-like plots quickly spread in Calais. Then, seeing that the time was almost right, the French branch of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce began to send other spies to other cities in France to spread the story. Of course, the banner they raised was, "Heard in Calais," said to be from a drunk Scottish guard. Chapter 956 Maple Syrup. The story of cousin hooking up with cousin's wife and killing cousin was widely spread in France under the efforts of the spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, and gradually began to spread to other countries. However, with the communication level of this era, it is a bit difficult to spread throughout Europe in a short time. But with the help of Marin's spies, the spread speed is not slow. Moreover, Marin does not need this rumor to spread everywhere in Europe, but only needs to spread to the capitals of various countries so that the monarchs and senior nobles of various countries can know it. In the final analysis, this is just to build momentum for Edward to send troops to Scotland. If it can spread to the capitals of various countries, the goal will be achieved. As for Marin himself, he began to train 15,000 infantry soldiers from southern mountain people selected by Schwartz. After all, they come from different troops and need to run in with each other. In addition, in order to enable them to adapt to mountain marches, Marin has begun to train them in armed cross-country. Now, the spring plowing in the North Sea has been roughly over, and these selected warriors have begun to gather near Auric and started training. Although there are plains and few mountains near Auric. However, Marin still found a hilly area in the east near the province of Oldenburg, where he trained the soldiers to cross the mountains and cross the mountains. In fact, these mountain people have the foundation of crossing mountains and ridges. After all, they grew up in the mountains. However, they are still not familiar with such large-scale team crossing of mountains and ridges. And what Marin trained them was the habit of helping and supporting each other in crossing mountains and ridges. After all, crossing mountains and ridges is very dangerous. If you don't help each other, accidental casualties will inevitably occur. But if you have done special targeted training, you can still greatly reduce the probability of casualties. Even Marin himself participated in the simulated training of crossing mountains and ridges. Because he decided to command this raid himself. As for why he chose to go out in person, Marin considered it over and over again. If it is an ordinary battle, Watts is enough to command on his behalf. However, this military operation is too risky. Because Marin used the sneak attack tactic. The key point of this tactic is to be fast, and to sneak attack the opponent from behind without knowing it. Because it needs to be fast and needs to cross mountains and ridges, the army will definitely not carry too many supplies. As for rations, even if they carry easy-to-carry compressed biscuits, everyone can only carry rations for more than 10 days. If there are more, it is not suitable to carry them over mountains and ridges. And this is also the problem. If the sneak attack is successful, the army can enter the city of Siena to get new supplies. If the sneak attack fails, with the amount of dry food they carry, once they fall into a protracted war, the food is eaten up, and the army will be in chaos without the Siena army attacking them. Therefore, this sneak attack cannot be missed. Otherwise, Marin will lose more than 10,000 elites, which he cannot accept. Therefore, Marin decided to go out in person this time and lead the team to sneak attack Siena city. The reason for this is that Marin has a lot of ghost ideas and is best at sneak attacks. If it were Schwartz, the command of the frontal battle would be okay, but there would definitely be no more ideas than Marin for sneak attacks. After all, Marin should not have too many examples and ideas in his mind. In terms of clever ideas, 10 Schwartzes, who were deeply influenced by the traditional ideas of knights, could not have as many clever ideas as Marin. The problem now was that Marin was waiting for maple syrup from America and rhino skin from West Africa. Needless to say, maple syrup was used to make compressed biscuits. Compressed biscuits with maple syrup not only tasted good, but also supplemented a variety of nutrients, making them very suitable for soldiers. Rhino leather armor was much lighter than plate armor and had good protection. It was said that the Siena army had very few muskets, and as long as they could defend against the attacks of their few artillery pieces, rhino leather armor was enough to deal with most of the Siena army's attack methods. What's more, wearing heavy plate armor, there is no need to climb mountains. I can't climb. Just when Marin was sweating with the soldiers in the border hilly area, Emden Port welcomed the transport ship returning from Cape Breton Island. Garland sent the first batch of 4,000 barrels of maple syrup. When Marin learned the news, he was overjoyed and quickly withdrew from the barracks and rushed back to Auric to listen to the report. According to the report of Garland's messenger, Marin learned that the collection of maple syrup in Canada this spring was going smoothly. After Marin provided a large number of iron cones, pipes for drilling tree holes, wooden barrels for loading maple syrup, and a group of people to teach the indigenous people, Garland hurriedly mobilized a group of translators who knew the local indigenous language as guides for this group of people, and took them to the North American continent to teach those indigenous people how to collect maple syrup. Since March, maple syrup has been collected in Canada. Under the guidance of the translators, the personnel provided by Marin first familiarized themselves with the specific process of collecting maple syrup, as well as the temperature conditions required for collecting maple sugar, and then were assigned to various tribes on the North American continent to teach the local indigenous people how to use iron cones to drill tree holes in sugar maple trees, and how to use pipes and wooden barrels to collect maple syrup. In addition, the right temperature is also a very important condition. Of course, Marin also kept a trick. For example, the method of boiling maple syrup into maple syrup was not taught to the indigenous people. Although the technology of boiling maple syrup is not difficult, just boil the maple syrup in a pot over low heat. However, the local indigenous people's technological level is not much better than that of primitive people, and they may not really know how to boil and concentrate maple syrup into maple syrup. Maple syrup and maple syrup are two different things. The concentration of maple syrup is about 40 times that of maple syrup, and maple syrup is actually not much different in sweetness from later sweet drinks, and the taste is not as good as drinks. As expected by Marin, after the first batch of maple syrup was collected, the greedy local natives drank a lot of maple syrup themselves, and it is estimated that 1/3 of the maple syrup was consumed. This made Garland very angry, but he had no good way. After all, he and the natives were just in a cooperative relationship. He couldn't stop the other party from drinking 1/3 of the maple syrup. Fortunately, he used some commodities to lure the local natives, so that the natives forcibly controlled their impulse to drink maple syrup. After all, compared with the sweet maple syrup, the European bows and arrows and other tools provided by Garland, as well as the shiny glass balls, are more popular with the natives. Of course, this is on the premise that the natives have not drunk the purified maple syrup. If the natives have tasted the sweeter maple syrup, they will probably be unable to stop. Fortunately, they don't know how to purify maple syrup, and there is no pot for purifying maple syrup. Otherwise, they will intercept more maple syrup. Therefore, although many indigenous tribes were mobilized to help collect maple syrup, the amount of maple syrup made from maple syrup that Garland received in March was only 4,000 barrels. Of course, this was also because the indigenous people were not very skilled in collecting maple syrup at the beginning. In April, as the indigenous people were able to collect maple syrup more skillfully, the output would definitely be higher. According to Garland's estimate, the total output of maple syrup this year should be able to exceed the original plan of 10,000 barrels. Marin was also very happy about the arrival of this batch of maple syrup, because he could order the production of maple syrup compressed biscuits in large quantities. In addition, the royal salute also requires a lot of maple syrup blending. Chapter 957, The Bears Are Stealing Candy. Kill them. After reporting the situation, Garland's envoy hesitated for a moment and continued, Grand Duke, we encountered a very difficult problem when collecting maple syrup on the land this time. Oh, what's the problem? There are bears stealing sugar. What? Bears, stealing sugar? Marin was also stunned. Yes, there are big gray bears stealing oak barrels for collecting maple syrup. Or, they simply robbed them. Those greedy bears seem to like the sweetness of maple syrup very much, and they directly took away the entire barrel of maple syrup. Take away the entire barrel. Very good and powerful. Marin also remembered at this time it seems that bears do like sweetness. In order to steal honey, they directly climbed the tree to dig out the beehive, and they were not afraid of being stung by bees. Of course, the bear skin is very thick, and if it were a human being who was stung, he would have died long ago. Although the sweetness of maple syrup is far less than that of honey, it also has a sweet fragrance. This season should be the season when the bears have just finished hibernation. The bears have very sensitive noses. When they suddenly smelled the scent of maple syrup, it would be strange if they didn't become greedy. At this time, the messenger continued, yes, when those bears saw the oak barrels hanging on the trees for collecting maple syrup, they simply hugged the whole barrel and drank it crazily. If they couldn't finish it, they would take the whole barrel away. Moreover, there were greedy black bears that put their mouths into the tree holes and sucked hard. Some local natives tried to stop them, which seemed to have angered the black bears. 2 natives were flattened on the spot. But most of them were only injured, not killed. This was because those bears usually held the wooden barrels of maple syrup and refused to let go, and they couldn't free their hands to kill the natives. Most of the injured were kicked by the bears' hind legs. Can't those Indian natives shoot bears? Marin was speechless. It's difficult. The bows and arrows used by the natives are weak. And most of the arrows are made of stone, which makes it difficult to penetrate the thick skin of the bear. Even if they penetrate the bear's skin, they mostly stay in the bear's cortex and it is difficult to hurt the vital parts. Moreover, the injured bears are very scary when they go crazy. Therefore, the natives generally dare not provoke bears. Marin thought about it, and it was true. The Indians who are currently in the Stone Age do lack effective weapons to shoot black bears. Unlike Cape Breton Island, because of the use of powerful large projectile muskets such as the musket, all the grizzly bears that can be found on the island were shot. The North American continent has always been the world of North American grizzlies, and the local natives lack powerful weapons to shoot grizzlies. Therefore, they can only watch the bears take away the sweet maple syrup in buckets and dare not stop them. This won't work. I can't let these bears affect my maple syrup business. We have to support the natives in hunting bears. Marin thought about it and said in a serious tone. Do you mean to provide those natives with muskets? The messenger asked. Marin shook his head. It was not so easy to provide muskets. Marin did not want the local natives to master this thing, even if it was a matchlock gun. After all, when the population was sufficient in the future, Marin would let the colonists land and seize the land. If the natives had guns. Although Marin could limit the combat effectiveness of the natives by controlling the supply of gunpowder. However, things are not set in stone. When Britain and France were competing in North America, they had provided muskets and gunpowder to each other's hostile natives. If the French also set foot in North America one day and secretly provided ammunition to the natives. So, it is the safest way not to give the natives muskets. At most, provide them with some sophisticated European bows and arrows. Anyway, the Indian natives are also good at archery. Then provide them with heavy arrows for shooting bears. Marin said after thinking about it. Heavy arrows? The messenger was a little confused. But he soon thought that if he didn't kill the bear with one shot, the bear's counterattack before death would be very scary. The so-called heavy arrow is actually a triangular arrowhead similar to the chain crossbow, with a blood groove engraved on the arrowhead. The triangular arrowhead is heavier, but because of its large kinetic energy, its armor-piercing ability is better than ordinary arrows. Generally speaking, the ancients used heavy arrows to shoot wild beasts. And light arrows were used to shoot birds. Heavy arrows have great kinetic energy, but because of their heavy weight and great gravity, they are easy to fall, affecting the range. However, heavy arrows can often break the thick skin defense of wild beasts because of their sufficient kinetic energy. As for light arrows, because they are light, their range is often far, but their power is insufficient, and they are only suitable for shooting small animals such as birds. Originally, the most suitable for shooting heavy arrows is actually the heavy crossbow. However, Marin could not guarantee that the heavy arrows could kill the grizzly bear with one shot. You know, those wild beasts can burst out huge energy when they are seriously injured. Their dying blow is much more terrible than that of humans. If a heavy crossbow is used, once the shooting fails, the user's life is in danger. After all, the grizzly bear runs much faster than a human. The heavy crossbow user who fails to shoot will definitely not escape the bear's claws. Therefore, Marin designed a plan for the natives to shoot the grizzly bear. This plan is to provide the Indian natives with a strong bow with a large pulling force to shoot three-edged heavy arrows. The Indian natives are good at archery, and it is not difficult to find someone with good archery skills and strong strength among them. Then, let this warrior, carrying a strong bow and heavy arrows, climb up a big tree and ambush the grizzly bear. At the same time, they will carry a short spear with a steel spearhead, more than 1 meter long, on their backs. The grizzly bear will definitely be furious after being shot by a heavy arrow. It would be best if it was shot in the vitals at once. If it was not shot, the grizzly bear would definitely run under the big tree and intend to attack the shooter. In this way, the grizzly bear has two choices, either break the big tree or climb the tree to chase the shooter. Therefore, the tree that the shooter climbs must be thick enough. Otherwise, the grizzly bear might interrupt or do a Logistical uprooting a weeping willow. You know, the grizzly bear is as strong as Logistical. If the tree is thick enough and the grizzly bear doesn't move, then it will have to climb the tree to chase and kill in revenge. However, the hunter is carrying a short spear with an iron head. When the grizzly bear climbs to a close position, the shooter can use a short spear of more than 1 meter long to stab the grizzly bear's head fiercely. At this time, the grizzly bear's limbs are climbing the tree, and there is no way to block it. It either retreats or gets stabbed in the head. Moreover, before the grizzly bear climbs the tree, the shooter can shoot multiple three-edged heavy arrows. If you are lucky, the grizzly bear will be shot to death long ago. In addition, you can also do a multi-person linkage method. That is, there are other shooters ambushing on the nearby big trees. Everyone shoots three-edged heavy arrows at the grizzly bear together, which is more effective. Not only that, the shooters can also dig deep pits under the trees. After being shot and enraged, the grizzly bear will obviously not check the trap carefully. Once they are eager to retaliate, they will easily fall into the deep pit when they rush over. At that time, the grizzly bear that fell into the pit would be like fish on the chopping board, and you could do whatever you wanted to it. You could shoot it with arrows, stab it with a spear, throw a big stone to it, or throw a burning firewood to it. In fact, wooden stakes can be set up at the bottom of this trap in advance. If the grizzly bear falls in, it will be directly pierced by the wooden stakes. But Marin is worried that when he sends troops to invade in the future, the natives will use this method to target him. Therefore, he is only willing to teach the natives to use ordinary deep pit traps. In fact, there is no need to teach this, the natives themselves will already dig ordinary pit traps. It's no wonder that Marin deliberately wants to kill those grizzly bears, because grizzly bears are too harmful to the collection of maple syrup. The season for collecting maple syrup is when the grizzly bears wake up from hibernation. At this time, the grizzly bears are the hungriest. When they see the sweet maple syrup they like to eat, they will definitely grab it, and they will be very fierce. The only way to prevent the grizzly bears from affecting the collection of maple syrup is to kill them. Grizzlies are extremely harmful to humans. Even in the later generations when animal protection is rampant, in order to prevent grizzlies from hurting people, Canadian officials often encourage hunters to use high-powered hunting rifles to regularly clean up the rampant grizzlies and prevent humans from being harmed by them. Of course, Canadians in later generations are more hypocritical. They require that high-powered hunting rifles that can quickly kill people must be used to prevent grizzlies from being painfully injured but not dead. That was in the later generations when the level of development was already very high, and there were actually not many grizzlies. But now, because the Indian natives lack weapons that can hunt grizzlies, they generally dare not provoke grizzlies. Therefore, in this era, grizzlies are more rampant in Canada, with almost no natural enemies, except grizzly cubs, and a wider distribution range. If you don't kill grizzlies, don't even think about developing North America well. Therefore, Marin will have people make a batch of strong bows and three-edged heavy arrows with blood grooves, which are specially provided to the natives in Canada, and teach them the set of methods designed by Marin to hunt grizzlies. In this way, in the future maple syrup collection, there will be as little grizzly bear snatching and interference as possible. Chapter 958 Sisal Fiber. The plan provided by Marin to hunt grizzly bears was still too late. When the maple syrup was sent back in March, it was already the end of April. Not to mention that it takes time to prepare strong bows and three-edged heavy arrows. Even if Marin immediately sent a ship back to North America to deliver weapons, it would be early June. The time for collecting maple syrup is only in March and April. In fact, the maple syrup collection in Canada in April did encounter a large number of bear attacks. Garland's men have counted that more than 500 oak barrels for collecting maple syrup were taken away by bears. Fortunately, the natives were not stupid and did not dare to provoke grizzly bears, otherwise they would definitely be beaten to death by bears. But even so, Garland still achieved the goal of producing 10,000 barrels of maple syrup. After all, sugar maple trees are everywhere in Canada. Unlike the large-scale deforestation in later generations, Canada in this era was full of trees, and there were many sugar maple trees. Garland only contacted the local indigenous people along the coast and the indigenous people along the St. Lawrence River. In March and April, he collected more than 400,000 barrels of maple syrup and processed more than 10,000 barrels of maple syrup. In fact, if the local indigenous people were not very skilled in collecting in the early days and the grizzly bears were not seriously disturbed, the output of maple syrup this year would definitely exceed 12,000 barrels. Moreover, this year Garland's troops did not go deep into the hinterland of the St. Lawrence River, but only arrived a little southwest of Quebec City in the future, and had not yet reached Trois-Rivières in the future, let alone Montreal in the future. In other words, Garland's fleet only went about 800 to 900 kilometers deep into the St. Lawrence River, and the total length of the St. Lawrence River is more than 3,000 kilometers including the upper reaches, and Garland only explored part of it. But Garland had no choice, because there were many restrictions on ships sailing in inland rivers. The biggest restriction was insufficient wind power. Because the dense primeval forests in North America blocked the wind on the continent, making it difficult for sailboats to sail on inland rivers. Sometimes, when the wind stops, the sailboat has to stop there and wait, which is very troublesome. Therefore, Garland plans to apply to Marin for a batch of Italian-style paddle boats, which are specially used for inland navigation in the St. Lawrence River, so that they can go deeper and obtain more sources of maple syrup. Previously, Garland directly let the ships dock at the temporary dock of the cooperative tribe near the river, waiting for the natives to exchange oak barrels filled with maple syrup. The more inland ships there are, the more convenient it is to purchase maple syrup. However, expanding the production of maple syrup is only Garland's plan. But for Marin, he is not enthusiastic. Why? Because maple syrup is not visible now. If other European countries knew that Canada's huge forests could collect a large amount of syrup every year, it is estimated that several countries would definitely jump out to compete for it. Especially France and Spain, they are the most powerful. Marin may not be afraid of France alone. After all, the French Navy is too rubbish. However, if they see such huge benefits, maybe France and Spain will join forces. By then, Marin will not be able to bear it. Therefore, no matter how much maple syrup there is, Marin can't use much, and he dare not make it public. For now, maple syrup is used to mix rye ergoto at most, and to make maple syrup compressed biscuits for the army and sailors. Therefore, its demand is not large, and 10,000 barrels a year is about the same. More, it seems that it will not be used. In addition, Cuba and Grenada under Marin's rule now also produce sugarcane. As far as the source of desserts is concerned, maple syrup is not the only one, and there is no need to produce too much. But Marin certainly supports the exploration of the St. Lawrence River. Because, going deep into the St. Lawrence River, not only can you buy maple syrup, but also buy rare animal fur. In addition, Marin must be prepared to control the St. Lawrence River basin. Because, if you don't control it, someone else will try to control it. Originally in history, the English didn't look down on the Canadian area where land could not be grown, and didn't infiltrate the Canadian coast much, but specialized in operating and developing the east coast of the United States suitable for agriculture. The French were weak in naval power and could not compete with Britain for the east coast of the United States, so they simply concentrated on the Canadian coast, especially the St. Lawrence River basin. They even built the city of Quebec, forming an actual occupation of the eastern coast of Canada. It was not until the 7 Years' War that Quebec was taken by the British by force. But this also reminded Marin that if you don't occupy some places, others will occupy them. So, it's better to occupy a pit yourself first to avoid letting others take advantage of the opportunity. In fact, originally in history, the entire America was awarded to Spain by the Holy See. Unfortunately, the Spaniards only paid attention to the development of the Caribbean and South America, and ignored the development of North America. Then, the British took advantage of the opportunity. Then, France, the mortal enemy of the British, also entered the coastal areas of Canada. So, Marin, who learned his lesson, decided that no matter what, he must pay attention to the occupation and protection of the east coast of North America. As for South America, the area near the mouth of the La Plata River in Argentina must also be occupied. In the Caribbean, Marin didn't pay much attention. If there is really no way, other countries can be allowed to occupy one or two islands. Anyway, the most valuable island of Cuba in the Caribbean has been controlled by Marin. In early May, the Havana colony in Cuba sent another ship back. The arrival of this ship made Marin overjoyed. Marin was overjoyed because the ship was loaded with a batch of sisal leaves, totaling several tons. In the middle of last year, Terra had sent a ship back to tell Marin that he had found sisal seeds. Then, Marin immediately happily asked Terra to cut down trees and plant sisal in the hilly areas near Havana. To this end, Terra used the purchased sisal seeds to plant 500 acres of sisal in the hilly areas near Havana. However, the maturity period of sisal is more than 2 years. In September last year, Terra ordered people to plant sisal, but it would take another year and a half to harvest. However, Marin gave Terra instructions at the beginning. Not only can he purchase sisal seeds from Mexicans, but he can also directly purchase finished sisal fibers. Even if the Mexican natives don't know how to collect sisal fibers in this way, it will always be okay for them to collect sisal leaves directly, right? So, Terra sent people to the Aztec Empire in Mexico again to discuss the issue of purchasing sisal fiber with the local indigenous people. But the Aztecs were not very willing to collect sisal fiber. Why? Because the Aztec stone knives could not cut the sisal leaves. Even if they could cut them, the blade of the stone knife would be greatly damaged. In desperation, Terra asked them to break off the sisal leaves from the bottom of the sisal. After all, the bottom of the sisal leaf is not sisal fiber, but the petiole, which is easy to break off. In order to lure the Aztecs to help him break the sisal leaves, Terra directly took out the killer weapon, sucrose. Although it was the lowest grade of brown sugar, the Aztecs had never eaten something with such a high sweetness. Then, the Aztecs were conquered by the taste of sugar. So, the shrewd Aztec merchants sent their men to the remote arid areas in the northwest to break off sisal leaves and bring them to the coastal markets to exchange for sugar with Terra's men. Then, Terra collected several tons of sisal leaves and sent them back to his homeland. After Marin got this batch of sisal leaves, he immediately found craftsmen who were good at making flax ropes and asked them to split the sisal leaves, split them into fibers, and then process them into ropes. After all, sisal ropes are the best sailing cables and are also good materials for making sails and tendons. However, after seeing this batch of sisal leaves, the rope makers smacked their lips repeatedly. Why? Because the best time to process this batch of sisal leaves should be when they are just harvested. Fresh and tender sisal leaves are easier to split into silk, and then soaked in a special salt solution to improve their performance. But this batch of sisal was sent back directly in the form of leaves, and the best processing period has been missed. Fortunately, the sisal fiber itself is of good quality. Although the performance may decline, after processing, the rope makers unanimously agreed that the rope made of this sisal is much stronger than ordinary linen ropes. Then, the first batch of sisal ropes were applied to the labor-saving steering wheel system developed by Leonardo da Vinci. Because sisal is particularly wear-resistant, there is no need to worry about the rope breaking due to wear during future voyages. In addition, Marin also took out a batch of processed sisal fibers and asked women who are good at weaving to weave them into canvas to match the sails of the upper edge gaff sail. After all, the upper edge gaff sail canvas made of linen cannot be made too large. The main reason is that the strength is not enough. Sisal fiber is very strong, no less than the strong nylon of later generations. Therefore, it is very suitable for making large area sails. The sisal ropes and sisal fiber sails that are being woven will be used on the sailing ships that Marin will take to the Ming dynasty in the future. After all, the best things are definitely for Marin's own use. The strong and durable sisal ropes and sails can also ensure the safety of this voyage. After all, Marin is just a time traveler, not a god, and he doesn't have a second life to squander. Chapter 959, Crossing the Pacific. When Marin was thinking about going to the Ming Empire in the future, Amerigo, whom he was looking forward to, also led 4 ships, went around a big circle, passed the southern tip of South America, came to the Pacific Ocean, and went all the way north, and finally arrived at the under-construction Panama City. At this time, Panama City was just a castle with a simple port area, and the port area had only a few simple artificial docks. The river that was not too big or too small beside Panama City was also named the Panama River by the temporary governor of Panama City, Bald Aben. When Amerigo's 4 new 250 armed merchant ships arrived at the mouth of the Panama River, they were not in a hurry to enter the Panama River. This is because there were several Aben's ships parked at the mouth of the Panama River, and some of their 4 ships could not squeeze in. Bald Aben saw that this was not okay. If the long-term sailing ships do not enter the freshwater river for repairs and removal of sea maggots, they will be corroded and worn through the bottom. However, Amerigo did not wait for Aben to clear a berth for him, but directly anchored at the seaside and landed directly. "Teacher, why don't you stop the ship in the river? You can't remove sea maggots in saltwater areas. Please wait, I will order a berth for your fleet." Aben asked in confusion. In the captain's school, Columbus and Amerigo are the 2 most important professor-level teachers. And Aben is the first batch of students in the captain's school. When he saw Amerigo, he naturally called him teacher. But Amerigo smiled and refused. "No, Aben, these 4 ships are not afraid of sea maggots. Even, they don't need major repairs." "What?" Aben was shocked. As one of the first outstanding students of the East Frisian captain's school, Aben knew the difficulties of sailing. After every voyage, due to the corrosion of sea maggots on the bottom of the ship, the beating of waves along the way and some bumps, major repairs are almost necessary. The main content of the overhaul is to replace a few badly corroded or damaged wooden boards below the waterline of the bottom of the ship. This requires a professional drainable dock to facilitate repairs and maintenance by craftsmen. Therefore, Aben was surprised when Amerigo said that his ship did not need an overhaul. After all, Amerigo's fleet sailed around America. Aben obviously did not believe that the bottom of the ship did not need an overhaul. However, Amerigo is the vice president and professor of navigation of the captain's school after all. He said that there is no need for an overhaul, which is obviously not wrong. Could it be that, teacher, you have repaired it somewhere else? Aben could only guess this. After all, there seems to be a small base on Santa Maria Island off the coast of Chile. Could it be that a new repair dock has been built in that small base? Amerigo shook his head and said, "No, Aben, you misunderstood. The bottoms of the 4 ships of the teacher are all wrapped with special iron sheets, which are not afraid of maggots, nor are they afraid of minor collisions and damage. As long as they don't hit big reefs, they almost don't need major repairs." Iron sheets. Bald Aben was shocked, and then worried, "But, teacher, iron sheets can't last too long, right? It's easy to be corroded by sea water. Could it be tinplate?" Aben remembered that when he returned to China last time, he seemed to have heard that tinplate that was not afraid of rust had been produced in China. However, he seemed to have heard last time that if the outer skin of the tinplate was bumped, it would also be easy to rust. And the process of sailing, especially the process of exploring new routes, is bound to be bumped, and tinplate is not good. The sailing regulations of the North Sea Kingdom are very strict. The first voyage is usually led by experienced sailors such as Columbus and Amerigo. Then, they will record the coordinates along the way and mark which section of the sea will have reefs and need special attention. Moreover, at the bow of each ship, Marin specially built an observation room and arranged sailors to be on duty and observe continuously, using low-power telescopes to observe whether there are reefs emerging from the sea not far ahead to avoid running aground. Of course, this kind of observation is generally used for the first exploration of the route. With the success of the first exploration of the route, the leader's logbook will clearly tell the later people which section is dangerous. Therefore, under such strict navigation regulations, as long as the subsequent captain strictly sails according to the coordinates provided by the previous logbook, there will be almost no danger. Unless, unlucky enough, you encounter a hurricane or typhoon. Otherwise, it is difficult for navigation to go wrong. Amerigo also sailed all the way here according to the logbook provided by Aben before. Even the dangerous Strait of Magellan, they passed safely. At the beginning, when Aben's fleet passed the Strait of Magellan for the first time, it almost lost 2 ships. If it weren't for the help of the ships traveling with him, it might have been over. Amerigo naturally saw Aben's doubts, and told Aben happily that the Archduke had come up with a new kind of tinplate. Marin didn't tell them it was nickel tinplate. Anyway, they didn't know what nickel was, they just told them it was new tinplate, which was not afraid of corrosion from seawater. Moreover, after the bottom of the ship was wrapped with tinplate, ordinary collisions would not hurt the ship at all. Unless it hit a sharp reef straight on. However, for navigators of Columbus and Amerigo's level, that situation was very rare. Aben suddenly realized, and then warmly entertained Amerigo and his party. Today, although the cement road connecting Panama City to Colón Bay on the Caribbean Sea has not been repaired, the land road has been opened. As long as there is no heavy rain, Colón Port can already deliver some supplies to Panama City. In addition, Aben will also exchange some sweet potatoes, peanuts and peppers from some nearby natives for food. In addition, Aben sometimes sends boats out to sea to fish. For example, in addition to conventional foods such as bread and bacon, the guests of Amerigo and his party also had fresh fish, baked sweet potatoes, fried peanuts and other dishes, which made Amerigo and his party, who had been sailing on the sea for several months, eat very well. After the reception, Aben began to order Amerigo and his party to prepare fresh water for sailing. The preparation method is very simple, that is, using the method of simulating canned food steaming invented by Marin. Put a whole barrel of fresh water in a large pot filled with water, overflowing the barrel mouth is also okay, seal it and steam it until it boils. In this way, the fresh water in the wooden barrel becomes boiling water, which is absolutely sterile. Then, the sailors put on gloves and use tools to pick up the bucket while it is hot, quickly plug it with a wooden stopper and seal it with mud, and then take it out to dry. When the surface of the wooden barrel and the seal are dried, a barrel of sealed fresh water that can be stored for several months is ready. According to Marin's estimate, it will only take about 3 months for Amerigo's fleet to cross the Pacific Ocean this time because of the favorable wind and smooth water. Therefore, it is not difficult to prepare enough fresh water. Moreover, fresh water will never deteriorate within 3 months. In addition, it is to help prepare some food. For example, Aben gave Amerigo a lot of peanuts and sweet potatoes for them to eat during the voyage. After all, peanuts and sweet potatoes are also vegetables, they also contain vitamins, and they are more durable. Of course, Aben didn't understand these. He only knew that Marin once said that it was right to eat more vegetables during the voyage. Moreover, he guessed right that the vitamin C content of sweet potatoes is very high. As long as it is properly stored, fresh sweet potatoes can be stored for 3 or 4 months, which can completely survive this voyage. After preparing enough fresh water and food, Amerigo and others were ready to go, boarded the ship again, left Panama City, headed west, and cut through the waves in the direction of Keelung, Taiwan Island, the Ming Empire, ready to cross the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 960 Hoffman Castle. At the mouth of the Rio de la Plata in South America, where Buenos Aires, the capital of Argentina in later generations, is located, a huge wall has been erected at the eastern end of the Pampas. This is where the team that conquered the Pampas settled. This colonial team that colonized the Pampas was very large, with 500 Cossack warriors alone. Including the Cossacks' families, there were more than 2,000 people. This is not counted, because there were also 500 infantrymen, their families, and a group of pure farmers. In total, the total number of immigrants reached 5,000, which was a large-scale immigration under Marin. The reason for such a large scale is that Marin knew that there were not many difficult-to-handle big trees on the Pampas, mainly because it was difficult to dig tree roots, which was very suitable for reclamation. In addition to these 5,000 immigrants, the fleet also transported a large number of livestock. For example, the Cossacks' 500 war horses and 3,000 lactating mares bought from Gama Khan as rations. These mares are estimated to have a long period of milk production, at least until the early part of this year. Moreover, the food brought by the fleet can last for a long time. In addition to 3,500 horses, Marin also brought 1,000 cows and 2,000 sheep. The 1,000 cows are obviously used for reclaiming and cultivating land, while the sheep are naturally used for grazing. In order to transport these 3,500 horses, 1,000 cows and 2,000 sheep, Marin specially sent people to Spain and Portugal to buy a lot of caravels and then converted them into special transport ships suitable for carrying cattle, horses and other livestock, and came to the Pampas with the fleet. However, when the colonists first landed, they attracted serious hostility from the local natives. Because the colonists were too large. No matter how stupid the local natives were, they could see that these colonists were here to grab land. So, the local Indians launched an attack without hesitation. It's a pity that there were too few local natives, and the tribe that attacked the colonists had only more than 300 warriors. The colonists sent infantry to fight, because the Cossacks were not used to riding ships, and they were still a little weak after landing. What's more, their war horses were also in a bad state, and they could not recover without a few days of repair. Therefore, only infantry could go to war. 500 infantry went to war, and 100 musketeers became the main attackers. The local natives had never seen the world, and they were quickly defeated in the shooting with the musketeers. Of course, it was not that they really couldn't beat the musketeers, but these natives were frightened by the loud noise of the musketeers' muskets. The musketeers were loud and smoked after shooting. The lead bullets hit the natives, and the effect was terrible. Under the combined effect of these three factors, more than 300 native warriors were frightened and turned around and ran away. After the war, after counting, only 2 musketeers were hit by the natives' arrows. But because the power of the native stone arrows was too small, they were not fatal at all. In addition, the colonial team brought enough medical alcohol, so the 2 wounded were not in serious condition. However, at night, the natives came again. After the defeat in the daytime, the chief of the natives went back to gather the troops and held a meeting to discuss. As a result, they came to a conclusion that the kind of thing that would spit fire and smoke might only work during the day. So the natives decided to attack at night. That night, the temporary camp of the colonial team was attacked by the natives, causing chaos in the camp. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the musketeers stood up again and repelled them with volleys, or scared away the natives. This night attack caused more than 10 casualties to the colonial team. But the embarrassing thing is that most of these more than 10 wounded, including 3 dead, were trampled to death or injured by their own people in the panic in the middle of the night. Early the next morning, John Mackensen, the military leader of the colonial team, ordered to build a wall first to protect the colony from the harassment of the Indian natives. However, the wall was not built in one day. So Mackensen ordered everyone to land during the day to build the wall and graze horses, cattle and sheep. However, at night, they returned to the ship to rest, including horses, cattle and sheep. Unless, when the wall was built. In this way, after arriving in Buenos Aires in mid-April, the colonial team lived a life of repairing the city wall during the day and returning to the ship at night. But because the Cossacks recovered and adjusted after a few days, John Mackensen ordered, "Cossacks, attack." 500 Cossacks mounted their war horses, wearing chain mail, and drew the high-carbon steel sabers at their waists, and began to attack the local indigenous tribes. Facing the Cossack cavalry that combined man and horse, the local indigenous people were obviously frightened. Like their fellow Incas, the local indigenous people who had never seen cavalry misunderstood these Cossack cavalry as monsters like centaurs that were combined man and horse. How could people defeat monsters? Then, the tribe that first attacked the colonists was easily massacred by the Cossacks. All the men in that tribe were killed, including the elderly. The women and children were abducted and taken back to the camp. Just as Marin had expected, the 400 genuine Cossacks had no feelings about this battle and killed people without mercy. The 100 German Cossacks led by Mackensen and his deputy Agamemnon vomited a lot because it was their first time on the battlefield. Then, they felt very uncomfortable with the behavior of the genuine Cossacks slaughtering the surrendered native men. After this battle, it took the 100 German Cossacks a week to recover and set out again to attack another tribe that was the second farthest from the colonial camp. After clearing out these 2 tribes, the safety of the colony was truly guaranteed. At this time, the big wall was also repaired, and people began to build houses inside the big wall. After that, it was the problem of naming this city. Marin had already had a plan for this. This city must not be called Buenos Aires, because this name is too long and very Spanish. In addition, Marin did not intend to use the names Argentina and La Plata. Because, these two words mean, silver, in Spanish. If these two names are still used, wouldn't it tell others that, there is silver here? This is contrary to Marin's guiding ideology of, making a fortune in silence. Therefore, the name of the city of Buenos Aires was changed by Marin to Hoffman Castle. Although such a name is not surprising, it is simple and clear, and it also promotes the reputation of the Marin family. As for the La Plata River, Marin also changed it to the second half of the La Plata Parana River, the Parana River. As for the Pampas, the name has not changed. By the beginning of May, the simple church within the large wall of Hoffman Castle was also repaired, and the fooling students sent by Bishop Taylor also began to promote the plan in the church. Seeing that the church was repaired, the house was not so urgent. After all, a tent can also be built. Anyway, the climate in the Pampas is not cold. Moreover, the important task of the colony, planting winter wheat, had not yet been done. So, the civil governor in charge of reclamation affairs, Claude, ordered to suspend the construction of Hoffman Fort and to first complete the planting of winter wheat. If the planting of winter wheat was delayed, he would definitely not be the governor for long. So, the immigrants walked out of the walls of Hoffman Fort and began to use oxen to plow and plant winter wheat on the fertile land on the south bank of the La Plata River, now called the Parana River. As for fertilizer, a batch of processed compound fertilizer was also transported on the ship. It is easy to reclaim land on the grassland, of course, the premise is that the grassland must have abundant water resources. If it is an arid area like the inland grasslands of Asia, there is no water for irrigation after reclaiming the land. The Pampas is different, especially the grassland part by the La Plata River, which is simply a good place for reclaiming land. Reclaiming land here does not require cutting down trees and digging tree roots, just lead the cows and carry the plow to the river to turn the soil, don't be too simple. Anyway, Claude estimated that the task of planting winter wheat will definitely be completed within May. Chapter 961, Is Spain going to increase its military? In Zaragoza, the capital of the Kingdom of Aragon, Spain, King Juan III of Castile, who had just finished his visit to the North Sea Kingdom and the Netherlands, was trying to persuade his father, King Ferdinand II of Aragon. Ferdinand II did not remain single after the death of Queen Isabella I, but found a new queen, Germaine of Foix, the following year. Queen Germaine was born in 1488, 10 years younger than Juan III, and is only 20 years old this year. Juan III felt very embarrassed about this stepmother who was 10 years younger than him. Damn, I'm already young enough. But this stepmother is even younger, and his father, Ferdinand II, is already 56 years old. So Juan III tried to avoid contact with a stepmother who was younger than him, so as to avoid embarrassment for both parties. Ferdinand II also knew this, so he never took Queen Germaine to Toledo, the capital of the Kingdom of Castile, but just left her in Zaragoza to avoid embarrassment for everyone. Moreover, Ferdinand II has recently been an old man talking about the youth's madness. He has been concentrating on staying in Zaragoza, and Queen Germania, who is younger than any of his children, busy making a little man, planning to give his son Juan III a younger brother or sister, especially a younger brother. The fact that Juan III almost died of illness 10 years ago left a huge psychological shadow on Ferdinand II. Ferdinand II only has one son, Juan III. If this only son dies, the Trastamara dynasty of Aragon will be extinct. Therefore, this incident reminded Ferdinand II that one son is too unsafe, and it is better to have more sons. Ferdinand II has no feelings for those daughters. He can even endure the death of Princess Catherine. But Ferdinand II still loves his only son Juan III very much. Originally, Ferdinand II was a person with a strong desire for power. However, since his son Juan III ascended the throne as King of Castile, although he still holds the title of regent, he gradually rarely goes to Toledo. Of course, Juan III's actions also made him very happy. Juan III still respected him as a father and asked him for advice on many things. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Ferdinand II gradually went to Torre-du-Les and was busy making a lover with the young Queen Germany. In fact, Juan III now has a son with Princess Margaret of Austria. Moreover, the son's name is very coincidental, also called Marin. However, just like Juan is the Spanish name for John, Charles of Charles V is called Carlos in Spanish, Juan III's son is called Marian in Spanish. This is a name Juan III gave his son in order to commemorate Marin's life-saving grace. Moreover, Juan III believes that Marin's luck is too good to be true. He actually went from a wandering knight to a grand duke. Therefore, giving his son this name may bring good luck. Back to the point, Juan III came to Zaragoza this time to follow Marin's advice and wanted to march into Morocco. In terms of national strength, the Kingdom of Castile is actually stronger than the Kingdom of Aragon. However, the Kingdom of Castile now lacks top generals. Although Gonzalo de Córdoba, the most famous general in Spain, was an officer of the Kingdom of Castile at the beginning, he has not been returned since he was seconded to the Italian battlefield by Ferdinand II in 1495. Now, Gonzalo de Córdoba is still the highest commander of the local garrison in the Kingdom of Naples under the control of the Kingdom of Aragon. Juan III knows very well that in order to destroy the Kingdom of Morocco, not only a strong army is needed, but also a reliable general who can command the army to victory. Obviously, the most famous general in Spain now is Gonzalo de Córdoba. Therefore, Juan III came to ask Ferdinand II for Gonzalo de Córdoba. In addition, he also hopes that the Kingdom of Aragon can send part of the army. After all, it is also difficult for the Kingdom of Castile to destroy Morocco alone. Unlike the Kingdom of Castile, the Kingdom of Aragon has been actively participating in the hegemony of Italy in recent years. Therefore, in the battle, a group of outstanding officers emerged in the Kingdom of Aragon. These officers played a huge role in the Aragonese army's victory over France, and they also had rich combat experience. Unlike the officers of the Kingdom of Castile, they have not experienced war since the destruction of the Kingdom of Granada in 1492. Marin once gave Juan III an idea, to ask Ferdinand II for Gonzalo de Córdoba and a group of Aragonese officers with rich combat experience for the national war with Morocco. After all, this time Juan III planned to send tens of thousands of troops to annex the Kingdom of Morocco in one fell swoop. What, you want Gonzalo? Ferdinand II frowned, and then continued, but Italy can't do without Gonzalo. You know, the French are still very powerful. If there is no famous general, I am afraid that the French will counterattack. In Ferdinand II's mind, the rich Kingdom of Naples is very important. He can also rest assured that Gonzalo is there. Juan III said confidently, please don't worry, my father. I think, now, the French have no time to care about Italy. What do you mean? Ferdinand II frowned. Juan III had discussed this with Marin, and his wife Margaret of Austria was also a shrewd woman and helped him analyze it. So, he said confidently, Father, you should know about the Battle of the English Channel 2 years ago, right? Ferdinand II nodded naturally. Of course, who doesn't know about this classic naval battle? Juan III nodded and continued, in that naval battle, the French lost too much material and even owed a lot of debts. Therefore, I think that France does not have enough financial resources to cause trouble in Italy in the past 2 years. In addition, the French have to support Switzerland in its fight against the Habsburg family. In addition, I recently heard that King James IV of Scotland was recently attacked and killed. I think the French must focus all their attention on Scotland. After all, Scotland is France's traditional ally, and the French will definitely not watch their traditional ally being easily annexed by their mortal enemy England. After thinking about it, Ferdinand II felt that Juan III's idea made sense. France is now in a lot of trouble, and it has to intervene in the affairs of Switzerland and Scotland. It is really unable to send troops to Italy. In this way, the Kingdom of Naples in Italy is not in great danger now. Moreover, the muskets currently being promoted in the Spanish army are absolutely no problem for defending the city. Finally, Ferdinand II relented, okay, I agree to let General Gonzalo go to help you attack Morocco. In addition, the Kingdom of Aragon can send 10,000 troops to assist in this attack on Morocco. Great, thank you, father. Juan III kissed Ferdinand II excitedly, and then quickly rushed back to Toledo to arrange everything. For example, recruit tens of thousands of troops. Chapter 962 The Profitable Fisherman. In fact, it is not so easy for Spain to burst the army. After all, the current population of Spain, the Kingdom of Castile and the Kingdom of Aragon is only about 8.5 million. Without the implementation of the national mobilization system, at most 30,000 to 50,000 troops can be gathered. Moreover, in order to control the Kingdom of Naples with a population of 2 million, Spain has dispatched 20,000 troops to garrison Naples. First, it is to prevent the French from counterattacking. Second, it is to suppress the uprising of the people of Naples. In this way, Spain can dispatch an army to attack Morocco, up to 30,000 people, including 10,000 people in Aragon. However, according to Marin, to attack Morocco, at least 50,000 troops are needed. After all, it was a war to destroy a country. You know, at the end of the Warring States period, the Qin dynasty destroyed the state of Chu, but Wang Jian led the entire Qin state's 600,000 troops. Morocco did not have as many soldiers and horses as the state of Chu, but it also had tens of thousands of scimitar cavalry, and its combat effectiveness was no worse than that of the state of Chu at the end of the Warring States period. Therefore, Spain must at least dispatch 50,000 troops. Moreover, in addition to the 50,000 troops, there will be about 40,000 to 50,000 civilians accompanying the army. In this way, Spain will need to dispatch 100,000 young and strong men to destroy Morocco. Young and strong men are actually easy to find, just go to the people to catch men. However, it is difficult to find men with experience in fighting. If it is an ordinary border conflict, it is okay to bring more recruits. But in an important battle like the War of Annihilation, new recruits must not be used. Otherwise, once the army is defeated because of the new recruits, it will not be the other side but oneself who will be destroyed. But the first problem is that there are only more than 50,000 men in the whole of Spain who have received military training or know how to fight. With 20,000 people stationed in Naples, the maximum number of troops that Juan III can mobilize is only more than 30,000. Moreover, these more than 30,000 people cannot be taken away. Because troops also need to be stationed on the border. Fortunately, because of the obstruction of the Pyrenees, it is much easier for the Kingdom of Aragon to defend against France. As for Portugal, it should not have the courage to provoke Spain. But after all the calculations, Juan III still lacked 20,000 main combat troops. How about we hire German mercenaries? At this time, Juan III's wife, Maximilian I's daughter, Queen Margaret of Austria, gave a very good suggestion. As a German, Margaret of Austria, Queen of Castile, naturally knew the combat effectiveness of German mercenaries. According to the current European mercenary combat power list, Marin's North Sea Army ranks first, Swiss mercenaries are close in combat power and ranked second, and ordinary German mercenaries are ranked third, next are French mercenaries, the worst are Italian mercenaries. However, French mercenaries are unlikely to fight for Spain, and Juan III and his wife look down on Italian mercenaries. So, the rest are Marin's North Sea mercenaries, Swiss mercenaries and ordinary German mercenaries. But Juan III, who had just finished his visit to the North Sea Kingdom, learned that Marin's 2 legions were hired by England. They didn't know that Marin had 50,000 troops, and thought that more than half of Marin's troops were hired by England. Therefore, it is estimated that it would be difficult for them to hire 20,000 troops from Marin. As for the Swiss mercenaries, nearly 18,000 of them have been kidnapped by Austria. The remaining Swiss mercenaries are fighting for sovereignty with the Habsburg family in Switzerland. Therefore, after all the calculations, only ordinary German mercenaries meet their requirements. For this reason, Juan III sent representatives to Germany, intending to hire 20,000 German mercenaries to fill the shortage of troops. According to the current commission of 3 pfennigs per person per day for German mercenaries, the daily commission of 20,000 German mercenaries is only 60,000 pfennigs, or 1,000 gold coins. Even if hired for a year, it is only 365,000 gold coins. Of course, taking into account the higher salary of officers and the problem of food consumption, the daily cost is estimated to be between 80,000 and 100,000 pfennigs. In a year, the cost is estimated to be about 500,000 gold coins. For ordinary countries, they certainly cannot afford such high military expenses. However, through the 2 monopoly trades of Indian spices, the Spanish royal family made huge profits of up to 2 to 3 million gold coins. Even though Spain spent a lot of money on the Kingdom of Naples and other places, there was still a fiscal surplus of 1 or 2 million gold coins. Therefore, Spain today has the financial resources to fight a war of annihilation. Moreover, the actual fighting time may not take a year. If it goes well, it may end in a few months. In short, the sooner the war ends, the less it will cost. This is why Juan III asked Ferdinand II for Gonzalo de Córdoba. Because the victory rate is higher when a famous general commands the battle, and the war ends sooner. But no matter what famous general is used, no matter how early the war ends, it will take half a year. This is still the best case. If the situation is bad, it will be far more than half a year. Therefore, the consumption of this war will be an astronomical figure, enough to consume the Spanish finances. In fact, Marin's suggestion that Spain annex Morocco is itself a conspiracy. Because the Spanish finances are now too strong. The fiscal revenue of 2 to 3 million gold coins is the best in Europe. And in this era of mercenaries, having money means having strong military strength. Therefore, Marin was a little scared of Spain's sudden wealth from the spice trade. Why? The Spaniards are so rich that it is easy to use the money to build ships and expand the navy. Once Spain regains interest in the Americas, Marin will probably regret it. Therefore, it is better to spend the money. In this way, Spain will have no money to expand the navy, and Marin can feel at ease. Moreover, even if Spain occupies Morocco, it will definitely be difficult to be at peace. Because most of the Arabs and Berbers in Morocco are nomads. What are the characteristics of nomads? Naturally, everyone is a soldier. As long as he is a middle-aged man, riding on horseback and wielding a scimitar, he is a light cavalry, which is very difficult to deal with. Moreover, the biggest characteristic of nomads is that you can't catch up with him. Even if Spain can conquer Morocco, it will definitely only be able to control several important cities in Morocco in the early stage. As for the vast countryside, it must be the world of Arab herders and Berber herders. At that time, the money used to suppress those herders who are good at mobility will be a bottomless pit, draining the Spanish finances. Of course, if the Spaniards hold on. In just a few decades, Morocco will be able to permanently become Spain's second homeland. After that, Spain's homeland will nearly double in size. However, the premise is that they have to drive out the Arabs. It doesn't matter what the local Berbers believe in. Anyway, they are a conquered nation. In the past, they also surrendered to the Byzantine Empire and were no strangers to Christianity. The Arabs are different. They are the most determined believers of Allah. Unless they are killed or driven away, it is difficult to force them to convert from Allah to Catholicism. Therefore, in the future, Spain, which is devoutly Catholic, and the residents of Morocco will definitely set off one bloody storm after another because of religious issues. After all, the Spanish Inquisition is not a decoration. Facing pagans, the Inquisition is a hell of cannibalism. Out of friendship, Marin has pointed out the direction for Juan III, drive away the Arabs, and then slowly guide the Berbers to convert. If Spain can patiently expel the die-hard Arabs first, and then slowly convert the Berbers, it will not be a big problem. However, the existence of a radical institution like the Inquisition will inevitably bring endless troubles to Spain. Anyway, Spain will definitely not have the energy to care about other things in the future. The civil unrest in Morocco alone is enough to drain Spain's finances and energy. Of course, those are all things for the future. For now, what is very important to Marin is that Spain will definitely need a lot of military rations for this large-scale military deployment. Unfortunately, although Spain is a large country, it is mostly mountainous and hilly, and agriculture is underdeveloped. Therefore, Spain has always been short of food and the price of food is also very high. Barcelona, the largest seaport in the Kingdom of Aragon, is the place with the highest food prices in Europe. And Marin has always liked to sell food to Spain, a country with high food prices. Therefore, Marin's suggestion that Spain destroy Morocco is really a sinister intention. Because once Spain invades Morocco, it will not only fall into the quagmire of religious disputes in the future, but for now, the supply of military rations is first of all a huge trouble. 50,000 troops. Add 50,000 civilians, 100,000 young and strong people eat and chew horses every day, how much food will it consume? This does not include children and the elderly and weak who don't eat much, but 100,000 young and strong people who all have a large appetite. Even if we calculate according to the low standard of 1 pound of food per person per day, bread is mixed with a lot of other things, such as sawdust, soil, etc., 100,000 young and strong men will consume 100,000 pounds of food every day. But 100,000 young and strong men will definitely consume more than 100,000 pounds a day. Adding the consumption of horses, this army will consume at least 150,000 pounds a day. In this way, the monthly food consumption of the army is estimated to reach 4.5 million pounds, which is 27 million pounds in half a year. Of course, the Spaniards are not short of money now, but they are definitely short of food. And what about Marin? The least lacking thing is food. Therefore, once Spain began to conquer Morocco, Marin's opportunity to make a fortune came. According to normal prices, the price of Spanish food is about 2 pfennigs per pound of rye, and it is more expensive to sell it in bulk, and wheat goes directly to 10 pfennigs per pound. Therefore, for cost considerations, the Spanish army must choose rye as its military rations because it has the lowest cost. In this way, if 4.5 million pounds are consumed every month, the consumption of food and grass alone is estimated to reach 9 million pfennigs per month, which is 150,000 gold coins. But this war will last at least half a year, or even 1 or 2 years. Even if it only lasts for half a year, the consumption of food will reach 27 million pounds, with a total price of 900,000 gold coins. Marin is not black-hearted. As long as he gets half of the order, it will be worth 450,000 gold coins. Moreover, Marin decided to sell food at a low price. Your Spanish food price is 2 pfennigs per pound of rye, right? I only sell it for 1.8 pfennigs and give you a 10% discount. In this way, there is no need to ask who the Spanish military will purchase food from. Even if it is sold to the Spanish army at a price of 1.8 pfennigs per pound, Marin will make a lot of money. Because, in Germany, the retail price of rye is only 1 pfennig per pound. Selling it to the Spanish army at a price of 1.8 pfennigs per pound, Marin has doubled his money. After all, in Germany, the wholesale price of rye is only 0.7 to 0.8 pfennigs, less than half of 1.8 pfennigs. So, when the intelligence that Spain really began to gather the army was learned, the spies of the North Sea Kingdom in Spain immediately sent people back to the country through the post system and reported the news to Marin. A big order is coming. Marin laughed after receiving the intelligence. Then, he ordered to immediately send an envoy to Toledo, the capital of the Kingdom of Castile, to meet with Juan III to discuss the issue of military food supply. As long as this big order is negotiated, Marin will receive a large amount of income, and by the way, he will get rid of a batch of backlogs of food for the North Sea Kingdom's granaries full of food. Anyway, Marin expects the war of Spain's conquest of Morocco to last as long as possible. In this way, his food sales will be greater, and the more money he can make. In short, the Spanish invasion of Morocco will be of great benefit to Marin, both politically and economically. If Spain and Morocco are the snipe and the clam fighting each other, then Marin is the fisherman who benefits. Of course, in the long run, Spain, the snipe, will eventually eat the clam meat. However, in the long process of eating the clam meat, Marin, the fisherman, must first cut a large piece of meat from the snipe. Even if he cannot kill both the snipe and the clam, he can still eat enough. Chapter 963, Plan to attack Scotland. As time went on, the rumor that John Stuart and Queen Margaret conspired to murder James IV, fabricated by Marin, Jean Smay, also spread from France to all of Europe with the efforts of the spies of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this rumor, John Stuart and Queen Margaret were furious. They arrested several drunkards who spread rumors in a Scottish tavern and hanged them in public in an attempt to quell the spread of rumors. However, their approach could only quell the spread of rumors in Scotland, and they were powerless to spread rumors in other countries. Of course, as an ally, King Louis XII of France also ordered a ban on the spread of rumors in France. However, because it was not a matter for the French, France's efforts to ban rumors were not enough. After all, it was impossible for local French officials to persecute their own people for the sake of a foreign monarch. Therefore, in France, rumors only spread from the surface to privately, but they could not be banned. As for other countries that were not friendly to Scotland, let alone. In England, Edward had already received Marin's secret reminder, and at first he pretended to be unaware. Then, Scotland unilaterally accused England of murdering James IV, and rumors of a couple murdering James IV spread to England. At this time, Edward jumped out and strongly condemned the coup and regicide in Scotland. Edward publicly pointed out that His Majesty James IV was killed near Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, which is far away from England, and there are too many mountains in between, so the English can't cross the mountains at all. Even if they can cross the mountains, they can only send a small number of infantry, which is no match for the powerful Scottish knights. James IV was guarded by 50 highly skilled and fully armed Scottish knights all the way. If you want to kill them, you must have more highly skilled knights. The English knights can't cross the mountains to ambush James IV, and even if the infantry goes over, they can't beat the Scottish knights. So the Scots are lying, and the knights who killed James IV are simply the rebellious knights in Scotland. Because only knights can kill knights. Edward's point of view was affirmed by most people after it was announced. Indeed, the Gobridge Valley is too close to Edinburgh, and it is difficult for English knights to cross mountains and reach there. And only the infantry from the mountain people can cross mountains and ridges. But can the infantry beat the knights? In the eyes of people at that time, this was obviously impossible. Because, according to the survivors, there were also only 50 people who raided James IV's team. In a fair duel, only knights can defeat knights. This is common sense among Europeans. But everyone doesn't know that Marin, a pervert, selected a group of powerful people from the German mountain people to form the most elite melee troops, the Wolf-Fang Commando. Because the Wolf-Fang Commando is usually very low-key, although they shined in the Battle of Lübeck, they all use maces and are highly recognizable. But this team did not use maces. So no one guessed that it would be Marin's Wolf-Fang Commando who did it. According to Marin's suggestion, Edward made great efforts to build momentum at this time, strongly condemned the treasonous act of murdering the king in Scotland, and called on all countries to severely punish Scotland and execute the regicide. Moreover, although he had the mutual succession to the throne agreement signed with James IV, Edward never mentioned it at this time. Because if he mentioned it at this time, it would be easy for people to suspect that he was the murderer. Therefore, he just kept clamoring to execute the murderer who killed the king, and did not mention the succession to the throne of Scotland. At the same time, England also began to act at this time. After all, spring ploughing has ended, and England can also free up troops to attack Scotland. Moreover, this time England gathered troops and horses, which was done publicly and with great momentum. Edward's intention was to let all countries know that I started to gather troops and horses after learning the news of James IV's murder, instead of preparing in advance. There is a big difference between gathering troops and horses before learning the news and gathering troops and horses after learning the news. If England gathered troops and horses early, other countries would be able to see at a glance that the death of James IV was related to England. Otherwise, how could the troops be prepared in advance? If the troops were gathered only after learning the news, it meant that Edward was not aware of it. Gathering troops and horses at this time means that Edward wants to fish in troubled waters at most, rather than having a premeditated plan. In fact, Edward had already discussed the specific combat plan with Marin. England sent out a large army to attack the southern part of Scotland from the northern border with great fanfare to attract the attention of the Scots. Then, Marin would use a fleet to carry a legion of troops and land at the dock near Edinburgh from the sea. Then, surprise attack on Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland. England's army on the border will definitely be able to attract most of Scotland's troops. At this time, Scotland can recruit at most tens of thousands of troops. Moreover, facing the main force of the British army, they must send most of their troops to the southern border to block the British army. Generally speaking, southern Scotland is mountainous, and even if there are only a few thousand troops, there is a great possibility of blocking the British army. After all, the terrain advantage is not in vain. If it were not for the terrain advantage, Scotland would have been destroyed by England long ago. But in this way, there will definitely be a shortage of troops in the rear of Scotland. At this time, a legion of Marin with tens of thousands of people suddenly landed near Edinburgh, which would definitely shock the other side and catch the enemy off guard. As long as Edinburgh is captured, Scotland's resistance on the southern front will lose any meaning. After all, the King and Queen of Scotland and most of the politicians live in Edinburgh. As long as Edinburgh is broken, it means that the heart of the Kingdom of Scotland is destroyed. At that time, the life of the Kingdom of Scotland will also die. As long as the news of the fall of Edinburgh comes, the morale of the Scottish army on the front line will inevitably collapse. Because their resistance has lost its meaning. This is much more serious than the capture of James IV, because even if James IV is captured, he can still be redeemed according to European customs. Moreover, the administrative organs of the Kingdom of Scotland have not been destroyed and can still function normally. Even if the king is killed, the worst thing is to choose a new one. However, if Edinburgh is broken, then the Scottish administrative organs will be completely destroyed. After that, no one will deliver supplies to the Scottish resistance on the front line, and no one will give orders to the army. At that time, the Scottish border defenders will inevitably collapse and surrender. Then, the British army can capture those Scottish border troops and drive straight into Edinburgh to officially destroy Scotland. Moreover, it doesn't matter even if the Scottish border defenders continue to resist. At worst, the British army could take a ship from Newcastle port to Edinburgh first. Then, from Edinburgh, the heart of Scotland, they could spread to all parts of Scotland. In short, Scotland was doomed this time. Chapter 964, Not Enough Saltpeter. Go dig in Chile. Originally, Marin planned to draw a legion from the 3 strongest legions in the mainland to help Scotland. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The Pope also needed people to attack Siena, and he also needed to draw about 15,000 people. In this way, the number of troops required reached 25,000. But the mainland cannot be without enough soldiers and horses to guard it, otherwise, what if the enemy attacks? Although Marin trained more than 10,000 militiamen, the militias were just militiamen after all and could not replace the regular army. Therefore, Marin thought about it and decided to modify the plan. He decided to hand over the task of landing in Edinburgh to the 4th Legion of Sequeira, which is currently stationed in Newcastle. In order to cooperate with Edward's army to attack southern Scotland, Marin asked Sequeira to find 10,000 strong men among the tens of thousands of refugees in Northumberland. Anyway, England's attack on the Scottish border was actually a feint, and it did not require too many main combat troops. Originally, Sivag's 5th Legion was going to go with Edward's army. In addition, Edward will also gather a pure English 10,000-man army to act together. Including a fake 10,000-man army in Newcastle, the total number of troops reached 30,000. Including the civilians, there are 50,000 to 60,000 people. But in the final analysis, the real main combat force will become Sivag's 5th Army. And Edward's pure English army will become an auxiliary force. As for the 10,000 fake troops prepared by Newcastle, they are completely just for show, and are responsible for shouting 666 throughout the whole process. In addition, Sivag's 5th Army will not be fully dispatched. Because Edward is worried that the remnants of the previous dynasty in London will take the opportunity to launch a rebellion. Therefore, the 10,000 people in the Fifth Army will leave 3,000 elite soldiers to garrison London to protect the safety of Edward's family. And this decision did save the lives of Edward's family. In this way, the main attack is actually the 7,000 soldiers of the Fifth Army, assisted by 10,000 pure English troops and 10,000 cheerleaders in Newcastle. If you go to war with Scotland under normal circumstances, this is to seek death, and it is easy to be defeated by the Scottish elite. But it's different now, because the Scottish elite had been captured or killed in the war the year before. Now, only 2,000 guards are left in Scotland with strong combat effectiveness. The others are second-line troops or simply militias, and their combat effectiveness is weaker than the miscellaneous army put together by England. Moreover, the number will never exceed 10,000. Moreover, the main task of the English army this time is to feint to attract the main force of Scotland to defend, and to cover the Fourth Army's crossing of the sea. Therefore, they don't need to be too strong in combat effectiveness, as long as the momentum is big enough. Under their cover, the Fourth Army of Saqqara can take the opportunity to board the ship from Newcastle port, land at the port near Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, and then surprise Edinburgh, capture the core high level of Scotland, and end the war. However, the Fourth Army of Saqqara seems to lack firearms. Because what Marin valued at the beginning was the long-range strike capability of the English archers in the Fourth Army. However, the long-range strike capability of the archers is useless in siege warfare. Therefore, Marin will send 20 heavy artillery to the Fourth Army. This batch of heavy artillery is the latest infantry version of the Carron naval gun developed by the North Sea National Foundry, and it is a 32-pound gun. However, compared with the genuine 19th-century British Carron naval gun, this infantry version of the Carron gun is a bit heavier. The genuine 32-pound Carron naval gun weighs only 771.8 kilograms. The 32-pound Carron naval gun produced by the North Sea National Foundry weighs 1 ton, which is nearly 230 kilograms heavier than the genuine Carron naval gun. But there is no way, after all, the current technological level of the North Sea is much worse than that of Britain in the 19th century. Moreover, it is a miracle to be able to produce a 32-pound Carron naval gun. Because the current steel technology is too backward. Only Marin has developed carbon steel, and such a light heavy gun can be cast with medium and low carbon steel. If it is replaced with wrought iron, it is estimated that it will weigh 2 tons to be safe. Otherwise, it is easy to explode. The 32-pound iron ball shells hit the city gates and walls, and the weight is quite sufficient. The most important thing is that according to intelligence, the Scottish capital of Edinburgh has not been replaced with an iron gate. If the 32-pound Carron naval gun is used for concentrated bombardment, the gate can be broken. It is no wonder that Scotland is a remote and poor place in Europe after all, and it takes a long time for many popular things to spread to Scotland. Moreover, to the south of Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland, there are large areas of mountains and hills, which constitute a natural barrier to block the British Army. If the southern mountains can't stop the British Army, it doesn't make much sense for Edinburgh to replace the Iron Gate. However, the Scots didn't expect that Marin would think of using a large-scale landing war to attack the Scottish capital. If it were normal, Scotland would generally station several thousand main forces in the capital, and it would not be afraid of Marin landing 10,000 troops. After all, the defenders have a natural geographical advantage. But now, most of the Scottish main forces have been captured, leaving only a few crooked melons and cracked dates, and most of them have to be sent to the south to guard against England. In this way, there must be not many troops left in Edinburgh, and their combat effectiveness is limited. Marin suddenly sent out 10,000 elite soldiers to engage in a landing battle. It would be strange if the other side could stop it. The only problem is that this kind of large-caliber artillery consumes extremely alarming gunpowder. Under normal circumstances, the ratio of gunpowder consumption to shell weight is 1 to 3. In other words, it may take about 10 pounds of gunpowder to fire a 32-pound iron ball shell. If 20 guns are fired at the same time, it will consume 200 pounds of gunpowder per round. If you fire 100 rounds, it will take 20,000 pounds of gunpowder. However, saltpeter is so scarce and expensive in Europe nowadays. So, heavy artillery can't be fired. Fortunately, the Carron naval gun is a short-barreled artillery, and the weight of the charge is only 1/8 of the weight of the shell, that is, a 32-pound Carron naval gun only needs 4 pounds of charge. And 20 Carron naval guns fired a round, consuming only 80 pounds of gunpowder. But this is also a great consumption. It is estimated that more than 100 rounds will be needed to break through the heavy city gate, which means that more than 8,000 pounds of gunpowder will be consumed, which is definitely a great consumption. For Marin, the North Sea Kingdom is not short of warships or artillery. The only thing it lacks is gunpowder, mainly saltpeter. The army's consumption of gunpowder is still light, and the navy's guns are the real gunpowder consumers and gold-eating monsters. Nowadays, the price of gunpowder in Europe is extremely high, reaching a high price of 1 shilling to 2 shillings. Even if calculated at the lowest 1 shilling, 8,000 pounds of gunpowder will cost 8,000 shillings, worth 1,600 gold coins. If it is replaced by the navy, a ship with 20 naval guns will fire a volley, and 50 warships with 1,000 naval guns will fire a round. My goodness, a round of volleys will cost thousands or even tens of thousands of pounds of gunpowder. If you fight a day of naval battle, there are few monarchs in Europe who can hold on without going bankrupt. Saltpeter is cheap in India, but unfortunately after Marin bought it twice, he not only bought out the inventory there, but also attracted the attention of Spain and Portugal. Now, these two countries have also begun to buy saltpeter in India. But unfortunately, the annual supply of saltpeter in India is only hundreds of tons. Now, it has to be supplied to the North Sea Kingdom, Spain and Portugal, so the amount that Marin can buy is definitely not enough to support the North Sea Kingdom's warships to fight. Of course, India has enough saltpeter. Now that saltpeter is so easy to sell, the Indians will definitely increase production. But how can Marin wait? Therefore, the best way is to find another way. For Marin, there are two other sources of saltpeter. One is to buy it from the Ming Empire, but this is full of uncertainty. After all, who knows if the Ming dynasty officials will stop supplying it one day. Therefore, the safest source is to develop saltpeter in Chile. Although Chile has a lot of saltpeter, there is also a big problem. Saltpeter is in the tropical desert in northern Chile. If you want to mine it, you must go deep into the hot and dry tropical desert. However, almost none of Marin's subjects in the North Sea Kingdom and England can adapt to the tropical desert climate. Therefore, this plan has been shelved for the time being. However, when considering going to Senegal to purchase rhino skins during this period, Marin suddenly thought that those bearded men in North Africa seemed to be very adaptable to the desert climate. After all, those Arab white-robed bearded men in North Africa have always lived in arid and water-scarce desert areas, and they are used to that climate. Therefore, Marin thought, can we buy a group of slaves who are adapted to the tropical desert climate from North Africa and go to Chile to mine saltpeter? At the same time, Marin also planned to buy a batch of desert ships, camels from North Africa to transport saltpeter from the depths of the northern Chilean desert to the coastal ports. To this end, Marin decided to send people to Egypt to contact the Mamluk dynasty in Egypt to buy docile slaves who can adapt to the desert climate and a batch of camels for the development of saltpeter mines in the northern Chilean desert. Moreover, the sooner this happens, the better. Chapter 965 The Importance of the Mamluk Dynasty. Why go to Egypt to buy desert slaves and camels? Don't other North African countries, such as Morocco and Algeria, also have them? This has to start with Marin's political considerations. What did the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty rely on to prosper? Spices. The Mamluk dynasty and India were closely connected, and Indian spices had always been shipped from India, then passed through the Arabian Sea to the Red Sea, and then passed through the territory of the Mamluk dynasty, shipped to Alexandria, and then resold to Venetian merchants. It can be said that this resale of spices business made the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty make huge profits. In other words, the spice trade was the economic lifeline of the Mamluk dynasty. The Egyptian Mamluk dynasty's dependence on India was far more than that. In addition to spices, the Mamluk dynasty also needed to import a large number of war horses and wood steel from India. What? You said that the Mamluk dynasty imported war horses from India? Yes, it is true. This is because the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty lacked horse-producing areas. The territory of the Mamluk dynasty mainly includes Egypt, the later Palestine, Jordan, Syria, and the Hijaz region on the Red Sea coast of western Saudi Arabia. But the problem is that most of these areas are arid and semi-arid areas, and only Syria is better, which can produce more horses. Other areas are too arid. Although they also produce famous Arabian horses, the output of Arabian horses is not large because there are too few grasslands and too many deserts. There are more camels, and the number of war horses produced in Syria is limited, which cannot provide enough war horses for the tens of thousands of Mamluk cavalry of the Mamluk dynasty. It is said that because of the shortage of horses, the Mamluk cavalry only had one horse when they went out, and they would bring a camel as a mount for transfer, and it was responsible for carrying the armor and supplies of the Mamluk cavalry. What to do if you are short of horses? Of course, buy them. After all, the Mamluk dynasty made a lot of money from the spice trade, and it was not short of money to buy horses. But the problem is that Turkey to the north of the Mamluk dynasty did not get along with the Mamluk dynasty. The Aq-Koyunlu and Mamluk dynasties in the east also had a tense relationship because of the competition for the Iraqi region. The Safavid Empire of Persia, which had just defeated the Aq-Koyunlu and replaced it, was a Shiite dynasty, and was naturally a mortal enemy of the Sunni Mamluk dynasty. Therefore, the Mamluk dynasty could only choose to buy war horses from India. The Marwari horses produced in western India are also very outstanding. As a descendant of the Arabian horse, the Marwari horse not only has the advantages of the Arabian horse, but also can withstand hot and humid climates, and is a superior war horse. This is one of the reasons why Marin wanted to buy horses in India, because he also took a fancy to the Marwari horse. In the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, it is said that only the Sultan's personal soldiers and some elite troops can ride the Marwari horse. And wood steel, let alone. The Damascus scimitars used by the Mamluk cavalry are heavily dependent on wood steel imported from India. Without wood steel, the Damascus scimitars cannot be made. It can be said that the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt relies on India in all aspects. Not only spices, which are the lifeline of the economy, but also war horses and weapons, which are the lifeline of the military, are heavily dependent on imports from India. But the problem is that after Spain and Portugal opened up the Indian route, they were not satisfied with only obtaining some spices, but wanted to monopolize the spice trade. Therefore, the joint fleet of Spain and Portugal is now wreaking havoc in the Arabian Sea, specifically intercepting Arab merchant ships to prevent Arabs from grabbing a share of the spice trade. It would have been fine if they had stopped the spice trade, but later they expanded the scope and directly banned Arab merchant ships from going to India. In this way, this also touched the lifeline of the Mamluk dynasty. Without the spice trade, the economy of the Mamluk dynasty would inevitably decline. And without the import of war horses and wood steel, the combat effectiveness of the Mamluk cavalry would be seriously affected. Therefore, in history, the Mamluk dynasty would actively participate in the Battle of Jio and want to defeat the Portuguese. After the failure of the Battle of Jio, the originally powerful Mamluk dynasty was destined to decline. Then, it was destroyed by the Ottoman Turks in 1517. In fact, Turkey had long wanted to kill the Mamluk dynasty. Why? Because the Mamluk dynasty had a caliph. After the Abbasid dynasty was destroyed by the Mongols, the survivors of the Abbasid family fled to Egypt for asylum. Then, the Mamluk dynasty supported the descendants of the Abbasid dynasty to restore the caliphate in Cairo. Of course, it was just a puppet. However, even if it was a puppet, it made the Ottoman Turks, who also belonged to the Allah camp, covetous. After the Ottoman Turks became strong, they always had the ambition to rule the entire Allah world. Not to mention that the Mamluk dynasty also occupied the three holy cities of Mecca, Medina and Jerusalem. However, the Mamluk dynasty was also a powerful country before the spice trade, war horse trade and wood steel trade were not destroyed by Europeans. The Mamluk cavalry, armed with Damascus scimitars and riding excellent war horses, was as powerful as the Turkish cavalry. Therefore, Turkey had to endure it. It was not until the Mamluk dynasty lost the Battle of Jio and began to decline that Turkey began to really plan to eliminate the Mamluk dynasty and replace it. Originally, they did it in history. Turkey not only destroyed the Mamluk dynasty, but also took away the title of caliph and the three holy cities, becoming the true leader of the Allah world. The destruction of the Mamluk dynasty also became a symbol of the Ottoman Turkey's growth into a giant empire. For now, Turkey is just an ordinary power, at most stronger than France, and has not yet reached the level of beating Europe. They really reached this level after annexing the Mamluk dynasty. For now, Turkey still needs to display heavy troops on the southern border to guard against the invasion of the Mamluk cavalry, and cannot let go to beat the Europeans. In other words, after losing the spice trade, war horse trade and wood steel trade, the decline of the Mamluk dynasty is almost inevitable. And Turkey will inevitably take advantage of its decline to seize the land of the Mamluk dynasty. But who is Marin? That's a time traveler. How could he, who knows history well, tolerate Turkey becoming strong and beating all of Europe? You know, Turkey's main attack direction in Europe is Germany. Therefore, for the sake of Germany, Marin did not allow Turkey to grow into a monster that swallowed the sky. And to prevent Turkey from growing into a monster, the first step is to preserve the Mamluk dynasty. Therefore, knowing that desert slaves and camels can be bought from Morocco, Algeria and Tunisia, Marin still chose to buy from the Mamluk dynasty, which can be regarded as a disguised support for the Mamluk dynasty. As long as the Mamluk dynasty does not collapse, the Ottoman Turkey that has not seized the caliphate and the three holy cities will not be able to rise in prestige. If the prestige cannot rise, it will not be able to grow into a terrifying European bulldozer. With the Mamluk dynasty restraining it, Turkey cannot let go and invade Europe. Of course, buying only a few slaves and a few camels will not help the Mamluk dynasty. In the future, Marin will increase his support for the Mamluk dynasty. If necessary, Marin even plans to provide cement and guns to the Mamluk dynasty to help the Mamluk dynasty build stronger fortresses and repel the Ottoman Turkish offensive. Chapter 966, Secretly Assisting Venice. Without the lucrative spice trade, the economy of the Mamluk dynasty will inevitably become difficult in the future. Although the Mamluk dynasty has now joined forces with India and plans to form a joint fleet to attack the joint fleet of Spain and Portugal. But Marin knows that this battle must be the failure of the joint fleet of the Mamluk dynasty and India. After all, the gap in technological level between the two is too large. Historically, Portugal alone could defeat the joint fleet of Egypt and India, let alone the more powerful Spanish-Portuguese joint fleet now. Therefore, the economic decline of the Mamluk dynasty is inevitable. However, Marin left an important backup very early, encouraging Venice to dig the Suez Canal. At present, Venice is concentrating all manpower and material resources to quietly dig the Suez Canal, and the Mamluk dynasty is also very cooperative. It can be foreseen that once the Suez Canal is successfully dug, Venice, which has not yet declined, will surely put its powerful Mediterranean fleet into the Arabian Sea to fight a decisive battle with Spain and Portugal. At that time, it is also the only chance for the Mamluk dynasty to turn the tables. If Venice also loses, the Mamluk dynasty will have no hope of turning over. Of course, Marin doesn't care whether the Mamluk dynasty can turn over or not. He only cares whether the Mamluk dynasty can stop the invasion of the Ottoman Turks. As long as the Mamluk dynasty is not destroyed, the Caliph will still be in Cairo, and will not become another title of the Turkish Sultan. As long as Turkey does not have the status of commanding the Allah world, it will be difficult to create the original historical momentum. And the previous encouragement of Venice to dig the Suez Canal was actually for the safety of the Mamluk dynasty. Venice has dug the Suez Canal, can it not fight to protect this canal? And this canal will also become the biggest obstacle for the Turkish cavalry to attack Egypt. At that time, Venice, which has a major interest in the Suez Canal, will be forced to be involved in the war and will have to stand on the side of the Mamluk dynasty. Not only can the Suez Canal stop the pace of the Turkish cavalry, but Venice's navy is not vegetarian. At least, it is stronger than Turkey. Even if Turkey wants to invade Egypt by landing at sea, it has to ask the Venetians if they agree or not. But Marin is actually a little worried now, worried that the Venetians will not be able to beat the joint fleet of Spain and Portugal in the future. If it were only Portugal, Marin would definitely have confidence in Venice. But if Spain is added, it's hard to say. Spain is very powerful, and the Spaniards currently occupy the Kingdom of Naples, threatening Venice's exit from the Adriatic Sea. Once a naval battle breaks out, the Spaniards are very likely to use their geographical advantages to deploy a large number of warships in the Kingdom of Naples to block the Adriatic Sea. Moreover, the battle in the Indian Ocean is different from that in the Mediterranean. In the Mediterranean, because of the small wind, the paddle boats are more maneuverable. But in the Indian Ocean, the wind is strong, and the pure sailing boats of Spain and Portugal are more advantageous. In other words, once Venice drills the Suez Canal and sends its main fleet to the Indian waters, it may lose the naval battle because the ships are not as good as the Spanish-Portuguese coalition. Therefore, Marin must also remind Venice of this to prevent Venice from being defeated by the Spanish-Portuguese coalition and the fleet. Once Venice is beaten by the Spanish and Portuguese, Venice will also decline. At that time, the Ottoman Turkey will have more opportunities. Therefore, Marin does not want Venice to fail after the decisive battle in the Indian Ocean breaks out. The Venetian warships are different from those of Spain and Portugal. In order to adapt to sailing in the Mediterranean, most of the Venetian ships are galleys. Moreover, they are all hung with Latin triangular sails to make full use of the wind. However, the galleys have oars on the side and cannot be equipped with side guns, which will lead to insufficient firepower during naval battles. Therefore, Marin plans to guide the Venetians to modify the ships at that time. For example, after entering the windy Indian Ocean, remove the oars on the side. At the same time, open gun holes on the side. Once the oars are removed, the gun ports can be opened and the guns can be extended for naval battles. In this way, the Venetian fleet will not be defeated by the Spanish-Portuguese coalition and fleet after entering the Indian Ocean. You know, in terms of the number of ships alone, Venice is currently enough to crush Spain and Portugal. Moreover, Venice is not stupid. It is estimated that once a conflict breaks out between Venice and Spain and Portugal, Venice will definitely pull France to help deal with Spain. At that time, there will be another European melee. Of course, it's too early to say that. For now, we have to wait for Venice to dig through the Suez Canal. And when Venice finishes digging the Suez Canal, God knows when it will be. By then, perhaps Marin has been involved in the German religious wars. Even if he is not involved in the religious wars, Marin will not intervene in the maritime hegemony between Venice and Spain and Portugal. Because, it has nothing to do with him. Although Marin has a good relationship with Juan III of Spain, it does not mean that Marin wants to see Spain become stronger. Because the strength of Spain is not good for Marin, and it may even threaten Marin's colonization of the Americas. Therefore, Marin actually hopes that the Venetians will be better. In this way, Spain's power at sea will be frustrated, and there will be no extra power to expand to the Americas. In short, Marin's expectation is that by then, Venice, Spain and Portugal, the three countries, had better fight each other at sea and suffer a three-way defeat. In this way, Marin will be at ease and can make a fortune in silence. In order to achieve this goal, Marin decided to buy a batch of paddle boats first. Then, let the craftsmen in the shipyard study how to convert the paddle boats into ships that can adapt to ocean naval battles. Specifically, they continued to hang oars and use Latin triangular sails in the Mediterranean. But when they reached the ocean, they replaced the sails with sails suitable for sailing in the ocean, removed the oars, and extended the cannons out of the gun ports for naval artillery battles. Once this modification was successful, Marin would send the plan to Venice. When Venice successfully dug the Suez Canal in the future, it would be possible to carry out appropriate modifications on a large scale on the active galley warships to make them more suitable for fighting in the Indian Ocean. By then, it would be difficult for Spain and Portugal to have a leading advantage in naval weapons and tactics. The Venetian warships, which were also equipped with a lot of artillery, would be no less powerful than those of Spain and Portugal. Even though they were not as good as the warships of Spain and Portugal, Venice could offset this disadvantage by quantity. After all, in terms of the number of merchant ships, no one could compare with Venice before the rise of the sea coachman, the Netherlands. In addition, by then, Marin planned to get some cheap copper from the east and secretly sell it to Venice so that the Venetians could cast artillery. The current price of copper is too expensive. If warships are equipped with cannons, the cost of copper alone is beyond the reach of most countries. In addition, the shortage of saltpeter is also a big problem. By then, Marin plans to sell some saltpeter to the Venetians privately, so that they can have more confidence to fight a naval battle with Spain and Portugal. After all, Marin will definitely have opened up the Ming dynasty trade route by then, and will also mine Chilean saltpeter. There is no pressure to provide Venice with some saltpeter. In short, Marin just doesn't want Venice to lose in the future battle for maritime hegemony. After all, even if Venice wins, it will only dominate the Mediterranean and Indian Oceans, and will not get involved in the Atlantic Ocean. Because the Spaniards and Portuguese will definitely block the Strait of Gibraltar and prevent the Venetians from entering the Atlantic Ocean. In other words, Venice's victory is more beneficial to Marin than Venice's defeat. If Spain and Portugal defeat Venice, that would be a disaster. By then, not only will the defeated Venice be unable to help the Mamluk dynasty defend Egypt, but Spain and Portugal, whose prestige has soared because of the victory, may also breed greater ambitions. For example, getting involved in America or something, and this is definitely not what Marin wants to see. Chapter 967, Drugging the French Queen. The process of European hegemony is really a very complicated process. Because, in the European hegemony, you must not only have strength, but also have strong diplomatic ability. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a country is, it can't stand a group fight. And this is especially true in Germany. As powerful as Charles V was, he was suppressed by the whole of Europe. In order to fight Charles V, the French even colluded with the pagan Turkey. Marin dared not compare himself to Charles V, who had both the Spanish Empire and the Holy Roman Empire, at least not for now. So he chose to keep a low profile. For now, the small North Sea kingdom wants to annex the entire Americas, which is tantamount to a snake swallowing an elephant. Therefore, Marin does not want to encounter competitors, especially competitors like Spain and Portugal. Therefore, Marin took great pains to give Venice advice and persuade the Venetians to dig the Suez Canal. In this way, once the Venice Canal is successfully dug, the main battlefield of the entire Europe will be transferred to the Indian Ocean. With the large scale of thousands of merchant ships in Venice, as long as Marin can provide a modification plan, the ability to explode the navy is simply too strong. When everyone's eyes are on the east, Marin can develop the American continent safely. Marin sometimes wonders, why am I so miserable? I started so low when I traveled through time, and I actually traveled through time to a poor wandering knight. How great it would be if I started as Juan III or Henry VIII. Unlike myself now, because I wanted to get to the throne in my early years, I hugged the thigh of Maximilian I, but was labeled as the Emperor's running dog and was always targeted. I have been traveling through time for more than 10 years, and I still have to be careful. In order to monopolize America, I was so worried and spent countless brain cells. If I traveled through time to become the second generation of a great country, there would not be so much resistance, because they are justified. Just when Marin was sitting in the office chair and lamenting that his travel skills were not good enough, Kohler walked in quietly. Before coming in, Kohler closed the door. Seeing Koch's mysterious look, Marin knew it was a big deal. So, he lowered his voice and asked, "What's the important thing?" Kohler also whispered cautiously, "The test results of the drug are out." Marin was stunned at first, but then he reacted. He asked with a happy face, "How is the effect?" "No problem. In the past few months, I have asked people to test the drug on 2 strong female prisoners. Moreover, I urged their husbands to have sex with them every day during the dangerous period. Now, a few months have passed, and the 2 female prisoners have not become pregnant. Moreover, as the content of the description, the 2 female prisoners became physically weak after taking the drug for 7 consecutive days. As for the Tiankue water, it seems to have become lighter. Are there any sequelae?" "No sequelae, except that the Tiankue water has become lighter. It seems that those women are more difficult to be emotional." Marin thought that this was normal. After all, sterilization will definitely affect the discharge of eggs. If women are still as normal as before, it would be unreasonable. However, it is not a big deal for women to be difficult to be emotional. After all, it is not that they are not emotional. Moreover, the person whom Marin wanted to drug, Queen Anne of France, was already in her 30s. In this era, she was already considered old, so it was not surprising that her demand for drugs declined. In fact, in the eyes of people of this era, she seemed more stable and dignified. After all, people of this era, even Europeans, were not as promiscuous as those of later generations. Abstinence was even a manifestation of virtue in ancient times. Therefore, the slight side effects of this drug were really nothing. But Kohler hesitated and said, "Your Highness, Marin did not allow me to call you master. If you drug that woman, what about the side effects of taking the drug?" Kohler was talking about the 7 days after taking the drug, the person taking the drug would become weak and sick. Even less than 7 days later, the person taking the drug on the 5th day would get sick. If you stop taking the drug after getting sick, all your efforts may be wasted. Because the instructions for the drug emphasize that you must take the drug for 7 consecutive days without interruption. But the problem is that the Queen of France, and of Brittany, is the Queen of France. If she gets sick, it will definitely not be a trivial matter. If Queen Anne falls ill, it will definitely cause a stir in the French court. If the doctor intervenes, once the medicine is stopped, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Therefore, we need to think of a way to cover up the side effects of Queen Anne's medication to avoid the doctor's intervention, which will cause the fat brother to interrupt the process of giving Queen Anne the medicine. You know, the instructions repeatedly emphasize that if the medicine is stopped within 7 days, it is necessary to start over. Among them, the most important thing is that Queen Anne must not feel strange in the last 2 days of medication. Otherwise, once the medicine is stopped, it will fail. Moreover, the medicine in the bottle is limited. If it fails a few more times, there will be no medicine. And if you have to go to Daming to get medicine again, it will take 2 years to go back and forth. Marin thought about it and had no idea, so he casually said, "Please tell me in detail the symptoms of adverse reactions after taking the medicine." Kohler recalled and replied, "The specific symptoms seem to be abdominal pain, and then physical weakness." Abdominal pain, physical weakness. This is also a normal reaction. After all, this medicine damages a woman's ovaries and uterus, which will definitely cause abdominal pain. But Marin always felt something was wrong. Why does this sound so much like a woman's menstrual cramps? After a while, Marin suddenly slapped the table and said with a happy face, "Got it. Well. Let's do it." Kohler was startled and asked, "Your Highness, have you come up with any good ideas?" In Kohler's memory, his young master has always been resourceful and has many tricks. Obviously, Marin has come up with another good idea. Marin nodded and said, "Well, yes." "Kohler, do you think that abdominal pain and physical weakness are very similar to a woman's adverse reactions during the menstrual cycle?" Kohler shook his head blankly. He has only been married for 2 years and is not proficient in women's affairs. Moreover, he has never been online and does not have that much knowledge of physiology. The most important thing is that Marin's words are too elegant and not straightforward enough. "It's just menstrual cramps, you idiot." Marin had to say it more bluntly. Unfortunately, Kohler still didn't understand. Kohler's wife is very strong and doesn't have this problem, so he naturally doesn't know much. Marin had no choice but to give Kohler some physiological knowledge. After he finished, Kohler suddenly realized. You mean, give Queen Anne the drug during her menstrual period? In this way, the French won't feel anything wrong? Marin nodded and said, yes, didn't you say that the drug will not work until the 5th day after taking it? Then, let's let the fat brother calculate the Queen's menstrual period and give her the drug 3 or 4 days before her menstrual period. When the Queen's menstrual period comes, she may feel that it is just an ordinary pain. I guess, Queen Anne has always been in poor health, and it is normal to have pain during her menstrual period. Kohler recalled for a while, and after searching for the information about Queen Anne in his mind, he said, it's true. According to the information sent back by the fat brother, it seems that Queen Anne often has abdominal pain during her menstrual period. Queen Anne's pain was not the common kind of pain for unmarried women, but the kind that was caused by the damage to her body after giving birth multiple times. She was forced to marry Charles VIII at the age of 15, and then became pregnant prematurely. This caused great damage to her body. Moreover, the few children she gave birth to earlier all died. Then, she also developed a chronic disease. Originally in history, Queen Anne died in 1514. She was only 37 years old when she died. You know, Sister Zhiling in later generations was still single at the age of 44. In short, Queen Anne's body was ruined by premature and frequent childbirth, which made her body not very healthy. It is not uncommon to have pain during menstruation. Marin nodded, that's the best. This way, Fatty Brother will have a cover for drugging. As long as they can get through the last 2 days of drugging, even if they find something wrong later, it will be useless. Besides, Louis XII, who eats the same food as the Queen, is fine, so no one will suspect Fatty Brother. Okay, I'll send someone to give the sterilization powder to Fatty Brother and tell them what to do. After that, Kohler left. Chapter 968, Queen Anne's Sanitary Towel. The process of drugging Queen Anne of France went very smoothly because of the clever use of Queen Anne's menstrual period. So, when Queen Anne had abdominal pain and weakness on the 5th day of drugging, no one cared. Because this happened often before. But Queen Anne's pain lasted for a whole week, and everyone finally found something wrong. Because normally this kind of abdominal pain will not last more than 3 days. Moreover, the pain will definitely end when the menstrual period ends. But this time, the menstrual period was over, and Queen Anne was in pain for a few days. Then, the French court doctors panicked and began to run around to check Queen Anne's body. Even the food was tasted and observed. But the fat brothers had already ended the drug period, and the court doctors reacted too slowly, so naturally they couldn't find out any reason. Moreover, Queen Anne had been eating with Louis XII these days, eating the same dishes, and Louis XII was fine. Then, the fat brothers' suspicion was naturally ruled out. The French court doctors didn't know how to deal with it, so they simply prescribed Queen Anne some of the magic medicine in Europe at that time, a piece of opium. After the Queen took a piece of opium, the pain was relieved, and everyone thought the Queen was cured. However, they didn't know that their Queen could no longer have children. Afterwards, Marin sent people to find Queen Anne's sanitary napkins to observe whether the color of her aunt's napkins had faded. This matter was handled by another spy in charge of garbage disposal in the French royal palace sent by the North Sea Chamber of Commerce. What, you said that there are many women in the French royal palace, and sanitary napkins are hard to find? You are too naive. In this era without professional sanitary napkins, noble women all use cloth. However, there are differences in what kind of cloth to use. For example, ordinary women use woolen cloth or linen. But noble women, especially noble women, are of noble status, so they naturally don't use ordinary sanitary napkins. According to the spy's inquiries, the sanitary napkins of Queen Anne of France are made of white silk produced in Lyon. In the entire French royal palace, there is absolutely only one. After all, silk in Europe is very precious now. As the queen of a top European power, she had to be a bit ostentatious. For example, sanitary pads had to be made of expensive silk, even though they were made locally. In addition, there were no other noble women in the French royal palace. As for the equally noble Princess Claude, she was still an 8-year-old girl, not yet old enough to use sanitary pads. Those court maids certainly couldn't be as extravagant as the queen. After hard work, the spy in charge of taking out the garbage, while transporting the garbage, endured the nausea and searched hard, and finally found the sanitary pad made of silk, and then compared it with the previous one. The color had indeed faded. And, what was even more disgusting was that this silk sanitary pad was secretly sent back to Auric. Marin was speechless and embarrassed when he got this light red blood-stained silk sanitary pad. However, this is indeed important evidence. So, Marin told Kohler, you go and collect the menstrual fluid of the 2 female prisoners who are testing the medicine. Well, remember to use silk sanitary napkins, white silk produced in Lyon, so that it is convenient for comparison. Kohler was immediately full of black lines, paralysis. Let me, a great noble, collect the menstrual fluid of 2 old women. I have 10,000 MMPs to say. But in the end, he still didn't dare to say it. Then, with a dark face, he sent people to collect the menstrual fluid of the 2 female prisoners, and used imported French Lyon silk. But the time for the 2 female prisoners to have their periods needs to wait. After waiting for more than 10 days, Marin got the sanitary napkin specimen. Then, Marin, a big man, repeatedly observed 3 different sanitary napkins facing the window, with a focused and serious look. Kohler on the side, with 10,000 grass mud horses whistling in his heart. After half a day of careful comparison, Marin finally determined that Queen Anne's aunt was as thin as the 2 female prisoners. Then, the matter was considered to be over, and Kohler released the 2 female prisoners who were testing the medicine as promised. After observing the silk ant towels of Queen Anne and the 2 female prisoners, Marin suddenly thought of a question: how did Angela and the others hold their aunt? Usually, Marin really didn't pay attention. Because when Angela's aunt came, he always ran to Felice. And when Aunt Felice came, he returned to Angela. So, he didn't pay attention to this problem usually. Then, Marin, who turned into a curious baby, ran directly to Angela and asked seriously, Angela, what do you usually use to hold your aunt's liquid? Angela was stunned at first, and then her face turned red. Rogue. Then, she gave Marin a flirting punch, hitting Marin's chest ribs painfully. That's not all, and then she used a trick of pinching people, making Marin scream. But Marin didn't change his curiosity and continued to ask. Then, Angela took out the sanitary pad she had prepared with a red face. Marin took a look. It was indeed made of silk. Oh my God, so extravagant. Marin was also stunned. Damn, silk is so expensive these days. Ordinary nobles can't afford silk clothes, and you actually use silk as sanitary pads. Is this really okay? Seeing Marin staring at his silk sanitary pad in a daze, Angela couldn't help pinching Marin again. You pervert, what perverted things are you thinking about? Sanitary pads are so attractive. Marin's old face suddenly blushed. No, nothing. By the way, why don't you use cotton bags? Oh, my brain. Marin suddenly slapped his head. He remembered that it seemed that there were no cotton products in Europe at that time. Over at the savannah grassland, cotton seeds had just been sown not long ago. If you want to harvest cotton, you have to wait until autumn. So, there is no shadow of cloth cotton that absorbs more water. Therefore, even if Marin wanted to sew a love sanitary napkin for Angela, he had no materials. During lunch, Angela secretly told her sister Felice about Marin's perverted behavior. Then, the 2 sisters looked at Marin, the pervert, with disgust. But in the evening, Felice found Marin alone with a tangled face. Brother-in-law, do you think it is more exciting to do it with a woman who has her period? Otherwise, next time when my period comes, you can do whatever you want. Marin's mind was full of black lines. Am I that kind of pervert? Doing that during menstruation will endanger women's health. As a gentleman, Marin obviously would not do this. However, this little devil of a sister-in-law. Damn, although she is not as pretty as her sister, but she is really wild. Thinking of this, Marin suddenly hugged Felice and whispered in her ear, how about this, I'll go to your place tonight. You pretend that your aunt is here, and then say, brother-in-law, no, and pretend to resist me. Remember, shout more lingeringly, but not too loud. Felice is also a wild person. After listening, she nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I will definitely play this role well, Director Ma, don't worry. Marin was full of black lines again. The Director Ma joke was made by Marin when he joked with her last time that he would review the script with her late at night. The 2 of them played roles back and forth, with Marin playing the Director Ma who filmed only for the unspoken rules, and Felice playing the motivated actress. Unexpectedly, Felice had a lot of fun and remembered this joke firmly. Rolling on the ground begging for votes, Director Ma said that only shameless people can be famous, and only shameless authors can get votes. Hurry up and use the votes from July to smash Lao Nyo to death. Chapter 969 Gory Island. The next morning, Marin climbed out of Felice's bed with a refreshed spirit. Behind him, Felice, who was still in bed, stretched and said in a sickening voice, Director Ma, are you still going to review the script tonight? I have a lot of questions to ask you. Marin's heart was moved, but after thinking about it, he refused. Not tonight. If I don't go back to the main room, Angela will be furious. Let's do this. In 2 days, I will come to you at night and tell you the essentials of a bed scene, and also show you in person. When the time comes, you must listen carefully. Ah, Director Ma, I like bed scenes the most. When the time comes, you must guide me well. Not only will I listen carefully, but I will also do it well. Felice understood what Marin meant, because the two of them had been playing the role of director and motivated actress some time ago, and had already figured out Marin's way of speaking. Ha! Marin tightened his belt and went to have breakfast. Because he had consumed a lot of energy and essence in script review with Felice last night, Marin asked the imperial chef to make a big bowl of kidney noodles early in the morning to replenish his kidneys. After a while, Caesar came to eat breakfast hopping. Marin frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Boy, be steady. Just walk. What's the point of hopping? Are you a rabbit?" Little Caesar was scolded and was very depressed. However, the little guy suddenly remembered something and asked Marin, "Dad, why didn't you go to Mom's room last night?" "I slept with Mom last night. When I was sleeping, Mom kept scolding you for being a bad guy and a playboy." "Why? What's the playboy?" Marin's face froze immediately. At this time, Angela happened to come to the restaurant and happened to hear Caesar's innocent words. Then, Angela couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha. Marin glared at Angela dissatisfiedly and said, "Don't talk nonsense in front of the child." "I'm not wrong," Angela said indifferently. Moreover, he gave Caesar a kiss as a reward. Marin was embarrassed, but he rolled his eyes and blurted out a worn-out excuse, "Isn't it for this family? You know, only if you take your sister in, your father's resources will be all tilted to me. Otherwise, with more sons-in-law, he may not be so desperate to help me." Marin's words were not wrong, and they could not be considered an excuse. After hearing this, Angela was silent, and then lowered her head and began to eat breakfast silently. Because what Marin said was not wrong, although Felice shared her husband. However, because of this, her father's resources would be concentrated on Marin. If Felice married someone else, or even married a great Italian noble, she would probably take away half of the available resources of her father, who was the Pope. After all, if Felice married to Italy, she would be much closer to her father than herself, and it would be easier for her to obtain resources. In this situation, although Felice competed with her for her husband, she was the legitimate wife, and the children she gave birth to also had the legitimate right of inheritance. Felice's child can only be considered an illegitimate child, and has no right to compete with her own children for resources. In fact, Felice still suffered a big loss. Felice did suffer a big loss, but Marin vowed to support Robert's election for the Pope in the future and let his second son Mario, Ma Yun's German name, serve as the hereditary lord of Taiwan Island, so it was not a loss for her. Otherwise, with Felice's love of taking advantage, she would definitely not give up. In faraway West Africa, on a small island reef 900 meters long from north to south and 300 meters wide from east to west in the south of the Cape Verde Peninsula, where Dakar, the capital of Senegal in later generations, is located, 2 merchant ships flying the flag of the Duke of Coimbra family came. This small island is called Gorée Island, which is the earliest Portuguese stronghold on the coast of Senegal. For now, it is also the only Portuguese stronghold in Senegal. This is because there are not many gold resources in the Senegalese grassland area. In fact, they have not yet been discovered, and there is a lack of cooperative black slave suppliers. The only popular resources in the area are ivory and rhino horns, so the Portuguese do not have much demand here. There is only a small base on Gorée Island, and they often send ships to the land to trade with the local indigenous people. Originally, this island belonged to a small Portuguese noble family called Siru. This small family maintained a small business on the coast of Senegal by purchasing ivory and rhino horns from local indigenous people. But Gorée Island has a major flaw: this island is a micro-island without fresh water resources. This makes it difficult for the colonists on the island to drink water, and they need to send ships to the estuary of the freshwater river on land to get water. But this is too troublesome, resulting in few colonists who can survive on the island. The business of ivory and rhino horns is not so easy to do. Because the locals lack the means to hunt elephants and rhinos, they can only rely on obtaining ivory and rhino horns from the bodies of dead elephants and rhinos to survive. Therefore, the trade volume here is not large, and there are no big families to compete. But after Marin and the Duke of Coimbra discussed the establishment of a joint venture, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, decisively registered a Senegal Fur Company in Portugal. The company needs a foothold. Although Gorée Island is small and has no fresh water resources, it is currently the most suitable place to settle down. Therefore, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, sent people to find the patriarch of the Siru family, and through the exchange of interests, sharing some interests from other places, he exchanged for the control of Gorée Island and the franchise for trade in the Senegal region. Then, Marin, who got the news, naturally sent 2 ships to Gorée Island to prepare for the establishment of the Senegal Fur Company foothold. Of course, Marin's people acted in the name of Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra. After the 2 ships arrived at Gorée Island, they handed over to the people of the Siru family. In order to facilitate communication with the indigenous people, the other party also left 2 translators who knew the local indigenous language. After the people of the Siru family withdrew, Eshwain, who was in charge of purchasing rhinoceros skins, ordered the workers who came with the ship to start rebuilding the dock. Why rebuild the dock? This is because the wooden boats moored at the dock in the pure seawater area are severely infested by sea maggots. Because there is no function of automatically expelling sea maggots in the freshwater area, the ships moored at the dock in this pure seawater area are inevitably troubled by sea maggots. The wood at the bottom of the ship is gnawed hard by sea maggots. Therefore, the merchant ships of the Siru family do not stay here for a long time. What stays here for a long time are a group of small and medium-sized ships responsible for traveling between the island and the mainland. After all, if the people on the island want to go to the land to get fresh water and goods, they must use ships. However, in this way, these small and medium-sized ships have been infested by sea maggots for a long time, and the ships have suffered great losses. Every few months, the small and medium-sized ships on the island will be taken away by the large ships traveling here for overhaul, replacing the bottom planks of the ship, and the repaired ships will be sent back. As a result, the cost of overhauling many small and medium-sized ships every year is a considerable expense. This also led to the fact that the profit of the Siru family's purchase of ivory and rhino horns here was not high. Otherwise, they would not be willing to give up the interests here. In fact, the ships at the seawater dock were too damaged. Chapter 970, Boiling Lime Method. Some people may ask why not build a trading post at the estuary of the land. In fact, the Portuguese have also tried this problem. However, the Senegal region is different from the Gulf of Guinea. In the West African region of the Gulf of Guinea, the coast is full of tropical rainforests. There, rivers are not rare. When the Portuguese colonists landed on the land, the locals did not care much. But Senegal is different. It has a tropical savanna climate. A little further north is the Sahara Desert. This is a semi-arid area, and rivers are very precious. The estuary area is also a treasure land. If the Portuguese dare to land without authorization, they will be attacked by local indigenous people. After all, the Portuguese establishment of a colonial post at the estuary will affect the local people's water supply. It may be okay in places where there is no shortage of water, but if you build a colonial post without authorization in places where there is a shortage of water, you will be beaten by the locals. In addition, the input-output ratio is not worth it. You must know that the gold resources in Senegal have not yet been discovered. The Portuguese mainly exchanged gold sand with the locals in the northern shore area of the Gulf of Guinea. Without gold, the Portuguese would not risk landing to build castles and fight the locals. The ivory and rhino horn resources are obviously not enough for Portugal to send troops to fight the local natives. Therefore, Gorée Island is just a relatively useless stronghold. Here, only limited ivory and rhino horns can be purchased from the local natives, and a lot of money is spent every year to repair ships, which is not cost-effective. Therefore, no big family pays attention to it, and only small families are willing to take over. Now, the Duke of Coimbra, Jorge de Rencaster, wants this island, and the Siru family decisively uses it to exchange for part of the interests of the Madeira Islands. After all, the Madeira Islands are a place close to the mainland and have relatively stable income. Eshwain's transformation of the dock is actually to solve the problem of shipworms gnawing at the bottom of the ship. His solution is simple: to dig 2 small ponds with gates on the dock, which can just accommodate ships to berth. After the ship enters the small pond, close the gate. Then, Eshwain asked the workers to take bags of quicklime off the ship, and took some out and poured them into the pond. Suddenly, the pond began to boil. The limestone and seawater reacted violently, and a large amount of hot air and bubbles came out, rolling in the pond. The water temperature in the pond also rose sharply. Then, the shipworms attached to the bottom of the 2 ships were all boiled to death. And because the pond had a gate, it was isolated from the seawater outside. Therefore, the shipworms in the outside sea could not come in. Before the gate was opened, the ship could stay in the pond as long as it wanted, without worrying about the harm of shipworms. This method was seen on the internet in Marin's previous life. Marin couldn't remember when it was invented, but it is definitely not very popular at present. Because, according to records, during Columbus's fourth voyage in 1502, because the fleet was seriously harmed by shipworms, Columbus had to stop the fleet in the Caribbean for a long time. The most famous shipworm hazard incident was the Anglo-Spanish War of 1588. The Spanish Invincible Armada suffered serious damage to the hull structure of Spanish warships due to the strong corrosion of warships by shipworms. Some warships were damaged by British shells, causing the hulls that were severely corroded by shipworms to be damaged, resulting in leakage and silence. And some were simply hit by wind and waves, causing leakage and sinking. The powerful, Invincible Armada lost to England, which was still relatively weak at the time, because of the help of shipworms. And the British also began to have confidence from that time and began to challenge Spain's hegemony in the Americas. Historically, Virginia, the first colony of the British in North America, was not established until 1607. In other words, European countries actually do not have a mature solution to deal with sea maggots. Otherwise, Spain would not have lost to the British in 1588. In fact, Marin has mastered the method of nailing nickel iron sheets to the bottom of the ship to prevent shipworms from gnawing at the bottom of the ship. But the problem is that the fur company on Goree Island is a joint venture between Marin and Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra. In other words, there are not only Marin's people on the Goree Island base, but also people under Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra. After all, the two sides have already agreed that the fur belongs to Marin, and the ivory and rhino horns belong to Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra. So, in the presence of outsiders, Marin does not want anyone to see that the North Sea Kingdom has solved the problem of shipworm damage. Even if the nickel iron sheet on the bottom of the ship is painted, it is easy for people to see the clues. Therefore, Marin needs a compromise solution to prevent people from seeing his secrets. After thinking about it, Marin thought of the stupid way of boiling the shipworms with quicklime. Although this method is not smart enough, it can protect the ship to a great extent and allow the Goree Island dock to more ships for a long time. Anyway, when sending ships from the mainland, just bring more quicklime. And it only takes a few bags of quicklime to clean the shipworms each time. As long as quicklime is concentrated on the bottom of the ship, the heat released when quicklime reacts with water, and the strong alkalinity of slaked lime, are enough to kill the shipworms attached to the bottom of the ship. As for small and medium-sized ships traveling between the mainland, Eschweiler also has a corresponding plan. For small boats, if they return to anchor, they can be directly lifted up with a pulley block so that the boat is suspended in the air to dry. Shipworms cannot survive in a waterless environment and will die naturally. Finally, it is difficult to suspend a medium-sized ship with a pulley block. Therefore, it is enough to dig a few small ponds and install gates. The principle of killing shipworms is similar to that of large ships. Moreover, the amount of quicklime used is less. Quicklime is not valuable, and it does not cost much each time it is used. Compared with expensive ships, the value of quicklime is not worth mentioning. Of course, it is not cheap either. After all, labor costs in Europe have always been high. But Marin's original intention was not to use this method to deal with shipworms, but to confuse Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra. Although the two are business partners, they are not from the same country after all. Maybe one day, Marin will turn against Portugal and a war will break out between the two sides. At that time, it is hard to say whether Marin can still maintain friendly relations with Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra. Although Jorge de Rencaster, Duke of Coimbra, has a bad relationship with the current King of Portugal, Manuel I. However, Jorge de Rencaster is Portuguese after all and lives in Lisbon. If Jorge de Rencaster knew that Marin nailed iron sheets on the bottom of the ship to prevent shipworms, he would definitely imitate it. Then, his ship would always return to Portugal, right? As long as it returned to Lisbon to anchor, the secret could not be kept. By then, the Portuguese would have learned this technology. Obviously, Marin did not intend to tell the Portuguese this secret. So he came up with a compromise using a closed pond to anchor the ship and killing the shipworms by boiling lime. This method seems simple, but it also has many limitations. For example, it is okay to use it in places close to Europe. If it is too far away from mainland Europe, the transportation of quicklime alone is a huge trouble. The cost is high and the quantity is small. After all, if you can't even find a berth with fresh water in a place too far away from the mainland, it will be even more difficult to obtain quicklime. Therefore, the method given by Marin seems very good, but there are actually many restrictions. Only areas such as Senegal, which are relatively close to mainland Europe, are more suitable for this method. Moreover, this method also has a considerable cost. It is not like nailing nickel iron sheets on the bottom of the ship, which can be solved once and for all. In addition, Marin also planned to use this method in the port of Leon near the Canary Islands. Spanish ships often passed by there, and the ships transporting phosphate ore from Leon often replenished fresh water and food in the Canary Islands. Therefore, using the method of boiling lime water can also confuse the Spanish. Everyone focused on the method of boiling lime water to deal with shipworms, and the method of nailing iron sheets on the bottom of the ship was naturally less noticeable. Moreover, Marin would also paint the surface of the iron sheet to cover it up. Chapter 971 Who is the Sucker? Marin still attaches great importance to the Senegal Fur Company. Because the rhino skin provided there will become the necessary armor for Marin's army when crossing mountains and ridges. After all, wearing heavy iron armor, don't even think about crossing mountains and ridges. For this reason, after sending out the first batch of 2 ships, the second batch of 3 ships soon arrived. The first batch of 2 ships were mainly used to build ports, dig ponds with gates, and deal with the problem of shipworms. The second batch of ships was directly related to the acquisition of leather. These 3 ships brought a group of craftsmen who processed fur, as well as some materials for nitrate leather, such as Glauber's salt, alum and salt. The leather that has just been peeled off is very thick. This kind of rawhide is attached to the outside of the animal hair, and there is a lot of fat inside. The outer hair is okay, but if the fat inside is not handled in time, it can easily become a culture medium for microorganisms, causing the leather to rot, and the good leather will be rotten and become waste leather. Therefore, the leather must be handled immediately after it is just plucked, especially in tropical areas such as Senegal. If it is processed and eaten, the fat in the skin will begin to rot. But the locals lack the technology to process fur, as well as the relevant materials, and even ordinary tools such as knives. Therefore, Marin specially sent a team of leather craftsmen to guide the locals to process leather and prevent the leather from breaking. In addition, the ship also brought a high-carbon steel short knife used to separate thick skins, which is specially used to cut the thick leather of animals such as rhinoceroses and elephants. After all, the local natives do not have these tools, so they naturally cannot provide a large amount of leather to the former Portuguese. In addition, the ship brought 100 muskets, which are specially used to hunt rhinos, and are also equipped with special steel ball bullets. However, Marin did not give these matchlock guns to the local black uncles. After all, the accuracy of matchlock guns is relatively poor. It is difficult for Europeans to hit the target when they use them themselves. Let the black uncles use it. Isn't it a waste? You know, it's the 21st century, and those black uncles can't even shoot accurately with modern firearms, let alone using matchlock guns with worse accuracy. Therefore, Marin himself sent 100 hunters with good archery skills to let them use them. As for those black uncles, Marin thought it would be better to let them start with swords, bows and arrows. Moreover, Marin also ordered a batch of Mao eunuchs who could ride horses and shoot arrows from the Crimean Khanate, intending to teach these black uncles the basics. As for the musket, forget it. The other party has no foundation and it is a complete waste of bullets. In addition to these tools, Marin also brought a lot of goods. After all, to bribe the local natives, you have to come up with something attractive. For example, glass beads made by Venetian craftsmen, various ceramic bottles and jars, and white woolen cloth. These are all very popular goods among the locals. Of course, there are also salt and sugar. In later generations, Senegal is an important salt-producing area. Because the local climate is dry and hot, it is an excellent area for salt drying. However, in this era, the technology of salt drying seems to have not appeared yet. It was not until around 1522 that the Haifeng salt field in Wudi County, Shandong Province, easy to fry for drying, and developed the technology of salt drying. It was not until the end of the Ming dynasty that Su Guangqi, a famous scientist of the Ming dynasty, widely promoted the method of drying salt. Therefore, despite the excellent conditions for drying salt, the indigenous people in Senegal are currently in short supply of salt. Even if they boil salt, there is a lack of firewood for boiling salt. Because the local area is mainly grassland and there is no firewood to cut. For tropical areas, meat is difficult to preserve without salt, and it will rot in half a day at most. Therefore, in the Mali Empire, salt is a very important material and can be exchanged for gold sand. However, Senegal is the northwestern border area of the Mali Empire and does not have the gold sand produced in the Gulf of Guinea. Therefore, the locals are also in short supply of salt. The Portuguese are not rich in salt, not to mention that salt is expensive in Europe, and it is not very profitable to sell it in Africa. It is better to sell beautiful but impractical glass beads. Marin is different. He needs to open the door to Senegal quickly and needs local people to help him hunt rhinos and obtain rhinoceros skins. Therefore, he did not hesitate to bring a large amount of salt in exchange for the support of local tribes. Sure enough, when the representative of Marin, under the guidance of the translator, took out bags of salt wrapped in oil paper bags, the eyes of the local chiefs were straight. You know, in Timbuktu, the North African merchants from afar can exchange salt bricks dug out of the Sahara Desert for gold sand. The locals don't have gold sand, so the Portuguese naturally disdain to give them salt. Therefore, salt is very precious in the local area. When Eshwain proposed to go ashore to hunt rhinos, several local chiefs knelt decisively in front of bags of white Ma's refined salt. The local chiefs took the initiative to propose that as long as the Senegal Fur Company provided each of their tribes with 2 bags of refined salt per month, they would be willing to allow the company's musketeers to go ashore to hunt rhinos. Moreover, they would send warriors from the tribe as guides to accompany them to find rhinos. Each tribe only needs 2 bags of salt per month, which made Eshwain very stunned. You know, this bag is only 1 pound of salt. There are only 5 chiefs from the Cape Verde Peninsula who have come to contact the Senegal Fur Company. In other words, by paying 10 pounds of salt every month, the Senegal Fur Company can hunt rhinos on the Cape Verde Peninsula at will. Although the Cape Verde Peninsula is not large, it has an area of 500 to 600 square kilometers. There are mostly grasslands on the peninsula, and there are many wild animals. As for rhinos and elephants, there seem to be many. For the Senegal Fur Company, the Cape Verde Peninsula may be a little small. However, since they bribed several local chiefs with salt, the Senegal Fur Company has obtained the right to let personnel go on land and hunt rhinos freely, which is the most important thing. In the future, the Senegal Fur Company can use the Cape Verde Peninsula as a starting point to move towards the interior of Senegal and hunt more rhinos. Otherwise, the rhinos on the Cape Verde Peninsula alone are far from enough to make armor for tens of thousands of troops. Eshwain returned to the base on Goree Island with great satisfaction, but he didn't know that after he left, several chiefs on the Cape Verde Peninsula were talking about him. Of course, it wasn't a good thing. The Dakar tribe was the most powerful tribe on the Cape Verde Peninsula, and later, this place was named after this tribe. Dakar chief Magan looked greedily at the 2 bags of refined salt in his hand. He was the chief of the largest tribe of this generation and the most knowledgeable one. When he was young, he traveled all over the country and went to big cities like Timbuktu. At that time, he saw in Timbuktu that an Arab merchant from North Africa took a bag of gold sand with a salt brick. And he, who had dealt with the Portuguese, knew how precious gold sand was. Unfortunately, there was no gold sand in the local area, so the Portuguese had no interest in it. Of course, he didn't know that fortunately there was no gold sand in the local area. Otherwise, the Portuguese would never mind sending troops to occupy this place. At this time, a chief named Suwa said with a smile, "Do you think this white man is not very smart? Just to hunt rhinos, he actually gave us precious salt for free." After saying that, he proudly raised the 2 generations of refined salt in his hand. Hearing this, Magan laughed and said, "Who cares? He is willing to give it for free, can we refuse it? I tasted it, and this salt tastes much better than the salt bricks I saw in Timbuktu. You know, those salt bricks that were exchanged for gold in the Timbuktu market tasted a bit bitter, far inferior to the quality of this salt. How can it not be bitter? The salt on the Timbuktu market is mainly produced from several salt mines in the Sahara Desert. It is standard mineral salt. Mineral salt has many impurities, so it is normal for it to taste bitter. Some are even poisonous. Of course, the salt produced by the salt mines that supply Timbuktu is not poisonous, otherwise it would not be sold well in the Timbuktu market. However, it is inevitable that it tastes a bit bitter. After all, it is mineral salt. Although there are fine products among mineral salts, most mineral salts are of average quality. But even these mineral salt bricks of average quality are not usually enjoyed by the chiefs in remote areas of the Mali Empire. Because they lack gold sand to exchange for salt bricks. Therefore, the non-bitter refined salt that Eshwain sent them was so precious in their eyes. Moreover, for several local chiefs, the local rhinos are actually a major hazard. Because wherever those rhinos pass, the local natives have to avoid them. Otherwise, they will be hurt by rhinos if they are not careful. Since these outsiders were willing to help hunt rhinos and send precious salt, why wouldn't they do it? They wished they could meet such a rich man every day. Chapter 972, Babu Ma. Eshwain didn't know that he had become a Kaisi in the eyes of several black chiefs, but even if he knew, he would have sneered. Why? As a middle-level manager of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, he knew that the North Sea Chamber of Commerce was definitely not short of salt. In short, although the price of salt in Europe was not low, he had seen the ships of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, which brought back salt from America one by one. Although he didn't know the secret of the North Sea Kingdom's salt cooking, he could guess that the North Sea Kingdom might have discovered a large salt mine on the savage continent, which produced a large amount of non-bitter refined salt. Therefore, the few bags of salt given to several local chiefs were really not worth mentioning. Moreover, once the colonists of the Senegal Fur Company landed on land, hunted enough rhinos, and obtained rhinoceros skins, they would immediately get their money back. Although the most valuable rhino horns and ivory had to be dealt with by the Duke of Coimbra, rhino skins were enough to make up for the cost. Because, it was said that rhino skins could be made into high-quality leather armor to supply the army. Although there is no profit in supplying the obtained rhino skin to his own army, Eschwein does not care about those profits. Because Marin once told him personally that as long as this matter is done well, there will be many good things in the future for promotion and wealth. Who is Marin? The Grand Duke of the North Sea. How can he be worse than the promotion and wealth he promised personally? According to Kohler, the second in command of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, if this matter is done well, maybe he can get a noble title of knight or knight. Although it is the lowest level of noble title that cannot be inherited, it is enough to make Eschwein, who was born as a serf, excited. How many years has he been out of serfhood? If he can get a noble title, it is simply amazing. The only requirement Marin gave him at the beginning was fast. The cost can be higher, but the speed must be fast. After all, Marin is anxious to use troops against Siena, and needs a large amount of rhino leather armor. It was precisely because of Marin's fast requirement that Eschwein did not grumble with the other party during the negotiation, and directly threw out the salt that the other party was most interested in. Then, those bumpkins were indeed bought off. Then, Eschwein began to prepare intensively for landing to hunt rhinos. The 100 musketeers brought from the mainland were already in place. They were a group of men who were selected and not afraid of heat. Their task was to hunt rhinos on the West African grasslands with steel ball bullets using the musket. Steel ball bullets are different from lead bullets. Lead bullets are heavier and have greater kinetic energy. But because the lead is too soft, the hardness is too poor, and it is difficult to break the defense of the rhino's thick skin. Therefore, lead bullets can only injure rhinos, but not kill them. But injured rhinos are very scary, they will go crazy, and their combat effectiveness will also explode. Therefore, hunting rhinos with lead bullets will not only fail to kill rhinos, but may also cost their lives. For this reason, Marin had to make a batch of steel ball bullets specifically for hunting rhinos. Although the skin of rhinoceros is thick, it will also be defeated by steel balls weighing more than 30 grams. In particular, Marin specifically requested that the rhinoceros head be hit. As long as the head is blown up, no matter how strong the rhinoceros is, it will be finished immediately without the command of the brain. Moreover, rhinoceros are different from ferocious beasts such as lions, tigers and leopards. Lions, tigers and leopards will either run away or take the initiative to attack when they see hunters. Once they run, it is difficult to aim with a matchlock gun. Rhinoceros are probably very arrogant because they have no natural enemies. Generally speaking, rhinoceros ignore animals that approach them. Because, in their minds, no animal can threaten them. Therefore, for arrogant rhinoceros, hunters can approach calmly, and then aim at the rhinoceros' big head calmly within a distance of less than 30 meters with a very high accuracy. Of course, don't get too close. Otherwise, it is easy to anger the rhinoceros. Especially during the mating season, if you encounter a male rhinoceros in spring, it is easy to be attacked. But although the matchlock gun is not accurate at a distance, it is still accurate within 50 yards, 45.7 meters. In particular, the 100 musketeers sent by Marin are all very good at shooting. Rhinos are different from timid herbivores such as deer and antelopes. Because of their strong strength, they generally do not run away when they see people from a distance. They will only run away when humans are too close, and there are many of them. At a distance of 30 or 40 meters, rhinos are too lazy to run away. What's more, rhinos have poor eyesight and mainly rely on their sense of smell. At a distance of 30 meters, as long as they are not in the upwind, rhinos generally cannot smell or see clearly. Therefore, as long as the hunter finds a good downwind position, at a distance of 30 meters, he can calmly aim and kill the rhinoceros. Of course, you must also be mentally prepared for failure. Because if you aim at the head, there is a chance of failure. For example, if the rhino happens to raise or lower its head, it will avoid the bullet that will kill it. In this case, the rhino is likely to be enraged and chase after the sound and smell. Therefore, the shooter needs to escape at this time. But the West African black rhino runs very fast, reaching a maximum speed of 45 km per hour. With human foot strength alone, it is certain to die under the pursuit of the black rhino. Therefore, Marin specifically allowed the Senegal Fur Company to use horses to escape. Because horses can run at speeds of more than 60 km per hour and up to 100 km per hour. Although it is not long-lasting, it is enough to escape. After all, it is difficult to train a musketeer with superb archery skills, and it is best not to die easily. However, the climate in West Africa is hot and dry, and European horses are obviously not very adaptable to the local climate. And Arabian horses are not enough for Marin himself. Because basically every Arabian horse was pulled by Marin for breeding, which made them very kidney deficient. After thinking again and again, Marin suddenly remembered that the Berb horse produced in Morocco seems to be a very good horse breed. It is said that the Barb horse was brought to North Africa by the Arabs and has the bloodline of the Arabian horse. However, its appearance does not look like an Arabian horse. The only thing similar to the Arabian horse is that it has the same super endurance, fast speed, and quick reaction. Moreover, the Barb horse can endure hardships and is more resistant to rough feed, and is much easier to serve than the delicate European horses. After all, Moroccans are mainly nomadic people. And the most important thing for horses bred by nomadic people is to be resistant to rough feed. Otherwise, with the poverty of nomadic people, how can they afford to feed them with fine feed? Therefore, all good horses bred by nomadic people must be resistant to rough feed. Otherwise, nomadic people can't afford it. And this kind of horse produced in North Africa is obviously very adaptable to the dry and hot climate in Senegal. Moreover, it is also very close to transport Barb horses from Morocco to Senegal, and transportation is very convenient. Therefore, while sending ships to Gorée Island, Marin also sent people to the Léon colony and ordered the local person in charge to buy a batch of burlesque horses from the nearby Saad tribe for the musketeers who hunted rhinos to escape. Burlesque horses have quick reactions, fast speed, and good endurance, and are excellent mounts for escaping from the pursuit of West African black rhinos. As long as they have burlesque horses, the musketeers will not be afraid of being chased to death by angry rhinos after failing to shoot. After all, rhinos can't run faster than burlesque horses. After reaching an agreement with the Dakar and other tribes, Eshwain began to build a landing dock near the Dakar tribe. The 100 musketeers also began to adapt to the local climate. Along with the 100 musketeers, there were also a dozen craftsmen who were good at processing leather. They would also ride burlesque horses to facilitate their escape. If the hunt was successful, they would go forward to deal with the rhinoceros, cut off the rhino skin with a short knife, and process the rhino skin. After processing, they were sent to Gorée Island and transported back to the mainland, where they were handed over to craftsmen who specialized in making leather armor, and made into rhinoceros leather armor for the army. Of course, it will take some time for Léon to buy the Burka horses. Therefore, they need to wait until more than 100 Burka horses are delivered before they can go out to hunt rhinos. Before the Burka horses arrive, they can take this opportunity to learn some daily communication terms of the local indigenous people from 2 translators to facilitate communication with the local black indigenous people and avoid misunderstandings and frictions. Chapter 973, Can Camels Also Plow the Land? At present, Marin has a total of 4 modified galleys, which travel back and forth in the Mediterranean and are responsible for trade with the Mamluk dynasty. Marin used to import chemical raw materials such as natural alkali and Glauber's salt from Egypt, and sometimes bought some Arabian horses through Egypt. Of course, there are not many Arabian horses in Egypt itself. Therefore, the purchase of Arabian horses is more about borrowing Egypt as a trading platform. Because the Arabian horses purchased by Marin mainly come from the Nejd and Hijaz regions in the east and southeast of Egypt, as well as Oman and other places. After all, there are not enough horses in Egypt, and most Mamluk cavalry have only 1 horse. In addition, it should be pointed out that although the Hijaz region, that is, the region including the 2 holy cities of Mecca and Medina, is nominally subject to the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty, in fact, the Hijaz region is autonomous and ruled by the Hashemite family of Muhammad, and the Mamluk dynasty cannot directly rule this area. After all, the Hashemite family is an authentic family of the Holy Family, and the Mamluk dynasty must also respect them. The Mamluk dynasty's rule over Hijaz is somewhat similar to the Qing dynasty's rule over western Tibet. The Qing dynasty authorized the Dalai Lama and the Panchen Lama to rule Tibet in name only. The Mamluk dynasty also authorized the Hashemite family to rule the Hijaz region in name only. In exchange, the Hashemite family in Hijaz must also recognize the puppet caliph in Cairo as the spiritual leader of the entire Allah world. In fact, the caliphs from the Abbasid family are also branches of the Hashemite family. At the beginning, Muhammad married his daughter Fatima to his cousin Ali, and their descendants were the main branch of the Hashemite family. The Abbasid family is actually the descendant of Muhammad's uncle Abbas. So, in general, the two families were originally one family. But what's interesting is that the Shiites respect the Hashemite family, the descendants of Ali, as the authentic heirs of the caliphate, while the Sunnis believe that it is not necessary to be a descendant of Muhammad to become a caliph. For example, the Abbasid dynasty was established by the descendants of Muhammad's uncle Abbas, not the descendants of Muhammad. Logically speaking, the Hashemite family should support the Shiites who support their own family. However, in fact, the Hashemite family, which controls the two holy cities, belongs to the Sunni sect. Of course, this is also helpless. Because the Sunnis have taken the lead in the Arab world. If they support the failed Shiites, it is estimated that the family will be expelled from the holy city. And occupying the holy city obviously has huge benefits. For example, receiving pilgrims from all over the world is a huge income every year. The Hashemite family rules Mecca and can make a lot of money from the pilgrimage. For example, monopolizing the hotel industry, providing high-priced accommodation and high-priced food. Then, sell some so-called blessed religious souvenirs at high prices. It is said that Saudi Arabia's income from the pilgrimage to Mecca every year in later generations is as high as tens of billions of dollars. So, in the face of interests, it is normal for the Hashemite family to bow their heads and recognize the Sunnis. However, after recognizing the mainstream Sunnis, others dare not touch them. After all, they are authentic descendants of the Prophet Muhammad. For example, the Mamluk dynasty was obviously salivating over the huge income from the pilgrimage, but they did not dare to rob it casually. Otherwise, they would become the enemy of the world. Even when the Ottoman Turks occupied this place later, they still entrusted the Hashemite family to manage the holy city. Of course, in exchange, the Hashemite family later recognized the Turkish Sultan as the Orthodox Caliph. But who is the Turkish Sultan? Is he of the Hashemite family bloodline? No. But the Hashemite family recognized it. There is no way, if they don't recognize it, the Turks will turn against them and kill people. But if they recognize it, they can still control the lucrative Mecca. In short, the Hashemite family is a bit like the Kong family in China. All dynasties have respected them as mascots. However, no one from the Kong family went to Tsufu for pilgrimage, and there was no prophet, only the empty title of Yanchengong. The Hashemite family has a pilgrimage to Mecca, which is very profitable. Because they were worried that Turkey would annex the Mamluk dynasty, Marin sent a fleet to Egypt again to see if he could buy more Egyptian goods and give the Mamluk dynasty some economic support. Therefore, Marin instructed the fleet to go to Egypt to buy more livestock, such as cattle. Marin thought that the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt was a country with developed animal husbandry, so there should be enough cattle to sell, right? It happened that Marin needed a lot of oxen to develop the new world. Therefore, Marin instructed the fleet to buy more cattle, which not only supported Egypt economically, but also facilitated himself. Unexpectedly, after the fleet returned, Hansel, the leader of the fleet, came back to report that there were few cattle in Egypt. What? There are few cattle in Egypt? Marin was confused after hearing this. Then, he thought about it and asked, how do the Egyptians plow the fields? You know, the Nile River basin in Egypt is a famous agricultural area. Without cattle, do they use horses to plow? But that's not right. Arabian horses are medium-sized horses, not the heavy horses suitable for plowing in Europe. Hansel replied, although there are many arable lands in the Nile River basin in Egypt, only some of them use cattle to plow the land. Most people use camels to plow the land. What? Camels can also plow the land? Marin was a little stunned after hearing this. Yes, camels plow the land. I have seen local people plowing the land in the countryside of Egypt. Their method of plowing the land is that men hold the plow from behind. In front, women or weak teenagers lead the camels to control the direction. In other words, Egyptians need two people to plow the land with camels. However, the people who lead the camels do not need to be strong and young laborers. Moreover, according to local people, camels are mostly used for plowing the land on the Arabian Peninsula because camels are more adapted to the local dry and hot climate. In addition, when they are not plowing the land, they can also carry goods. Marin was surprised and continued to ask, in other words, there are a lot of camels in Egypt? Hansel thought for a while and said, yes, a lot. Walking in the cities and countryside of Egypt, you can see camels everywhere. Generally speaking, those camels are either carrying people or carrying goods. It is said that a camel can carry 400 pounds of goods for a long distance, and can travel 40 miles a day, which is 64 kilometers. Moreover, camels are very resistant to roughage, and can eat some wild grass and go without water for several days. They are very easy to raise. Therefore, raising camels is very popular in Egypt and Arabia. And camels are also the main means of transportation there. Carrying 400 pounds of goods and walking 64 kilometers every day. Wow, this is an excellent means of transportation for baggage. Marin smacked his lips. You know, the average infantry march is only about 40 kilometers a day. Camels carrying 400 pounds can run 64 kilometers a day, which is faster than the army. Calculated in this way, raising camels is more cost-effective than raising cattle. Marin thought, stroking his chin. Raising cattle can only plow the land, and although they can also pull ox carts are too slow. Europe has no shortage of horse-drawn carriages, so naturally no one uses ox-drawn carts. How fast can a camel plow the land? Marin asked. It is said that it can plow more than 5 mu of land every day, which is better than an ox. Hansel replied. So fast. Then, what is the price of a local camel? Marin was surprised. 10 gold coins a head, as many as you want. In Egypt, camels are everywhere. That's great, I order you to go to Egypt again and buy as many camels as possible. Hansel thought for a while and said, buying camels is no problem, but, Grand Duke, if you want to ship camels, the ship may need to be modified. After all, camels are taller. That's no problem, I will send craftsmen from the shipyard to be responsible for modifying the ship. Marin said with high spirits. Since I can't buy enough oxen, I will buy camels instead. There are many camels in Egypt. Buying camels will not only be convenient for myself, but also make Egyptians profit. It's a win-win situation. Chapter 974, Britain's War Clouds. As for the disadvantages of camels. Marin thought about it, but he really couldn't think of it. Camels are not afraid of drought or cold. Is it afraid of hot and humid weather? Marin remembered that there seemed to be many camels in India in the future. India also has a rainy season, which is relatively hot and humid, and camels have not been unable to adapt. It seems that in the future, there are camel soldiers in India, and they are even used for military parades. Then let's give it a try. Marin made up his mind. He planned to try it. Camels can adapt to the tropical rainforest climate in Cuba. If they adapt, they will use camels. If they are not adapted to the tropical rainforest, they will take camels to West Africa to exchange cattle with the Mali Empire. The climate in the Mali Empire is semi-arid, and camels are very practical there. Because camels in West Africa mean that they can plow the land and carry goods, which is very practical. Moreover, the local climate is dry and hot, which is very suitable for camels to survive. If Marin exchanged one for one, the local natives would probably be very happy. Moreover, camel meat is said to be very delicious. And on the Pampas, camels are probably also very practical. Because the Pampas is not humid. In the Atacama Desert in northern Chile, camels are even more suitable, just right for carrying saltpeter to the seaside for loading. In fact, Marin took it for granted. Camels can indeed live in tropical rainforests, but they are not very adaptable and are more likely to get sick. As for India, India cannot be considered a hot and humid climate. Moreover, most of India's camels are distributed in the drier areas along the western coast, and the rainy season is relatively short. But his idea is also very good. He will try Cuba first. If it doesn't work, he will exchange camels with cattle from the Mali Empire or even the Songhai Empire. Most of the Mali Empire and most of the Songhai Empire are located in the dry and hot inland of West Africa, and camels are much more adaptable than cattle. Moreover, a camel is as heavy as an ordinary ox, but it is more adaptable than cattle in arid areas, and has a strong ability to carry goods. If Marin is willing to exchange one for one, the people of the Mali Empire and the Songhai Empire will definitely be happy. Moreover, Africans do not understand the technology of nose rings for cattle, and it is difficult to tame cattle. Camels are more docile than cattle without nose rings, and are more suitable for control. What's more, camels plow more than 5 mu of land every day, while cows only plow about 4 mu of land every day. No matter how you look at it, camels are better. Of course, this refers to arid areas suitable for camels to survive. If it is changed to tropical rainforests, cows are definitely better. Because camels are not very adaptable to hot and humid climates. Because a large number of camels will be purchased in the future, the previous 4 paddleboat merchant ships suitable for the Mediterranean are obviously not enough. Therefore, Marin ordered the construction of several new improved paddleboats, with cannons installed, and further improved them to increase the height of the cabin to facilitate the placement of camels. In addition, Marin also plans to import wool, sheepskin, rice and other products from Egypt. In fact, these products are available in Europe, and Marin does not need to buy them from Egypt. But after Egypt lost the huge profits from the spice trade, its future economy will definitely be difficult. Therefore, Marin, based on the principle that helping Egypt is to weaken Turkey, still plans to import these seemingly unnecessary things from Egypt. In addition, when the Mamluk dynasty's import of Indian wood steel by sea was cut off, Marin planned to let his fleet sent to India help bring back some wood steel. Then, it was transported to Egypt via the Mediterranean route. In this way, the Mamluk cavalry will not lack Damascus scimitars, and the combat effectiveness of the Mamluk cavalry can be fully guaranteed. For now, the combat effectiveness of the Mamluk cavalry armed with sophisticated Damascus scimitars is no worse than that of the Turkish cavalry. At the beginning, they defeated the Mongolian cavalry. In addition, Marin also planned to suggest that the Mamluk dynasty open pilgrimages to Europeans. Because the Christian Holy Land of Jerusalem is under the control of the Mamluk dynasty. If the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty is willing to open pilgrimages to Europeans and collect pilgrimage taxes, it is estimated that it will make a fortune. You know, there are so many Christians in Europe. Once the pilgrimage to Jerusalem is opened, the income will definitely be much greater than the pilgrimage to Mecca. After all, in this era, the Arab region is still a relatively poor nomadic region, and Europeans are much richer. Unlike later generations, because the Middle East has a lot of oil, there are local tyrants everywhere. In comparison, Europeans in this era are much richer. If pilgrimages are opened, the Mamluk dynasty can also make a lot of money according to the custom of Allah to collect high taxes from pagans. At the same time, Venice, which is responsible for Mediterranean shipping, is expected to make a lot of money. In this way, a new way of wealth can be opened up for the Mamluk dynasty, so that it will not decline rapidly due to the interruption of spice trade. Just when Marin's mind was full of camels and Egyptian affairs, the quarrel between England and Scotland on the British Isles began to intensify. Edward publicly expressed his anger at Scotland's behavior of throwing dirty water on him, and demanded that the Kingdom of Scotland change its words and apologize publicly. Otherwise, England would teach Scotland an unforgettable lesson. Then, England began to publicly recruit troops across the country, looking like it was going to do a big job. In fact, Edward did not take out the mutual succession to the throne agreement signed with James IV before he returned home. Otherwise, Scotland would definitely be aware of Edward's intention to annex Scotland at this time. Without Edward making the agreement public, Edward's conscription and preparation for war at this time were more like a large-scale border conflict with Scotland, not a war of annihilation. As for Scotland, the newly crowned John Stuart, John I, knew that a public apology might make England lose its excuse to send troops, but he just couldn't apologize. Why? Because once he apologized, Edward would be cleared of the suspicion of assassinating James IV, then he would become a suspect of regicide, and he would not be able to sit on the throne, and he might even be deposed and imprisoned. Therefore, although he knew that it would anger England, he had to bite the bullet and continue to insist that it was England who sent someone to kill James IV. And his judgment was actually not a problem. And Edward also insisted that James IV was definitely not killed by the English. Even in front of the envoys of various countries, Edward swore on the Bible that it was not the English who killed James IV. Otherwise, he was willing to accept any punishment. And the envoys of various countries were also confused, was it really not Edward who did it? Otherwise, how could Edward dare to swear in the name of God and the Bible? In fact, this was a crooked idea given to him by Marin, who was good at playing word games. Edward was right. The one who killed James IV was not an Englishman, but a German Marin's men. Although he was the one who ordered the killing, when he swore, he said, James IV was definitely not killed by an Englishman. There is nothing wrong with this statement. It was indeed not killed by an Englishman, but it was not mentioned whether the instigator was an Englishman. This kind of unethical word game fooled the envoys of many European countries, making them believe that the death of James IV really seemed to have nothing to do with Edward. Then, Edward began to confidently explode his troops and began to build a large camp near the northern border of Northumberland, clearly showing a posture of sending a large army to attack Scotland. In fact, Edward's actions at the land border between England and Scotland were all feints. The real killer was Marin's 4th Legion stationed in Saqqara, Northumberland. The 4th Army of the North Sea Kingdom was a fully staffed army of 10,000 people. It had participated in the Battle of Lubeck and Edward's war to seize the throne. It was an elite army with strong combat effectiveness and had seen bloodshed. Edward was more assured that this army would conduct the sea crossing and landing operations. While England and Scotland were engaged in a diplomatic quarrel, Saqqara led the 4th Legion to the coastal area of Northumberland and conducted a waiting landing exercise. Because the coastal area near Edinburgh certainly does not have enough docks to accommodate 10,000 troops landing at the same time. Therefore, most soldiers still need to practice waiting landing. Only baggage and cavalry will land through the dock. As for ordinary infantry, they can just wade ashore. Anyway, Europe has entered summer, so they are not afraid of cold water. On the island of Great Britain, the clouds of war are dense, and a war to destroy a country is about to begin. Chapter 975 Edward's Plan. Marin eventually sent 5,000 reinforcements to England. Originally, he didn't want to send reinforcements, but Edward's idea changed his mind. It turned out that Edward thought that if the main force was sent out this time, then London might not be safe. Why? Because Edward's throne was taken back by bloody and violent means. The original Henry VII actually did a good job and was very popular with the people. Therefore, Edward was able to defeat Henry VII and seize the throne because of the violence lent by Marin. For this reason, he killed many people at the beginning, especially those loyal nobles of Henry VII. However, the great nobles who were killed at the beginning had a deep family background, and there must be many fish that slipped through the net. It's just that because Marin left the 4th and 5th legions in England, those people didn't dare to move. But what if the city of London is empty? Edward believes that if London is empty, the remnants of the killed nobles will definitely jump out of rebellion and seek revenge on themselves. In fact, Edward really hopes that those hidden enemies can jump out. In this way, he could catch them all in one fell swoop. In this way, he would not have to worry in the future. Therefore, he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to deliberately create the illusion that London city is empty, to lure the remnants of the enemy to jump out so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop, so as not to be frightened in the future. As for how to create the illusion that London city is empty, naturally, Sivag's 5th Legion and the 10,000 Guards Regiment recruited by Edward later were all sent to fight Scotland. Of course, not really sending all the 5th Legion and the Guards Regiment. Edward's plan was to secretly leave 5,000 elite soldiers of the 5th Legion, ambush in the city of London, wait for the remnants of the opposition to emerge, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. And how to leave 5,000 elite soldiers of the 5th Legion? Of course, secretly replace 5,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion. In this way, when the army set out, it seemed that all 10,000 soldiers of the 5th Legion had left. In fact, half of the elite soldiers were left, waiting for the rebels to emerge. Originally, Edward planned to use 5,000 civilians to pretend to be soldiers of the 5th Legion to replace 5,000 elite soldiers. However, Edward suddenly thought that there were still many remnants of the great nobles who were killed by him. Maybe there were their remnants among those civilians. Or, people who were related to those remnants. If the news leaked, those remnants would not dare to jump out. Therefore, after thinking about it, Edward still thought it would be better to let Marin send someone. So, he sent another secret envoy to ask Marin to send troops to help. However, Marin is now busy sending troops to Italy, so how can he have extra troops for Edward? Later, Edward's secret envoy was anxious and said casually, "Militia is also fine." Then, Marin thought of a way. Yes, Marin planned to send 5,000 militia to replace the 5,000 people of the 5th Legion. It just so happened that Marin had trained about 20,000 militiamen in order to prevent being beaten by the princes. Originally, these militiamen were intended to assist in defending the city, and they were never thought of as the main combat force. However, the training level of these militiamen is not low. At least, it is not worse than the soldiers of Edward's 10,000 guards. After all, the instructors of those militiamen are all veterans of Marin's battles. Of course, those militiamen have not seen blood, and they are not elite, and they are not as elite as Sivag's 5th Legion. However, their mission is to replace the veterans of Sivag's 5th Legion, not to fight, so there are not such high requirements. According to the results of the discussion between Edward's secret envoy and Marin, these 5,000 militiamen will take the merchant ships of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce and enter London from the Thames. King Edward of England will grant ships special exemptions from inspection to avoid problems with the English navy at the mouth of the Thames. You know, there may be remnants of the Tudor dynasty in those English navies. Therefore, no one else can know that troops have entered London. Then, the merchant ship carrying 5,000 militiamen will dock at the 5th Legion barracks in the west of London at midnight, enter the barracks at night, and complete the replacement of personnel. Of course, the 5th Legion barracks in the west of the city is large enough and close to the Thames. Even if these 5,000 militiamen go in, they can live there. As for supplies, the North Sea Chamber of Commerce can quietly deliver more supplies through the dock. In this way, outsiders can't see the problem. When it's time to send troops, the 5,000 militiamen will replace the 5,000 veterans of the 5th Legion to go to the northern expedition. And the 5,000 veterans of the 5th Legion will continue to hide in the barracks. At the same time, the barracks will be closed, with only a small number of guards left to guard, and outsiders are prohibited from peeping into the barracks. After that, the English government no longer publicly provides food and grass supplies to this barracks. However, the ships of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce will provide food and grass to the 5,000 soldiers hiding in the barracks from the dock in the middle of the night. Of course, the food delivered was processed, and no fire was allowed in the barracks, so that no one outside could see anything unusual. In this way, the 5,000 elite soldiers of the 5th Legion could be quietly hidden in the barracks without being known by outsiders. As for the city of London, after all the guards set out for the northern expedition, Edward would specially select 5,000 untrained recruits to garrison the city of London. What kind of combat effectiveness can the recruits have? Moreover, they were not trained much, and they were scattered in the city of London. All this clearly showed that it was not an opportunity for the remnants of the Tudor dynasty to take action. That's right, Edward wanted to give the remnants of the Tudor dynasty a chance to rebel. In the Tower of London, he would only leave 500 reliable guards to garrison the palace. Then, the rest of the city of London was full of recruits. In this situation, it is estimated that the remnants of the Tudor dynasty would definitely be tempted. After all, the only ones who can fight in the city of London are Edward's 500 guards. If the remnants of the Tudor dynasty unite, it will be no problem to deal with the 500 guards in the Tower of London. As for the 5,000 new recruits, who would take them seriously? Even Edward intended to deliberately let others recommend them to control these 5,000 new recruits. Perhaps, the remnants of the Tudor dynasty would take the opportunity to sneak in and gain some military power. In this way, the other party's confidence would probably be even greater. Moreover, in order to give those rebels enough confidence, Edward planned to select the most unbearable 5,000 new recruits to garrison London. I am not afraid of your setbacks, but I am afraid that you will not be setbacks. If you are not setbacks, how can you attract those remnants of the Tudor dynasty to take action? In addition, Edward will also announce a wartime curfew policy, strictly prohibiting people from going out at night. In this way, it can also prevent the spies of the remnants of the Tudor dynasty from discovering that someone is delivering supplies to the barracks on the Thames River in the west of the city in the middle of the night. During the day, the city of London is open to welcome visitors from all directions. In fact, it is to give those remnants of the Tudor dynasty the opportunity to sneak into the city of London. As for how the 5,000 elite soldiers of the 5th Legion hidden in the camp in the west of the city can enter the city to quell the rebellion? This is very simple. Just let the North Sea Chamber of Commerce prepare more merchant ships on the Thames. Once a rebellion breaks out in the city of London, the ships of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce will go to the West Camp Wharf, load 5,000 elite veterans of the 5th Legion, and then go downstream to land at the Royal Wharf of the Tower of London Palace. Then, enter the palace from the southwest gate opposite the wharf of the Tower of London Palace, and then pass through the palace to enter the city of London to quell the rebellion. Note, the Tower of London Palace is right by the Thames, and the palace wall is the city wall. You can also enter the city of London through the palace gate. 5,000 elite veterans who have fought hundreds of battles are enough to quell the rebellion of the remnants of the Tudor dynasty. After all, the elite of the Tudor dynasty had long been wiped out in the previous war. How could the remaining ones beat 5,000 elite veterans who have fought hundreds of battles? Only when the remnants of the Tudor dynasty are wiped out can Edward really sleep peacefully. And Marin also supported Edward's move. After all, he would take over England in the future. Edward's clearing out of the remnants of the Tudor dynasty was actually paving the way for him. Chapter 976, Fishing Village Landing Tactics. Marin still admired Edward for coming up with such a solution. You know, in this era, there are not many monarchs who can be so wise. However, Marin didn't know that Edward was actually influenced by him and liked to use his brain like this. After all, when he conquered Henry VII, Marin showed all kinds of strategies in front of him, which stimulated Edward a lot. Then, this European monarch began to think about Marin's strategies and imitate them. Finally, a fool may have 1,000 thoughts, but he may have one, which made him think of this way to eliminate the remnants of the previous dynasty, which made Marin admire it very much. You know, this attack on Scotland is a war of annihilation. Once it is won, England will be able to annex Scotland and complete the great cause of unifying the British Isles. If the remnants of the Tudor dynasty hidden in the dark can be eliminated at the same time, it will be a double happiness. By then, Edward will also become a famous monarch in English history. Even if he is killed by Marin in the end, his great achievements in unifying the British Isles during his reign will be recorded in history forever. Although Marin was the one who made the greatest contribution to the unification of the British Isles, Marin did not dare to write his conspiracies and intrigues into history books. In the end, these merits still have to be attributed to Edward. To be honest, Edward's life is worth it. Originally, he was just an unlucky child who should have been beheaded by Henry VII in 1497. Now, as the King of England, a European power, he will conquer Scotland and complete the unification of the British Isles. This is a perfect route for a wise ruler. Perhaps, in future history books, Edward will be called Edward the Great. Because Marin also plans to help him conquer the entire island of Ireland. By then, Edward, who unified the British Isles, really deserves the title of Emperor. Seeing the conflict between England and Scotland, the French naturally cannot sit idly by and watch their ally Scotland being rubbed on the ground by England. In particular, the French are very worried that England will take the opportunity to destroy Scotland. After all, the main force of Scotland is still a prisoner in England. At present, the army that can be mobilized in Scotland is at most a few thousand people, and most of them are second-line militias with little combat effectiveness. Therefore, King Louis XII of France decided to transport a group of French soldiers by ship, and send them to Scotland in the name of mercenaries to help them repel the invasion of the English. However, since England began to mobilize its army, the English navy has begun to be deployed frequently. Before, French merchant ships could still go around Scotland from the North Sea. But now, the English no longer allow any ships to go north. As long as there are French ships heading northeast from the port of Calais, the English will definitely send warships to intercept and inspect. If they are dissatisfied, they will attack directly. Therefore, the French plan to send reinforcements to Scotland from the North Sea failed. Then, the French began to try to go to sea from the west. They really let the French escape several ships and transport hundreds of people to Scotland. Mainly, the French sent ships from the port of Nantes on the west coast, then detoured from the west coast of the island of Ireland, and then bypassed the north of Scotland to arrive at the port of Edinburgh. The spies sent to Scotland by the North Sea Chamber of Commerce quickly passed this information to London. Edward was shocked. Then, he began to send a large number of warships to cruise the west coast of France, and finally stopped France from sending reinforcements to Scotland. However, Scotland didn't know. They thought that France would still have the possibility to send some reinforcements through the Atlantic Ocean. So, in the end, John Stuart, who had gained confidence, decided to send all 3,000 militiamen in the royal city of Edinburgh to the southern border to use the terrain to defend against England's attack. Then, he also separated 1,000 people from the 2,000 Scottish Guards to support the southern front, mainly to let the veterans of these 1,000 guards serve as grassroots officers of the southern border garrison. After all, most of the reinforcements sent to the south were unprofessional militias, and veterans were needed to lead and command them in battle. As for the city of Edinburgh, John Stuart left only 1,000 guard soldiers. Counting the 100 French guards he brought back before, and the approximately 600 reinforcements supported by France later, there were only 1,700 defenders left in Edinburgh. Of course, these defenders are elite and have strong combat effectiveness. Moreover, if France continues to send reinforcements, there is nothing to say. Even John Stuart plans to send French reinforcements to the front line to help block the attack of the English army if there are more French reinforcements. After all, as far as the current situation is concerned, the biggest threat is the attack of the English army on the southern border. As for the cross-sea landing, it seems that England has not shown such signs. But the cautious John Stuart still sent a team of militia to garrison at the dock in Edinburgh to prevent the British army from landing. If necessary, the team of militia will burn the dock and not give the British army a chance to land here. But John Stuart didn't know that the 4th Corps had no intention of landing at the Edinburgh dock at all. Because, as the dock of the capital, there must be vigilance. Therefore, the port chosen by the 4th Corps to land is Seaton Port, 4 miles east of Edinburgh. Of course, it is not called Seaton Port yet, and there is no formal dock there. It is just an ordinary small fishing village with only a long bridge dock to facilitate the docking of fishing boats in the village. But Marin's spies who are proficient in Scottish Gaelic have already infiltrated this small fishing village. As a Scottish rich man, he bought a large piece of open space next to the dock here, funded the construction of several long bridge docks, and bought several fishing boats, pretending to be a fishing tycoon. When the time comes, the fleet can land here and make good use of these long bridge docks to unload baggage and horses. The soldiers mainly wade in the water. After all, if those narrow long bridge docks are used, God knows how long it will take for 10,000 troops to land. And the sneak attack on Edinburgh is fast. Therefore, letting most of the soldiers wade in the water is the fastest way. In fact, in Italy, Marin also used the same method. On the west coast of the Papal States, Pope Julius II specially selected a remote coastal fishing village and moved all the villagers away. Then, this remote small fishing port was used as a temporary stop for Marin's army to attack Siena. After the war begins, Marin's army will use this small fishing port as its home port and sail to the northern coast of the Grosseto region along the coast of the Republic of Siena to find a fishing village suitable for landing. Then, Marin will send his Italian spies to buy land and ships in that fishing village and build docks in the same way as in Port Seton. When the army lands here, those docks will be just right for use. However, this time when sending troops to Italy, Marin's army is lightly armed, without artillery and other baggage, not even horses. Only some gunpowder barrels need to go to the dock because they are afraid of tides. As for ordinary soldiers, waiting and landing will do. Marin's way of landing in a remote fishing village can be regarded as avoiding the enemy's defense. At the same time, it is more concealed and can achieve the best effect of sneak attacks. After all, who would think of sending troops to defend a remote fishing village? Chapter 977, Changes and Sugar-Coated Ginger Slices. Of course, not every seaside fishing village is suitable for a large army landing. The prerequisite for a large army to wade into the water is that there must be a large area of shallows in the landing area for wading. If it is all deep water and there are no coastal shallows, it is impossible to wade into the water. However, it is easy to judge whether there is a shallow, just send a few spies who are good at swimming to investigate. The big ship approaches, and then let the spies row a small boat close to the sea, find the shallows, and wade in the water to test it personally. Only after confirmation can the final decision be made. Otherwise, if you hastily choose a place that is not suitable for beach landing, many soldiers will drown. After all, not all soldiers are good at swimming. For example, the elite of Marin's 1st, 2nd and 3rd legions are mostly from the southern German mountains. Mountain people are good at crossing mountains and ridges, but most of them are landlubbers. On the contrary, most of the 4th Legion of Sakara are English, and most of them are good at swimming. Coincidentally, it was the end of June and the beginning of July, and the weather became hot. Marin thought about it and decided to take all the 15,000 mountain infantrymen who were going to be taken to Italy to the coast of East Frisia to train wading, landing and swimming. Landlubbers are not always landlubbers. If they learn to swim, they may not be unable to learn. In particular, these soldiers are still young and have strong learning abilities. Marin selected 3,000 Frisian sailors to take turns teaching those landlubbers to swim. The teaching method is very simple and crew tie ropes around the waists of those landlubbers and throw them into the water. After drinking enough water and pulling them up, teach them a few basic movements and swimming skills, and then throw them into the water again. Of course, this process is carried out on the EMS River. After all, drinking sea water is very uncomfortable. Even if those landlubbers are allowed to drink water, they have to drink fresh water. There is a great terror between life and death. After experiencing the terrible experience of drinking enough water many times, most of the landlubbers who struggle to get up learn to swim. Only a small number of idiots who have no useful talents at all, every time they are thrown down, they are pulled up after drinking enough water, and they are completely helpless. But Marin doesn't care. Anyway, he is not the coach of the swimming team, and he doesn't need every soldier to learn to swim. It is a pleasant surprise that most soldiers can learn to swim. After all, these infantrymen are just ordinary infantrymen, not special forces, and generally do not need such unpopular skills as swimming. The difference is that all scouts must learn to swim. Because it is normal for scouts to cross the river for reconnaissance. Can you be called a scout if you can't swim? Marin remembered that he had watched a movie, Crossing the River Scouting, when he was a child in his previous life. The scouts swam across the Yangtze River. Seeing that the soldiers were well trained in swimming, Marin sent a fleet to secretly transport these 15,000 infantrymen to Italy. The fishing village on the Papal States has been vacated, waiting for the army to move in. Calculating the time, it is estimated that it will take September for this batch of troops to be transported to Italy. Then, plus the time to wait for rhinoceros leather armor, it is estimated that it will take until October to start. At that time, it was the autumn harvest season. Autumn harvest must be inseparable from people, so Marin decided not to bring the militia this time. Because the militia had to participate in the autumn harvest. But if there were no auxiliary troops, it would be very difficult to supply. Marin thought about it, and selected 7,000 sailors from the Frisian fishermen as auxiliary soldiers. Of course, these auxiliary soldiers did not participate in the raid over the mountains and ridges. Because they were not good at crossing the mountains and ridges. However, they would be stationed in a small fishing village where they landed and be responsible for supplies. When necessary, they would also leave the fishing village and advance inland from the main road to meet the main force. Although these sailors are not soldiers, they have also been trained in fighting on board and can fight boarding battles. Therefore, they are not farmers without combat effectiveness. If they are pulled out to fight, they may not lose to those cowardly Italian mercenaries. However, they have only practiced the pirates' one-handed swordsmanship and have not practiced spear fighting skills. Therefore, it is impossible to expect them to form a spear phalanx. However, Marin plans to provide some broken wood escapes, so that they can play the role of sword and shield soldiers, which also has good combat effectiveness. But the sailors' tactics are different from those of the army. The army needs strict orders, cannot move casually, and needs to act in unison with comrades. The sailors usually practice jumping off the boat and slashing people while swinging on the deck of the ship, and do not pay attention to uniformity and unified action. Therefore, Marin never regarded those sailors as regular troops. However, at sea, the regular army can't beat them. Because, on a shaking ship, it is easy to stand unsteadily with a spear in both hands. And those sailors are more flexible with single knives. They can hold the boat or other places with their left hand, and chop the enemy with a knife in their right hand. Even some powerful sailors can pull the rope with their left hand, fly from the sky, and chop people with their right hand. But anyway, these sailors who are good at chopping people on shaking ships have average combat effectiveness on land. They can only wrestle with the Italian mercenaries, and they will be defeated if they meet other mercenaries. Therefore, this time Marin just let them play auxiliary and transport supplies. Only when the 15,000 main forces encounter difficulties will these people take the risk to attack. Unless there are special circumstances, they will stay in the small fishing village where they landed and prepare to meet the army. In addition, the autumn harvest has nothing to do with these sailors who are fishermen. Even if they go to Italy, it will not affect the autumn harvest of the North Sea. If they are replaced by ordinary civilians, it will affect the autumn harvest. But the 15,000 soldiers themselves have an impact on the autumn harvest. Because, during the autumn harvest, in order to rush to harvest and avoid possible rainfall, Marin will allocate half of his troops to help with the autumn harvest every year. This year, Marin allocated half of his troops to Italy, and the autumn harvest may be insufficient. Marin thought about it and decided to borrow more than 10,000 people from the fishermen to help with the autumn harvest. Of course, Marin paid the fishermen for helping with the autumn harvest. However, news soon came from Rome. Maximilian I promised to send 20,000 troops south to Italy to help the Holy See build momentum. However, the other side made a request, that is, the time of sending troops must be after the autumn harvest, that is, in October. And the Austrian army arrived near Siena, it was estimated to be November. But it was late autumn and early winter. This change caught Marin off guard. Why? Because if the attack was launched in November, the weather factor would become a huge trouble. Because the weather would be colder at that time. If the waiting landed, some soldiers might get sick. In addition, it would be very cold when crossing mountains and ridges in early winter and camping at night. If the soldiers were frozen, there would be no need to fight. But Marin had no choice. Because he could not influence the decision of Maximilian I. So he could only accept it passively. Then, he had to find a way to avoid those troubles. In fact, the main trouble was that the soldiers could not catch a large number of colds when wading and crossing mountains and ridges to camp at night. Because in Europe, a cold could kill people. Speaking of colds, Marin suddenly remembered brown sugar ginger water. This is a magic medicine for treating colds. Moreover, Marin also had ginger and brown sugar, so he had the conditions to make ginger syrup. But the problem was that the army had no conditions to cook ginger syrup while crossing mountains and ridges. Just then, a batch of ginger, brown sugar, and dried bananas were transported back from Grenada Island. Marin was immediately inspired. Dried ginger? No, it seems that sugared ginger slices are sold in snack shops in later generations. Yes, sugared ginger slices. Marin's eyes lit up immediately. Sugared ginger slices combine ginger and sugar into one, which is a dry version of ginger syrup. Eating sugared ginger slices also has the effect of ginger syrup. Eating sugared ginger slices can drive away the cold and sweat, which is exactly what Marin needs because he is afraid that the soldiers will freeze. Just eating a few slices of sugared ginger slices every night can prevent the cold to a great extent. Of course, Marin would not really count on eating this to prevent colds. While preparing to make sugared ginger slices to supply the army, Marin also ordered the purchase of wool blankets. At that time, let the soldiers eat sugared ginger slices, wrap them in wool blankets at night, and get together to keep warm. Basically there will be no big problem. If it doesn't work, you can also rob the local Italians' houses along the way to spend the night. Anyway, Marin doesn't want to brush up his reputation in Italy. For him, his soldiers are the most important. After thinking this through, Marin began to order the purchase of 15,000 wool blankets. At the same time, he began to order the production of sugar ginger slices. Sugar ginger slices are very simple to make, that is, slice the fresh ginger, add brown sugar and rub it. Then, take it out to expose it to the sun. Finally, seal the prepared sugar ginger slices with oil paper bags at high temperature. Then, ship it to Italy. Of course, it is not available for soldiers to use now. It will be distributed to soldiers only after the waiting landing and raid in November. Moreover, the quantity will be strictly regulated to prevent the soldiers from eating it all at once. After all, the taste of candied ginger slices is really good. Chapter 978, A Different Way of Thinking. However, Marin's decision made Thomas, the manager of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce who was responsible for the sales of ginger and brown sugar, want to cry without tears. Why? Marin spent 30,000 pounds of ginger and 60,000 pounds of brown sugar to make sugar ginger slices this time, which made manager Thomas feel distressed and want to cry. You know, because of Marin's feat of saving 1-3 with ginger syrup, ginger has now become a famous medicine in Europe. Its value is as famous as pepper and has been fried to 10 shillings per pound. Marin spent 30,000 pounds of ginger, which is equivalent to wasting 60,000 gold coins. As for the 60,000 pounds of brown sugar, although it is not as expensive as ginger, it is also worth 2 shillings per pound. In other words, Marin also wasted sugar worth 24,000 gold coins. If all of these are sold, it will be 84,000 gold coins. Can manager Thomas not cry? Marin was also a little dumbfounded by manager Thomas's crying. He didn't expect that he would spend 84,000 gold coins just by moving his mouth casually, which made him extremely distressed. However, after thinking about it, he did not regret it. Because, as long as he helped the Holy See to take down the Republic of Siena, Julius II would have a reason to grant him the right to colonize the east coast of America. At that time, with the legal right to colonize, Marin would have a reason to publicly drive away any ship that attempted to explore America. Moreover, there would be no legal disputes with other countries in the future. Because he has obtained the legal right to colonize America. If other countries want to get involved, it is illegal, and Marin has the right to do it. In this era, Europeans are not as shameless as the Americans in later generations. Under normal circumstances, everyone will still abide by the basic rules. Unless the massive gold and silver in Mexico and Peru leaked out, those countries would rush to grab it at all costs. If it was just some land, everyone might not grab it. Why? Because in this era, the land in Europe has not been fully developed. Why should countries go against Marin for land? People in later generations attach so much importance to territory because the population in later generations is too large, and every inch of territory is precious. But in this era, the population is small and the land is large. Because of the small population, there is a lack of labor. Even if a lot of land is occupied, it cannot be developed. Unless it is the tropical territory where sugar cane can be planted to obtain sugar, it is the goal that everyone pursues. Even in the original history, England colonized North America in the 17th century not for farming at first, but for finding gold and silver. However, they did not find gold and silver later, and there were black slaves to help them farm, so they began to pay attention to the development of North America. Like Spain and Portugal, they never paid attention to farming in the colonies. In addition to planting sugar cane in some areas, they had no other agricultural development activities. The rest was only about finding gold and silver and trade profits. In other words, in this era, pure land was not attractive. Only gold and silver mines, and the lucrative spice trade, were what European countries were eyeing closely. Marin was just lucky and could pick up leaks in this era. If it was delayed for 200 years, in the 18th century, countries began to pay attention to land development, and the competition was fierce at that time. Just like the 7 Years' War between Britain and France for North America, it was fought very fiercely. Counting it, farming in the colonies was still started by the British. But in fact, the British did not think about farming in the colonies at the beginning. However, the east coast of North America occupied by the British is really suitable for farming. When the 13 states of North America developed, everyone saw that farming in the colonies was promising. Then, everyone rushed in and began to compete for and redivide the colonies. Before the British succeeded in farming, everyone was looking for minerals and grabbing trade benefits, and did not realize the importance of farming. Moreover, there is an important prerequisite for farming in the colonies: there is enough labor. Before the rise of the slave trade, this condition was not available. As for the native Indians, the spirit of resistance is too strong. If you enslave the Indians, you might be killed the next day, which is not safe. The black slaves are different. The first generation of black slaves are very obedient, the disobedient ones have been killed long ago. Only with the black slaves can the agriculture of the 13 states of North America prosper. But in this era, the Vatican prohibits the sale of black slaves. In history, the rise of the slave trade only really began after the Catholic Church was defeated by the Protestant Church. For now, the Vatican is still quite authoritative. But who is Marin? The Pope's son-in-law. Moreover, this guy is very cunning. When buying black slaves from the Duke of Coimbra, Marin used the name of employment. Even for each black slave, Marin would pretend to make an employment contract. If you check, Marin will take out the employment contract to deal with you. You can't forbid people to hire workers, right? There is no way to pursue this matter. But in fact, those so-called black laborers are all chained to work, that is, black slaves. Moreover, this guy also has his eyes on the labor force in Japan and India. Therefore, he can get enough labor to develop America. And other countries want to develop colonies, they have to wait until the black slave trade is open. As for now, unless you can learn Marin's shameless ability to forge labor contracts, or do it secretly. Because of the consumption of ginger and sugar worth 84,000 gold coins, Marin was heartbroken for a long time. You know, 84,000 gold coins, calculated according to the gold price of the gold coins themselves in later generations, are worth 80 to 90 million renminbi. With this calculation, Marin was even more upset. However, thinking of the safety of 15,000 soldiers, Marin still did not regret it. It's just that it was still painful. He began to blame Maximilian I in his heart. Why didn't he send troops earlier? If the weather was warm in September, there wouldn't be so many troubles. However, Maximilian I also had his difficulties. Because of the instigation of Marin, the wicked ghost, he sent troops to occupy the eastern half of Switzerland. However, he has since been caught in a tug-of-war with the Swiss resistance. Now, Maximilian I must maintain more than 10,000 troops stationed in Switzerland for a long time to guard against the Swiss counterattack. Therefore, Maximilian I cannot withdraw enough standing troops to go south to Italy. If you want to send troops to Italy, you must recruit civilians from the people. However, Austrian agriculture is also inseparable from those civilians, especially in the autumn harvest season. If the autumn harvest is affected, the fiscal revenue of the Habsburg family will be greatly reduced. For the poor Habsburg family, this is unbearable. Therefore, Maximilian I had no choice but to lead his army south after the autumn harvest. Unless he was willing to risk the collapse of Austria's finances. So, every family has its own problems. Later, Marin changed his mindset and no longer worried about how much the ginger and sugar could be sold for. Instead, he calculated how much it cost to grow the ginger and sugar. So, Marin was pleasantly surprised to find that the cost was only a few thousand gold coins. Then, Marin's worries were immediately cured, his waist no longer hurt, his legs no longer felt sore, and he could climb 10 floors in one breath. Chapter 979, Oil. I want it all. Marin, in a good mood, decided to go out for some fresh air. So, he took a group of bodyguards, rode on his warhorse Carter, and went to the manor in the north of the city for vacation. The summer in East Frisia is not hot, and even the temperature over 30 degrees is rare. Because it is close to the North Sea and is greatly affected by the ocean. In terms of latitude, it is in the prevailing westerly belt. And East Frisia is close to the North Sea, and the cool wind blowing from the sea makes it difficult for East Frisia to get hot. Similarly, the summer in most parts of the entire North Sea country is not hot. Moreover, there is a lot of rainfall. However, this also brings problems. Because many crops need high temperatures in summer to grow smoothly. For example, the best temperature for corn during its germination period is 28-35 degrees. However, it is rare for the weather to exceed 30 degrees in northern Europe. Therefore, the marine climate in northwestern Europe is not suitable for growing crops such as corn that require a certain high temperature. Of course, corn can also be grown in northwestern Europe. However, corn is not grown locally for corn cobs, but for silage corn stalks. The growth requirements of straw are not high, and it can be harvested and silaged before it matures. As for the yield of corn cobs, they harvested them before the corn cobs were fully formed. The yield of corn didn't matter, because they just wanted sweet corn stalks. Due to the lack of high-temperature weather, England, the Netherlands, and the coastal areas of northern Germany are not suitable for growing crops such as rice, soybeans, and corn. Even wheat planting has been affected. Of course, later generations improved wheat varieties, and with the widespread use of phosphate fertilizers that promote growth rate, wheat planting has also become common. But in this era, northwestern Europe and even most of Europe are still dominated by rye planting, which does not require much care and does not require high temperatures. In contrast, China, from south to north, the summer temperature in China is not low. Even in the cold northeast, the summer temperature can easily reach more than 30 degrees. Therefore, China is very suitable for agriculture. Even in the northeast, high-quality crops such as rice, soybeans, corn, and sweet potatoes can be grown. As for the coastal areas of northwest Europe, it is warm in winter and cool in summer. It looks very suitable for people to live, but it is not very suitable for many crops. Only in the Mediterranean region, the summer temperature is high, which is more suitable for agricultural development. Therefore, Roman civilization appeared in the Mediterranean, and so did Greek civilization. Even in the 16th century, France and Spain fought for Italy. In fact, from the perspective of later generations, Italy is mountainous and has few plains. If it were not for the abundant sunshine, high temperature, and the introduction of advanced irrigation technology from the Middle East, as well as the addition of volcanic ash soil, it would not have become a fertile land in the eyes of Europeans. Now, the most fertile places in Italy are probably Sicily, known as the Golden Basin, and the Kingdom of Naples in the south. Because the volcanic ash soil here is more fertile and agriculture is more developed. But in later generations, people learned to use chemical fertilizers and no longer rely on volcanic ash soil. Then, the most developed areas of Italy moved north from the south to the Lombardy plain with the city of Milan and the Po Valley with the city of Turin. The prosperous Sicily and Naples were the poor and remote areas of Italy in later generations. People in northern Italy even wanted to get rid of the burden of the south. It was precisely because northern Germany was not suitable for agriculture that Marin was determined to colonize North America. The North American region, mainly the United States in later generations, has a climate similar to that of China, and the summer temperature is relatively high, which is more suitable for agriculture. For example, soybeans, which Marin values very much, are more suitable for planting in North America. You know, North America is the main soybean producing area in later generations. In addition to being used as a concentrate for war horses, soybeans can also be pressed for oil. With soybean oil, people's nutrition can keep up. In the era without oil and water, people like to eat fatty meat because it has oil and water. In the future when vegetable oil is in sufficient supply, people mainly eat lean meat, and even specially breed lean white pigs. In short, soybeans are a crop of great significance. In Europe, the most important concentrated feed for horses is oats. But soybeans can be pressed for oil and can be made into tofu, which are advantages that oats do not have. Riding a horse, strolling in the manor ranch in the north of the city. I saw hard-working farmers feeding horses, brushing horses and shoveling horse manure. Seeing those farmers looking at him, Marin smiled and nodded. After all, these farmers are working for him, and it's okay to give them some smiles. However, when he walked to a stable, Marin suddenly saw a group of white horses with their bellies covered with black stuff. So he frowned and stopped and asked, "What did you apply on the horses?" The farmer saw Marin, bent down in panic, and said, "Respected Grand Duke, I don't know what it is. The manager of the manor asked me to apply it. It is said that it can treat skin diseases of horses." Skin disease? It can be treated by applying this? Marin was a little surprised. He thought it was a magical ointment prepared by a veterinarian. However, when he got close to smell it, Marin actually smelled the smell of gasoline evaporation. The smell of gasoline, black oily substance. Could it be? Marin's face changed, and he said to the groom, "Call your steward." Yes. The groom hurried to find the steward. After a while, a slightly fat steward came panting and sweating. Marin's mouth twitched. Damn, this steward must have taken a lot of oil and water. Otherwise, he couldn't get fat in this era. After all, there is very little oil and water in this era. He can get fat, and it seems that he has eaten a lot of oily food. However, Marin didn't come to him to care about his embezzlement, but to ask about the oil smeared on the horse's back. Yes, oil. Marin judged from the smell and shape this horse with skin disease had oil smeared on its back. This surprised Marin very much. Could it be that the North Sea Kingdom also produces oil? After listening to Marin's inquiry, the fat steward breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, I was scared to death, I thought the embezzlement was discovered. As for this black oil, the fat man knew, "Respected Grand Duke, this is my younger brother. When I went to Galicia, Poland to sell whiskey and liquor, I accidentally discovered that someone in the Vistula Valley dug a kind of black oil from the ground. This oil smells bad and can also burn. However, its greatest function is that it can be applied to people and animals to treat skin diseases. It happened that I was in charge of this horse-raising manor, so my younger brother brought some of this black oil back from there for me to use in the treatment of warhorse skin diseases. Galicia, Poland. Vistula Valley. Marin frowned and thought about it, and then suddenly realized, yes, in the early years of Europe, Romania, Galicia, Poland, Bavaria, Sicily and other regions, there were indeed records of oil seedlings emerging from the surface. In ancient China, as early as the Song dynasty, there were records of oil production in northern Shaanxi. Of course, the yield of these oil seedlings is very low. A manually dug seedling well pit can produce dozens of kilograms of oil every day. In ancient times, only Baku in Azerbaijan in later generations had a high oil production exposed on the surface. According to Marco Polo, the annual output of Baku's oil could load hundreds of ships. The artificial oil wells in Yanchang during the Song dynasty only paid 400 kilograms per year, and the output was incomparable. Of course, Baku did not have only one artificial oil well, but dozens of them. And Yanchang in the Song dynasty had only one well, with an annual output of 400 kilograms. Of course, the annual output may be more than that, and the annual payment of 400 kilograms may be part of the amount handed over. Later, the fat man told Marin that there were 3 artificial wells in the oil-producing area in the Vistula Valley in Galicia, Poland, with an annual output of about 20 barrels of oil, less than 200 pounds per barrel. His brother brought back a total of 22 barrels this time, and more than 1 barrel had been used. So, what's the price? Marin frowned and asked. If it's too expensive, it's not a good thing. But with such a small output, it must not be cheap. As for the price, my brother said that a barrel of black oil can be exchanged for a 1-pound bottle of whiskey. In Poland, a bottle of whiskey is sold for 1 gold coin. But that's worth more than 20 gold coins. Your brother is just a distribution manager, how can he have more than 20 gold coins? The fat man scratched the back of his head and said nervously, he saw that this black oil is effective in treating horse skin diseases, so he got some to try first. Anyway, the annual expenses for treating horses in the horse farm are not small. As long as it is effective, I can help him reimburse the expenses. In fact, because the brothers monopolized this drug, the fat man could also make a profit from it. For example, he could quote 2 gold coins when the purchase price was 1 gold coin per barrel. But he dared not lie to Marin. Because the details can be known once the matter is checked. Marin thought for a moment and said, you did a great job. Give me the remaining 20 barrels of oil, black oil. I want them all. Also, don't tell anyone about this. Before leaving, Marin turned back and said, tell your brother to come to my office next time. I have something to talk to him about. If this is done, you brothers will all be rewarded. After that, Marin happily asked his bodyguards to take the 20 barrels of oil back to the city. He wanted to take the oil back to do some black technology experiments. Chapter 980 The world's first barrel of gasoline. Europeans of this era may not understand what oil is used for, but Marin knows it very well. Not to mention modern applications such as gasoline, diesel, and lubricants in later generations, oil itself has many local applications in this era. For example, using oil to set fire to the enemy. The most classic is that ancient China used oil as kerosene, which was the main force of fire attack. In ancient China, sulfur and kerosene were the most powerful weapons for fire attack. Among them, the power of kerosene is greater than that of sulfur. Because once kerosene is ignited, it cannot be extinguished by water, and the effect is extremely powerful. In the wars of ancient China, kerosene, petroleum, has been successfully used in wars many times. For example, the defending party can use kerosene to burn the enemy's siege equipment. In addition, during the Hoyong period, there are also records of putting kerosene in iron cans and launching them with catapults to burn enemy warships. Of course, this operation is more dangerous. Because, if the oil is not thrown out successfully, but falls on the ship, then it is the ship of our side that will be burned. However, if it is used to attack ships from land, it is safer. However, whether it can be thrown accurately on the enemy ship also requires a lot of luck. If the oil tank is really thrown on the ship, it will be dangerous, much more dangerous than being hit by an iron ball shells. Because iron ball shells may not be able to damage the ship, but kerosene tanks can easily burn the ship. After all, ancient ships are all made of wood, and they are most afraid of burning. However, for the more dangerous naval battles, Marin is more interested in whether oil can be used to burn the enemy's city gates. Now many large cities in Europe have switched to iron gates, which may not have a fever. However, for the time being, the city gates of most European cities are still made of wood. If you pour oil and set a fire, It seems that the opponent's city gates can be burned without shelling. At that time, throw another gunpowder barrel, and the city gate will naturally be broken smoothly, even if the city gate hole is blocked. It just so happened that during this attack on Scotland, it seemed that the gates of the Scottish capital of Edinburgh were made of wood. So when Marin saw the oil, he was very excited and didn't care about the fat steward's corruption. Those are trivial matters. The life and death of the country is the real big deal. Even Marin doesn't mind rewarding the two brothers. Moreover, Marin has made up his mind to send spies to the Vistula Valley in Galicia, Poland, to buy the land property rights in the area where the oil wells are located, and then monopolize those artificial oil wells. In the future, Marin will have a source of kerosene. If you want to play a fire attack or something, you have the materials. If you make a fire ship tactic. Hee hee. Anyway, as long as there is oil, the wooden gates of European countries in the future will be equivalent to undefended for Marin. The city walls in Europe are too strong. They are all made of stone, which is stronger than the brick walls of ancient China. If you use artillery, it is estimated that it will take a long time to break the wall. Unless a super cannon like the urban cannon that Turkey used to break through Constantinople is used, which weighs 17 tons and has a shell weighing 1,500 pounds, it is easy to break through the stone wall. However, the urban cannon is too heavy. The weight of 17 tons is a huge problem for transportation, not to mention how difficult it is to cast. It can be used in the siege of Constantinople because Constantinople is by the sea, which makes it convenient for the urban cannon to be unloaded from the ship. If it is deep inland, it is impossible to transport such a huge thing. You know, in this day and age, the load of a carriage is only 1 or 2 tons. Even if a 4-horse carriage is pulled, it is difficult to carry more than 7 or 8 tons of weight, let alone a 17-ton super heavy cannon. Therefore, the urban cannon was only used in the siege of Constantinople. As for the inland siege, such heavy artillery could not be transported at all. Therefore, if the enemy's city has a wooden gate, it is more cost-effective to burn the gate with oil. It is difficult to blow through the city gate. The consumption of gunpowder alone is an astronomical figure that makes people feel distressed. After returning to the palace, Marin immediately started the experiment. However, the burning of oil is not as fierce as Marin imagined. Because the burning intensity of oil is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary grease, and it cannot reach a very fierce level. Moreover, the black smoke from the burning of oil is very large, and it seems that the burning is not complete. Speaking of the black smoke of oil, Marin seems to remember a story in ancient China. The ancients seem to have used the characteristics of large black smoke from the burning of oil to make a high-end ink block lampblack ink. The so-called lampblack ink is not the same as ink. Lampblack ink and pine soot ink are both black and gray ink materials extracted from black smoke, which are dedicated to the inkstones of ancient China. When the ancients wrote, they would grind the ink block on the inkstone, and then add water to form ink. At the beginning, the modules used by the ancients to grind ink were all natural ink, that is, the legendary graphite. But the output of graphite is limited, so people later came up with pine soot ink. Pine soot ink is to light a slightly damp pine wood. Because of the incomplete combustion, there is a lot of black ash. Then, a layer of damp cloth is placed above the flame. When the black ash of the incompletely burned pine wood rises and touches the damp cloth, it is intercepted. Then, it is extracted and reprocessed to obtain very high-grade pine soot ink. The so-called smoke is the black smoke from incomplete combustion. The black smoke contains black ash, which is a very high-grade toner. Later, people made oil soot ink. However, this oil does not refer to petroleum alone, but mostly refers to the oil of tung trees. Because, in order to make pine soot ink, the pine trees were cut down too severely. Later, people used tung wood, which grows faster, instead of pine wood, to burn and collect ash to make oil soot ink. However, the black smoke from the burning of petroleum can also collect toner, and high-grade oil soot ink can also be obtained. In ancient China, the ancients did this, directly burning petroleum, and then extracting the black ash from the black smoke to make ink blocks. That is to say, the unprocessed oil will not burn completely, and the burning intensity is not enough, so it is difficult to burn down the city gate at once. Then, it needs to be purified. Purify. Marin thought about it, called his men, and went to the brewery to ask for a tin pan for steaming ergotu. Yes, a tin pan for steaming ergotu. Marin also knows a little about the processing principle of oil, isn't it just distillation at different temperatures? Marin can't make a distillation tower, mainly because he can't control the temperature. In addition, Marin doesn't know how to control the oil and gas at different temperatures to enter different outlets. After all, he didn't study petrochemicals. However, it is relatively simple to separate the gasoline with the lowest distillation temperature. The props used are the tin pan for distilling ergotu. Using a low temperature of more than 100 degrees, Marin quickly used the tin pan to get a batch of light gasoline. Then, with 20 barrels of oil, Marin used the tin pan for distilling ergotu to distill a barrel of light gasoline. In fact, 20 barrels of oil can refine far more than a barrel of gasoline. However, Marin's technology was backward and he could not separate the heavy gasoline, let alone hydrocracking technology. Therefore, he could only extract such a little gasoline. Among petroleum, gasoline burns the most fiercely. Even to a certain extent, gasoline can cause explosions when burned. Such a fierce kerosene is the sharpest weapon to burn wooden city gates. Then, Marin took out a small bottle of gasoline and conducted a combustion test. Sure enough, gasoline burned quickly and violently. If a barrel of gasoline is poured on the wooden city gate of Edinburgh, Scotland, and set on fire, the Edinburgh city gate must be destroyed, and the speed is very fast. Moreover, gasoline has another advantage. That is, no one knows its origin. As long as Marin blocks the good news, then no one knows that gasoline is extracted from black petroleum. After all, the appearance of black petroleum and colorless gasoline is too different. If you don't understand the principle, no one knows that there is a connection between the two. Using gasoline to burn the city gate is particularly confidential. It just so happened that the Fourth Army was about to launch a surprise attack on Edinburgh. Marin decided to send this barrel of gasoline and have the Fourth Army's demolition man take it, pour the gasoline on the wooden gate of Edinburgh, and then set it on fire. And this barrel of gasoline, Marin estimated, should be the first barrel of gasoline in this time and space world he traveled through.